Alright, welcome in, welcome in. Check out the usual stuff, and then we will get going here in just a minute. Welcome in. Alrighty, should be good to go here. Sorry about that. I'd forgotten to do my Duolingo practice today, so I was just getting that out of the way. So my streak continues. 160 days in. Jesus Christ, it's been a long time since I started doing that. Alright, check the chat scene here. Put that on. Alright, should be good to go. Hey guys, Rupert the Rage here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome back to more Call of Duty tier lists. This will be the third and potentially final one I do. We'll see, I may do one in the future at some point. Some more tier lists for maybe movies, shows, episodes of this particular show, things like that. But for Call of Duty specifically, this should be the last one I bother with. The other tier list I would do would be ranking perks and equipment, which could be kind of fun, but that's if I don't have something lined up on the stream. So if I had an opening in the schedule somewhere, then I would say, hey, I got nothing else to do. We're going to do that. Small announcement, first off. So for anybody who's seeing this, I'm going to make an announcement on the community page, as I usually do, and then the Discord as well. My work schedule this upcoming week is a little bit fucky-wucky right now. It's a little bit messed up. So usually the streams are Friday through Sunday, but my work schedule has me coming in on those days, and instead I'm off on Monday and Tuesday, so I'm going to be off tomorrow and the next day. So those days we're going to be playing Satisfactory, because it sort of fits in and helps fill out until we get to Delta Force and Marvel Rivals, without starting a whole new playthrough of something like Batman Arkham Knight, which should be what our next big playthrough is. But I don't want to start that for 2 days, and then suddenly it's off, and we have another thing interrupt it, right? So yeah, that's basically what we'll be doing this week. Like I said, I'll make an announcement for it so everybody knows. And if you want to keep up with, anything that changes on the channel, things like that, uploads, anything, announcements of that sort, Discord, in the link. Check it out. In the description, the link should be working and all that, so there you go. Anywho, so that does change up. Right now, my boss says that she got her schedule thing a little mixed up. She was in a rush when she put it together. The schedule I have right now puts me way over the amount of hours I usually get, so I'm like, is this right? So I may be off on Friday. We may be able to use Friday as sort of a double stream. We'll do Delta Force and Marvel Rivals together on that day, so we'll do one and then the other, just to check them both out, because I'm really excited about it, and I don't think I can wait until Monday. So if I have that opportunity, I will. But today, we are back with the Call of Duties. Oh my god. Alright, let's get Call of Duty maps up here. I knew I was forgetting something. Let me check this. This had an update. Go and clear that out. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Where are we at? First things first. World at War. Actually, wow. I did not. I never realized Modern Warfare came before World at War. Did it? Hold on. Let's see. Does it come? Really? Okay, wait. Why are there two Modern Warfares? This one's Modern Warfare. This one's also Modern Warfare. Oh, this is the Nintendo DS version. Remember when games were trying to do that? They were trying to make shitty fucking like side ports that are basically an entirely different game on the Nintendo DS console. Oh my god. Why? That was such a weird time in gaming. So yeah, Modern Warfare actually did come before World at War. That's so weird. That's so weird that that happened that way. I won't be talking about the first couple, even though Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, they technically have campaigns, but they have stories. They don't really have campaigns. They just have story-related missions. You just kind of do the missions. Run this way, do this. It's actually where the stereotype of corridor shooters come from is Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, the original Call of Duties. And that sort of permeates into the rest of them as the flow of room clearing, walking forward, on rail shooter. Anywho, we are here for the campaign. We're going to start with Modern Warfare, apparently. So I got all these up here, got the usual. I'll explain it one more time. I don't think I need to explain this. It's a freaking tier list. People understand how it works. But we got our tiers here, A, B, C, D, and F, right? Vet and Noob from Modern Warfare 3, Soldier Novice, Black Ops 1, Codnapped, Ghosts, Let's Go to Space, Infinite Warfare. And then, of course, the infamous goddamn onion line from one of the newer Black Ops. I don't know if it's Black Ops 5, I think, has it. I don't fucking know which one. But, yeah, they had some stupid line from Woods about that. So that's our worst tier. That is dog shit awful tier. And I'll give you guys a little spoiler. Only one of these campaigns is going to end up in that tier. And I think you can guess which one. But we'll get there when we get there. Anywho, let's say hi to the chatter. Dark, welcome in. Christian Garcia, welcome in. Good to see you guys. From every stream now on, I'll make sure that you remember about my role. I know about the role. You know why? You won't shut up about it. That's why. I don't know what it is with you and this pretty princess thing. I don't get the bit. I don't get the meme. But I am a man of my word. We shall see. We shall see. Garcia says, let's go Call of Duty campaigns. Yes, it's going to be fun. We can talk about story and whatnot. I did play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 on the Nintendo Wii, and it was like playing it on PlayStation. Yeah, some of them were fine. It's just the DS versions of games are really scuffed because they have to obviously scale the whole thing down because the console's not powerful enough to actually have the real thing. It's weird. It's weird. I think I played World at War. I played it on my PlayStation at the time, but then I'd also gotten it for, I think, the Nintendo Wii at one point. There was a version of Call of Duty World at War or something. I know it was a World War II one. It may have been a Medal of Honor game even. I don't know. Point being, but I remember pointing the controller at the TV to shoot things, which was actually a really good use of the Wii for motion controls, is being able to point at the TV to do things. But goddamn, the entire design of the Wii, yikes, especially the Wii U. Oh my god, that whole thing, that was a debacle. Imagine having a console design so bad and a console marketing campaign so bad that you just don't even make another handheld console for what the Switch came out in 2018, so it was like 10 years. Ridiculous. Anywho, so we begin with Modern Warfare. The old kind of name is Soap anyway. All right. So this begins the return to the modern setting, right? Returns this time to the modern setting, yeah. So the player takes control of John Soap McTavish, that's the player character, a newcomer to the British Special Air Service, SAS. And for the majority of the campaign, we'll need to progress through many Modern Warfare operations. Oh, they said the thing. Oh, no. Okay, let's see. So there was FNG. FNG was pretty good. So I am going to show a couple bits here. Let's see. Modern Warfare campaign intro. Let's see. Just to give us a vibe for it. So this was the intro to Which one is the intro to Modern Warfare? Is it this one or is it this one? This is the intro. This is the, I think, the intro section. I don't know if this is the full one or I think this is just sort of the trailer type of thing. It's weird. Yeah, this is the newer one that did the reboot. Yeah, and then they had the remastered one, which was just the same game all over again. But it's so weird. How much did they even charge for that one? Oh, I just realized I don't have the background music on. My bad, boys. Gotta have our music for our chill vibes. Modern Warfare, what was that? 2008? 2007 would be? Yeah, because it comes before that. It should be 2007. I don't know. I'm looking for the remastered. Yeah. Like, how much did they actually sell this for? Did they sell it at 40? It looks like 40. Actually, I could just check Steam. I don't know why well, Steam could have lowered the overall price by this point. I don't know. I'm just curious. Let's see. Yeah, the remastered seems to always have been $39.99, which is, I guess, okay, but you're not changing anything about the game. You're just sort of updating the visuals. You never want to really go over 50%. So when you remaster a game, you can't really, unless you're changing mass amounts of mechanics and stuff. It's, yeah. Because all this is basically just, hey, here's the visuals. When the actual game itself was, I believe, still available on PC to play. You could still, right? Let's see the bundle info here. So we scroll through here. Did they actually, yeah, no, here's the original that is still playable on PC for $20, but they're going to charge $40. So make it make sense, you know what I mean? Now, at launch, this would have been $60, but Call of Duty's infamous for this. Look at Black Ops. Black Ops is $40 fucking dollars. Are you out of your mind? It's $40. It's a friggin' game that's 15 years old. This game is coming up on 15 years, bro. What are you talking about? Black Ops 2, a game that is over 10 years old. $60. But this is not a Factorio situation where the value only increases over time because they keep adding shit to it. No. That's why Factorio never goes on sale. These never go on sale because these assholes are greedy. Just, ugh. Just big, ugh, energy. From the whole Call of Duty franchise. Anyway, that aside, we'll just watch this for vibes, I guess. Is this the intro? I think this is more the trailer than the actual intro to the game. Yeah. So the one we want is this one. Do you have music in this? Of course, there's no automatic caption on this because YouTube is useless in that department. Yep, bastards.
Continue tracking.
It goes hard. The hype around this game was real. I didn't play the multiplayer for this. I played Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, like all the early CODs. The Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 2, and World at War, those earlier ones. I had not gotten in on the multiplayer and all that. But I did then later on, around 20, when I started getting into it, when I started with Black Ops 1 and Modern Warfare 3, when I started around that era, around 2010 or so, I went back and said, hey, I need to play these other ones, because they were, at GameStop, they were on sale. I was able to, just pick them up for like $5, trade-in value, or like 10, 15 bucks, whatever. And so that's how I started. And I think that's where my love of sequential storytelling comes from. The idea that you start one place and you earn your way up to the next thing, even if the next thing is you already have access to and it's objectively better. Actually, interesting case here. There's a neat game. What was it? Death in the Sea. I just put it on my wish list. Just so I'm gonna be buying some of these during the sale, but I swear to God, I just put this on my wish list. It's, where is it? Hang on, slow price. It was something. It was like Death something or other. Hold on. Death? Death or sea or under the sea or water or something. Yeah, Death in the Water. That's what they called it. So yeah, this is on a pretty good sale right now, so I'm probably going to pick this up. I just heard about this one earlier, and it's fascinating because this game has sort of an exploration, it has multiple enemies, you're trying to grab loot and not die under the water, and of course my, thalassophobia is going to kick in hard playing this shit. Big squid boy. But it's fascinating because this one has what I'm talking about, where, objectively speaking, this sucks. Because this thing's only like $3. This is game dev's first game, right? This was the guy saying, hey, what if I made this kind of game? How would it work? Let me iron out all the kinks, make this simple game. Because this whole thing is just fending off sharks the entire time with a harpoon gun. That's all you're doing, right? But then the next one, he iterates, and he makes it this big, thing. And now it's got a lot more to it. Yeah. So this is an instance where I wouldn't play the first game, because the first game's not really even a game. It's more of a tech demo. However, in the Call of Duty sense, each Call of Duty is iterating on the last entry, or at least it's supposed to. It's supposed to be pushing the boundary every year. Adding in more characters, more guns, or new characters, new guns, new story, new mechanics they're playing with, and seeing what works and what doesn't. That's the idea of coming back every year to play it, is that there's something new to experience, right? But God, man, Modern Warfare with its intro. The fact that you have this intro, and you're driving along, you're like, okay, I get it, where are we going, guys? What's happening? And then they start treating you all rough and shit, and you're like, oh, I see. I'm gonna die now. So you straight up get assassinated in a terrorist video. It's insanity. They just straight up blow your head off. It's insanity. I love this. And it ties back into the main story because this guy, it cuts back to the sort of digital sandtable satellite view that we saw before in the other intro. And it shows how you do the shit. It shows how that character dies, right? It shows like a still image. They've blurred out the obviously his face or whatever, and that turns out to have been one of their informants or one of the guys that was helping them with that regime. And the terrorist guys found out about it and then killed him, and so on and so forth. So that's how it ties back to the SAS and back to Soap and what's the fuck is his name? Mick something. Oh my god, my brain is fried today. It's absolutely fried. Soap, Ghost, and oh my god, I remember literally everybody but what they call this. Captain Price, that's it. Jesus Christ. I can remember everybody but Price. Yeah, but Price, the main, sort of driving force of the Modern Warfare series is, Captain Price. Garcia says, Call of Duty World at War is the only Call of Duty game that has a flamethrower. Correct, because flamethrowers were banned after World War II. They were considered a war crime. A lot of things became codified as war crimes that you are not allowed to do. Not cool, bro. There's actually a very contentious use of napalm in Vietnam, and today we sort of have a modern equivalent in that, where it's known as white phosphorus. So white phosphorus, this is a fun thing. I should get the music back on here. So white phosphorus. On? Yeah. Yeah, white phosphorus is a type of munition, and you basically scatter it all over an area. It is napalm on steroids. It's a chemical base, so it's the same as napalm. It sort of sticks to you, but this shit is just crazy fucking lethal. It's awful. It just, you can see it. It's not like napalm. So napalm, the way it would work is that you would contact an area, and that area where you'd have the napalm in the bomb, right? You'd have the chemical reaction of the napalm inside of a bomb. You would drop it from a plane that does a strafing run, right? Same thing as here. You see in the plane here? Well, napalm would basically just hit what it's going to hit and then burn on the ground, right? It wouldn't spread out, it wouldn't do anything. The reason white phosphorus is insane is because you can scatter it. So it covers a much wider area, it has a much higher chance of hitting people. It's against an enemy army, this would be fantastic. But the problem with white phosphorus nowadays is it gets used in urban environments, and you're not supposed to do that because it's so uncontrollable. It's not a precise strike like other types of munitions. It's actually why we make our drones the way we do, is a lot of people like to be like, oh, America, warmongers, Afghanistan, all this. Okay, yeah, a lot of civilians dead in, in there. However, if there's one thing the American military is very good at, it's being precise. We like things to be precise, and that's why drone technology has taken off in the last, 20 years or so, it is more precise and more affordable to simply have a drone go over an area, track a guy with a camera, see, yep, he's in the crowd, and drop one thing on him. Because you can't get a sniper close enough to assassinate a target that you want to take out. You can, but it takes days, it takes a lot of operations. If you spook the target, they're gonna hide for another, couple weeks, if not months, and stay away from all of your cameras, so you can't find them again. You can't. It's ridiculous. So yes, a single bomb going off in a bazaar, bad thing, right? Obviously, because then people can get hurt. But your alternative is basically to blow up the entire block to try to kill him, and even then, you can't even confirm if it's got the guy. It's a whole thing. I did like what I did like what happened recently with the phones, and the reason I'm laughing is because it happened to, I believe, Hezbollah or Hamas, whichever one of the really shitty fucking terrorist groups. One of those guys that are just awful, like objectively evil dudes that just want to control people's lives, and they kill innocent people, they hurt innocent people, and they do it intentionally. They like to cause suffering, and they are constantly just, it's fucked up. Anyway, so these guys, they would use cell phones or pagers, and little burner phones, burner pagers they could toss away and get new ones later, and that way it was hard to track their communications. And it was revealed lately, something went off in the news a couple weeks ago at this point, where they were talking about how the pagers and the cell phones that they used had been tampered with. So they started going off. Dudes would answer a pager, they'd pick their pager up and hit, OK or whatever, and go to use it, or they would hold their phone up to their ear, and when they answer it, it had a microcharge, a micro plastic explosive charge in the thing, and it would just pop their head off. It would just blow them up. It's really fucking funny to think that you think you're being low-tech and cool with this, but the problem is, all somebody has to do is place something inside of that, and unless you tear the thing apart to inspect it, you're not going to find it. Plus, if somebody has placed an explosive inside of that, most likely when they put the casing back on, they're going to wire it so that if you attempt to open it and inspect it, it's probably going to blow up anyway. It's just a very clever thing from the, I think it was the Israelis that were doing that. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. They started coming up with that. This little scheme they did. And that's not to say Israel, Palestine, whatever. My thought is the whole goddamn region needs a babysitter. They are too inept. A lot of America needs a babysitter, too. There's a lot of states that need Uncle Sam to come down there and kick a little ass and tell them what's what. Because they're too damn stupid to be left to their own devices. You know what I mean? And that's not to say that Israelis or Palestinians or anybody that's non-white is stupid. I know how Twitter takes this kind of crap. But the point being is, I mean, join the 21st century, guys. Stop with the whole, holy book and this and that and whatever. We've already seen the stupid religious crap in America. I mean, you amplify that and make that a part of literally everybody's lives there when you're in Israel, Palestine, the Middle East in general. It's a big theocracy, a lot of it, and it's part of why it sucks over there. And that's most of where it sucks over here is religious fundamentalists. I'm not getting into religion. It's going to be hard not to get into religion, though, because the entire Modern Warfare series is about a terrorist organization using religion to justify their power grab and their murder and shit. Oh my god, it's awful. Anyway, point being, so that's sort of the Modern Warfare setting. That's to give you an idea. I mean, hell, can you imagine that? Like, what an opener. And that's not the most crazy part of the Modern Warfare trilogy. That is not the craziest part, dude. There's the part in the terminal, in the plane fucking terminal later, right? In, I believe it's Modern Warfare 2 that it shows up. I don't know if it's in the first one, the third one, whatever. Might have been 3. that you have the no Russian, but we'll get to no Russian later. Anyway, point being, we start with Soap McTavish. We're controlling Soap. FNG, you know, for those that don't know FNG means fucking new guy, right? It's a term of endearment for the rookie on the team, the FNG. Anyway, the reason they have FNG in the prologue here and separate from Crew Expendable is FNG is you running an obstacle course, which I think is a great way to start the game. It is a way to incorporate the tutorial. Christian Garcia says Terminal is Modern Warfare 3. Yeah, I thought it was 3. I'm pretty sure. My brain was saying 3. But the whole thing is about Makarov. The entire trilogy is about Price trying to get rid of Makarov. That's the entire thing. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway, what was I talking about? FNG, yeah, the tutorial for Modern Warfare. Fantastic tutorial. Gets you right into the action. It makes perfect sense. You're running these drills, right? Trying to go faster and faster and run this drill perfectly on this ship. And then the very next mission, right? The second you're done with the tutorial, which is FNG. FNG is just the tutorial. Crew Expendable. The first official mission of the game. You go onto a ship, and the ship is the tutorial you just did. It makes perfect sense that you would be running that drill, because that's how the military does it. They come up with fake scenarios like that. They run the drill. They practice when they're going into an enemy compound. They come up with what they're going to do, and they do it. It's great. It's great. Crew Expendable, one of the best lines in Call of Duty ever. I should just really leave this up on the side. Let's see. Modern Warfare. A lot of iconic stuff came out of the Modern Warfare era of Call of Duty. Not the remaster. I want the original. Yeah, the graphics are fucked in the original. Look at it. It looks so weird. But it's great, though. It's great.
Warcraft Griffin, what's your status?
Already in the helicopter, sir. Enemy aircraft inbound. Shit, they've opened fire.
Oh, man. The ship starts sinking, bro. The big explosion knocked me on your ass. I love it. Go away with the stupid annotations. Okay, hey, who put this up? Yo, Joshua Pear. Great of you to just stick this on here. And I don't know if it's him intentionally, but it's like, why put this crap here? If I want to see more of your stuff, I'll click on your channel. It's right there. But it might just be YouTube doing their stupid shit. Thanks, YouTube, but you're fucking bullshit. Can't even make it go off the screen. That's great. It's ruining the moment. I love it. We are leaving! And they just go running through the ship. As the ship is sinking, it's all tilted sideways because the ship's fucking sinking. I love it. So you get out of the ship. At this point, I believe what you were looking for, you're looking for something. Trying to figure out something about missiles, something like that. And then the coup is, you know, the part where you get, you know, the guy gets assassinated on video. Blackout. Work with the good Russians to rescue your informant Nikolai, right? So that was Blackout. Let's see. So let's see, what was Blackout? This is the one where you moved to the village, right?
Captain Price, Al-Assad just executed President Al-Falani on national...
Yeah, see, this is so cool. It ties this into the next mission. I love the way they always do these. World at War did this as well, and Ghosts even had a version of this, where it just gives you this mission briefing. I don't think Call of Duty even does that anymore. They don't do it in a good way. They just sort of emulate what they used to do that was good. And it just, like, in the modern ones. Let's see, the new Makarov. No, not the shopping one, Google. I don't need shopping from you, alright? There's a picture of Makarov they use. It's this, I think it's this one right here, right? Yeah. I remember watching Ackman's, I didn't play any of this, I just watched Ackman's video on it, and they use, like, this picture of him constantly. Hang on, Makarov. Prison picture. Because it's like a thing from further. This one. This is the stupidest fucking thing. Right? With Makarov. I watched Ackman's video and he pointed out that multiple times that anytime they talked about Makarov, they would basically put up this image. Like, you guys don't have any other picture of this fucking guy you could have put up? You gotta put up this one picture of him from some prison, I guess. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. Captain Price looks weird without his beard, like in MW3. Oh yeah, no, Captain Price looked very different back in the day. He's got this. He's just got the mutton chops. He doesn't have the whole beard thing they went with. But it makes him iconic, man. It makes him iconic. So Blackout was, you know, this. It ties all back together, you know.
And it's too late to do anything for all Falani. But unless
Okay. So yeah, this is them trying to go rescue Nikolai, which is one of their friendlies. And it's this middle of, like, it's at I believe Golden Time is what they call it. Yeah, no, not anime. No, not a song. Okay, well, Jesus Christ, I have to fucking tell the stupid computer what is the golden hour. Yeah, it's the golden hour. It's whenever the sun is setting, right? Yeah, daytime shortly after sunrise or before sunset, whenever the sun is cresting on the horizon. So this is shortly after sunset. It's starting to go down behind the mountains. And I believe the time actually changes during the mission. So you can see he's sneaking through. You're trying not to alert anybody. You're using suppressors.
Killed hundreds of civilians in.
I just love it. You get this part where you set up in the little, you know, sniper's fucking nest.
you didn't say there'd be
Just taking out an entire just enclave of dudes. It's fantastic. Does the time of day change this one? Yeah, I think it does. I think it changes a little bit to where it actually gets darker over the course of the mission.
Let's go.
Because the sun is going down, so things are getting darker and darker throughout. This was a hard mission. I remember this one. This mission was a pain in the fucking ass, bro. Loved that. So it's all dark. Nobody can see shit. This guy's like, where's my buddies? But you have night vision, so you can just take them out. It's so good. So they go upstairs and they rescue, this should be Nikolai here. So Nikolai's one of their friendly Russian dudes that's supposed to be helping them. So they go in to help him out. Charlie Don't Surf, another iconic mission. Let's see. I wish it had a rundown of what's happening. Let me see. I don't want to go to the wiki because the wiki's going to run like crap. YouTube videos just work better for this. So Charlie Don't Surf, you're invading... You're essentially invading an area of the Middle East. I'm not sure if it's Baghdad or what area you're in specifically. I don't remember. But point being, you're coming in off the coast. You got this whole 3D render telling you what's going on with it, and you have a massive... You literally invade. Like, it's not a tactical mission or anything. This is some Desert Storm type shit. You're trying to go get the guy from the video that assassinated the other guy, right? Like the guy that shot the guy in the head on the video. That's who you're coming after. You're coming after Al-Assad. I believe it's Al-Assad. Is that what they call him? I don't know. Terrorist guy. But you get all this sort of Fallujah, Baghdad, kind of urban desert combat, clearing house to house, moving in. Remember the radio station, or no, not the radio station, the TV station, right? You're trying to get to the TV station, and then you're fighting in all these cubicles and stuff. It's so good. It just, oh man, it's beautiful. But the real kicker is when you get to the end of the mission, and plot twist, you're looking for this Al-Assad guy, right? You're looking for the big bad terrorist guy. Wait for it.
I think he's in there.
And I mean, this goes without saying, spoilers. If you've never played any of this, I mean, why the fuck are you looking at me ranking the campaigns if you haven't played them? Go play them. They're good stories. But
Here. Do it.
they come in. Love that. The 12 gauge being used to blow the door off, because that's a real actual tactic they use in real life. If they want, that's why you have guys with the shotguns. They're just, oh, take the door down. Here's the real kicker, though. He was never here. It was a recording.
Not here.
It was a trick.
Time for military intelligence.
Yep.
Better in.
Your intel said he was here, but he wasn't here. Turns out there's other shit going on, yeah? The bog. Ooh, the bog was hard. Dude, bog went hard as fuck. Let's see. Yeah, the bog. Is that the remaster? Maybe. It doesn't really matter because the remaster is basically the same. Yeah, that's remastered. This should be regular bog right here. So the interesting thing is that you actually get multiple character perspectives in this. So you have Soap, so you play as Soap McTavish in the SAS, but at the same time, sometimes you're jumping back over and playing as, as a Marine in, the USMC, and you're on, like, the desert front. So the way it works is that essentially the SAS in this campaign is going after Makarov and the Russians and all that. They're doing the Russian angle, right? Because the guys in the Middle East are being funded by the Russians, right? And so the SAS is trying to cut that off at the head, while the Marines, the grunts on the ground, they're not special operators. You're just a soldier guy. You're not some spec ops super soldier like Price and Soap and all them, right? You're not about that. These are just hardcore Marines that go up the road and just take dudes out, and they just fight in house to house. And it really captured what the title was about: modern warfare. This night vision, clearing houses one at a time, sort of dense, close in, just terrible combat. Like, urban combat is awful. It's brutal. It's brutal to just play through. It's even more brutal to live through. Because look at this. There's anywhere in this entire place, you have to be so trusting of the people that take point, or the people that have come through the area before you, because you have to trust that your guys have swept every building, found every little spider hole, every hidden cabinet, and cleared out every building properly. Because they haven't, and there's a guy waiting with a shotgun somewhere, just sitting in the corner waiting for you, or an AK just on a roof, just has been hiding all day. He could pop up and take you out. Because that's just how it is fighting in a city, man. It's nuts. You got this whole sequence where you're just defending, trying to take them out, trying to stick to the armor. You're trying to take out the AA guns that are taking out your helicopters, Let's see. You're taking these guys out. So good. I do remember that Modern Warfare 3 has 3 sad campaign missions. Oh yeah, no, they got some fucked up campaign missions. Yeah, no. Hunted's a good one. So you actually get, let's see, you get like shot down from your helicopter. So after rescuing Nikolai, and this is the thing, the campaign swaps back and forth between the SAS and the USMC, which is fantastic. So we get back to we go from the Marines. Actually, this is cool. It shows the transition. Anytime it transitions from one to the other, it has the first logo that you did. It pulls out, right? And then swap it. All the data gets changed up. You move in the satellite over to the other region so you can monitor the situation. It finds them, and it tells you what's going on, and there they are in the helicopter. This, I believe, has a really cool transition. Yeah, where it goes from this wireframed digital simulation to Hunted. It just flashes into that. It's so good. Incoming! Oh, shit! No! So you get shot down, and now you're in enemy territory. You're trying to get away. There's an enemy. There's Russians. There's Hinds, right, flying around the sky looking for you. You have to stay low and just creep past everything. You can't really afford to get into too many crazy gunfights. And, it's not go time till it's go time. You're trying to keep a low profile. So it's sort of gives you the opposite feeling of the Bog. So the Bog was this tight, big invasion kind of everybody's everywhere doing stuff, crazy kills. Here, it's very chill, but there is not a lot of cover to hide from the helicopters and enemy troops. You have to be very, very careful. And that's sort of the epitome of Modern Warfare, is when you play as the Marines, you're always playing as these gung-ho, let's get the job done, let's fuck some shit up, ooh, hoorah type shit, which is cool. But the SAS, they are, special units. They know how to do wet work. They know how to be quiet and hide. They hide, they're quiet, they're stealthy. It has this great dichotomy in the campaign where you're getting these moments of action with the SAS, but only when absolutely necessary. Whereas with the Marines, you're getting moments of quiet only after massive gunfights. So at the end, you're shooting down the enemy helicopter. Oh man, so good. forget how this one ends. How does it... You guys... Yeah, you end up just walking down the road away. You take him out and you manage to get out. That poor guy. One survivor from that destroyed convoy, and he just has to stab him. That's so petty. Alright. Death from Above. I don't even have to load this one up. This is a classic. Anybody that's played Modern Warfare knows the AC-130 Death from Above mission. The entire mission is playing as an operator of the thing. So this is the cool part. You have Captain Price and Soap on the ground. The SAS, his little team, right? Task Force 141 doesn't exist yet, right? They don't start... The Task Force 141 comes about in Modern Warfare 2, I believe. That comes from the SAS and the USMC working together and trying to pool their resources, because now you're getting America getting attacked on its own soil, big possibility of a looming World War III scenario. So they're trying to work and pool intelligence and be like, hey, we're allies, let's act like it. We'll put together a task force, our best guys, your best guys. Let's see, let's compare notes. But at this point, it's just Price and the team. Price and Soap, and I don't know if Ghost is involved yet, but yeah. Anyway, point being, it's just the British guys in the Russian countryside. So in Hunted, you're walking away from the Russians. You're trying to creep away from them and get away from them. Transition to Death from Above, next mission. Instead of playing as Soap with Captain Price on the ground like you just did, and continuing that, they walk away down the road. Down the road, they get to another village. They are moving through this village, but at this point, an AC-130 has been called in to give them air support, right? So now, the AC-130 can either open up and take guys out, or tell Price, hey, wait, there's a guy coming, wait, okay, now cross the street. It's all in timing. And it's very cool. You've got the big heavy guns or whatever, but you can't use the biggest weapons you have necessarily, because it might be danger close. Price and the other SAS members, they may be too close to the enemy, so you have to switch to the little 25mm cannon and be precise. You have to zoom in. It's just very cool. It's got this whole FLIR, achromatic night vision going on the entire mission. And you're just a gunner in AC-130. It's great. Warpig's pretty good. You get to hang out with a tank the entire mission. Let's see. Warpig's pretty cool. I like the desert combat a lot. That's why I like... not desert combat necessarily, but the urban desert combat part of Modern Warfare has always been pretty interesting to me. I just like urban combat in general. I prefer that. Something about it makes me happy. I don't like certain things that are just open and rocks and grass and, fuck nature. I don't want to touch grass. But yeah, no, it's just good. So you're back to playing the Marines, and your job in this one is to... It basically shows off the modern combined arms tank stuff that we've come to know. It's like the stratagems we built around armored units. So the idea is you clear house to house to take out the infantry, and then the Abrams, you're basically escorting it. You're helping it up the road by taking out any infantry in the buildings, because the Abram has limited ammo. And this is even a thing in real life. So, Abrams drives through building. So, what Abrams will do if they think there's a bad guy in a building, what they'll do is they'll just run through the entire building if it's that dire. Instead of... They have limited ammunition, and they need that ammunition for enemy armor or destroying heavy cover, things like that, bunkers. So what they'll do is, they'll do something like this, where they just drive straight through, right? They'll spin the turret around so that you don't get any debris in the barrel, and you will just drive through, right? And I believe in one of the missions, eventually, I think it's in Warpig, actually, that the tank, you actually get to follow it as it drives through a building. It just does not give a fuck and drives straight through a building. But the whole thing is just, you're back in the Marine space, and you're doing Marine stuff. Clearing out all the dudes on the streets, taking them out. It's great. And you get a little helicopter extract at the end. Shock and Awe, let's see. A little Shock and Awe. Shock and awe. I don't know who Psycho Squirrel is, but thank you for playing through all of these 13 years ago. Because this really helps. So you get this opener. What's the opener for this one? You're a door gunner, right? Yeah. So you're a door gunner here on an aircraft, and the idea is you just use this 40mm autocannon to just plap, just take them all out. Sort of a power fantasy moment. Great on-rail section. Is this... there's a part coming up with a nuke, I remember that much. I just don't know if it was in this one, or Modern Warfare 3, or which, but... something. Yeah, possible nuclear device. So, you're part of a helicopter crew, is the idea. You're part of an escorting aircraft, right? That's the idea, and I believe at one point you have to rescue some guys? Yeah, you got like a Black Hawk Down situation where one of your choppers has gone down and you're trying to get to it. You go, you save them, but it's completely pointless. Because in the end of this mission, one of the most iconic moments in Call of Duty history happens. Oh, okay, cool, we saved the day. Yeah, we're gonna get away, guys. This is great. Big fucking thermonuclear device just goes off, right? Big bada boom. Crazy. Aftermath, there's not much to say of Aftermath. Aftermath is you're crawling around through this irradiated, destroyed city shithole trying to somehow be like it's a momentary thing. It's not really a mission in Aftermath. You're not surviving anything. You just sort of die later. Let's see. Curious about who is MOM in MW3. Captain Price talks to her about the plan. Oh, Mum. Yeah, Mom. MOM, Mom. Plans of the enemy. Do you mean original MW3? Because I don't remember anything like that. I don't know who MOM is, but yeah, I don't know. The safe house. Let's see, what was safe house? Safe house. But no, that nuclear bit, nice. Because you think, yay, we saved the day, we're the good guys, we must win. No, you don't always get to win. You got safe house. Let's see here. Just absolutely tearing after. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. And you're kind of just fighting up this hill. You're trying to get to the safe house at the top of the hill. You just going, you're trying to just get to Al-Assad, the bad guy. The guy that, I guess he had set off the nuclear device. So you really want to get this guy.
How'd you do it? Where did you get them?
Yeah. And they're interrogating him. They're beating his ass. He's fucking useless. Yep.
Who was that, sir?
Oh, wait for it.
Zakhaev.
Zakhaev.
Imran Zakhaev.
Yeah. Basically, there's another big bad. Uh-oh, there's a secret big bad. You thought Al-Assad was the bad guy. No. All gillied up, an absolute classic. I don't think I even need to explain this one. I mean, you're in the ghillie suit. You and Price are hanging out. This is actually a flashback mission, so this is in 1996. And that's why Price was so pissed at the guy Zakhaev. Zakhaev was a guy that Price apparently assassinated back in the day. This wasn't all gillied up. He thought he had killed that guy, but he had only wounded him. He'd taken his arm off when he hit him. He was hitting him with a 50 cal, and he thought he killed him. But the wind messed it up, and it made the bullet go into his shoulder and blew his arm off. So now Zakhaev only has one arm. Yeah. So then, all gillied up is the lead up to one shot, one kill. All gillied up, you're sneaking through, stay low. Take him out or let the boss circle, you know? So it's Price and whoever he was with on that mission, some other dude. I don't think Price was in the lead on the mission. I think you play as Captain Price in 1996, and then you're playing with your superior. Because at that point, Captain Price had not risen up the ranks quite yet. Because all this takes place in 2011, so this was friggin', 15 years ago? Something like that? And then you got one shot, one kill. So you snipe Zakayev, right? You take him out. Or you think you take him out. And then you have this enemy Hind, this helicopter coming in on you, and it's trying to kill you and all this. Like, Jesus Christ. But it's cool. It's very, very cool mission. And that's what I like, is the variety in Modern Warfare in the missions. It's not... Yeah, everything is essentially walk down this corridor, shoot this many guys. But thematically it's different. There's enough elements in each of different objectives and things. So... You have Heat, defend the village, right, at Al-Assad's safe house. So this entire thing, not much going on here. It's just you're setting up mortar tubes and defending against waves and waves of enemies, trying to wait for your exfil, waiting for backup to come in and save you. Sins of the Father. I don't remember this one quite well. Sins of the Father. You know what I should do? Let's see here, hold on. Does Psycho Squirrel have a playlist of these? Let's see, Modern Warfare 2 Remastered, Modern Warfare Remastered. Oh wow, they played Infamous as well. Cool, good for them. Let's see. Yeah, there's Modern Warfare 3, Modern Warfare 3, Modern Warfare 2, 4. Yeah, there's walkthrough. Yep, for this. This way, I keep coming back to their videos anyway, so I might as well just do that. Keep going. Where is it? Sins of the Father. So we got Sins of the Father. Not sure what the deal is here. Yeah, don't care. Move on. Fuck off. Okay. So Sins of the Father was... This is Zakayev's son, right?
Zakayev's son, commander of the ultra-nationalist forces in the
Right.
field. Rotten apple doesn't fall.
So this is Zakayev here, for anybody that doesn't know. So this is Al-Assad and some other guy. And then this is Zakayev. So you can see he only has one arm because Price, took the shot and it didn't connect. It just blew his arm off. So then this one, I think you're trying to catch Zakayev's son. So you can use him against Zakayev. Trying to be all sneaky. Yeah, so there's Vladimir Zakayev, I believe is the son's name is Vladimir, I think. So the whole mission is just trying to get your hands on this guy. I guess their reasoning being that if they can use him as a hostage, they can get Zakayev to surrender himself and, give up. But I think he dies, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he actually just kills himself rather than be taken hostage. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I see somebody like that, like, oh, he's got a gun, I would probably just shoot him in the knee. I wouldn't, like, if I want the guy alive, I'd probably shoot him in the knee the second I see him, just to make him fall down. It makes it a little easier to restrain a guy when he's got, a 45 slug in his knee. I don't know. But yeah, Sins of the Father, pretty good mission. A lot of this is, anytime you play as the SAS, you can basically look forward to sneaking around. A lot of sneaking around, a lot of teamwork. Not a big hoorah fucking charge like the Marines do. So, Ultimatum, that's the next one. So now, this is the start of Task Force 141. This is where they've crossed paths. The Marines want Zakayev because he set off a bomb. Or they wanted Al-Assad, so they want to go get him. But Al-Assad's dead. Zakayev is actually the guy behind it. So now the Marines want him. The SAS want him. So now, joint operation, right? I don't know if they've called it Task Force 141 at this point. I think it's after this game they end up calling it Task Force 141.
Cloaked leaders prostituted us to the West, destroyed our culture, our economies, our honor.
Yeah, so here's Zakayev's thing.
Has been spilled.
It's his iconic, opener. Everybody relates to him. Let's see. So this one's another sneaky SAS thing, but you're also working with the Marines this time. So I think, what was Ultimatum? What do you do in Ultimatum? Find Sergeant Griggs. Okay, yeah, Griggs got kidnapped and killed Howard at the ICBM. So you're trying to stop Zakayev from being able to launch a nuke. An ICBM is an intercontinental ballistic missile, for those that don't know the term. Yeah. So this whole thing, you're just sneaking in, trying to take control of the facility, take it out. Uh-oh. Missile launch. Oh no, 2 missiles. I believe, if I remember correctly, Zakhaev's entire point was to get America to fight with Russia. So what he does, I believe the reason he launches 2 missiles is he sends one over to America, England, some allied nation, some Western nation, and then he sends one straight into Moscow as well, and then lies about it, and it's like, oh, see, we're justified in trying to goad the Russians into counterattacking the Americans, trying to piss them off. I think that's where he was going for. I think that's what he was doing. No fighting in the war room. That's a classic one. Okay. Oh wait, I don't know why I'm typing that in. It's right here. Yeah. All in. What is all in? Oh, all in is you have to get inside the facility. So it's a short one. A lot of these are kind of shorter, in between transitionary phases of trying to get to the next big story moment. So you're just sort of battling your way through all the awful, commie terrorist guys, whatever. All the bad guys. You're just trying to get into the facility to abort the nukes. And then you have no fight in the war room, which is basically the same as all in. I don't know why they classify it as 2 separate missions, but basically the same thing. You get inside, you're taking dudes out in corridors, trying to get to the control room. Yep. So you finally get to the war room, and let's see, were you able to actually take it out? I don't remember. I don't recall the exact ending of that one. Yeah, and then game over is the very end of it, so you're trying to take out some dudes. So you got this convoy chase sequence, which is pretty neat. Get chased in the car, you gotta shoot guys out of the car and all that. Then you end up on this bridge. Shit is absolutely fucked, bro. It's a goddamn nightmare. And then, oh no, there's like an RPG had gone off near your head. So this is the sort of the penultimate moment of Modern Warfare is Zakhaev comes up and they start executing all the dudes on the bridge. No. Oh no. But I believe you have one shot, and yeah, whoever you were playing as, I don't know if you're playing as Soap or what. I think you were playing as Soap at this moment. And you take a shot and finally take out Zakhaev. And so, yay, we win the game, right? And then these guys show up, a little late, but that's okay. Alright, so that's actually important to the story of this. So, although world leaders were quick to denounce the action, Russian officials maintained that the missile tests fell well within established UN protocol. So the Russians are covering this up because Zakhaev was an agitator, and they don't want, to get the UN. They don't want to get UN sanctions on their country. They don't want the UN coming down on the Russians saying, you can't control your own. You can't be trusted with a nuclear arsenal. We're going to come in here and take it from you. And they don't want to cause a big war about it. So they're trying to avoid that by saying, no, it's fine. It was a test. It wasn't an attack. It was a test. It's just how the news media reports it. They make this shit up because you never really know. And that's sort of the epitome of modern warfare. Is that the populace of any given country is usually completely unaware of how close to Armageddon we are at any given moment. Now, in some instances, it's easier to see than others. For instance, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Cold War, the whole embargo line thing, 11th hour, the doomsday clock, all that. So obviously it's easier to see in a situation like that. Or even World War II, where it's like clear there's a big fucking problem, right? But the lead up to these things usually isn't super televised. It's usually like, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Especially nowadays, the old saying rings true: the first casualty of war is the truth. So both sides will come up with propaganda. Both sides will lie to make their side seem better. It's one of the reasons the war in Vietnam went so poorly for the U.S. is on a technical level, we were kicking ass. But the whole Hearts and Minds thing, it was the first time a war had actually been televised, and they were able to send footage back to the States that was not cleaned up, and it was not, let's go fight the commies, let's get rid of the bad guys, we're the good guys propaganda. Now, whether that's bad propaganda or not, it's like anti-Nazi propaganda in World War II. Is it still propaganda? Yeah, but it's good propaganda. It's good because those guys are objectively bad. But anyway, the point being, Modern Warfare shines a light on all of these ickier subjects about warfare. And I think that's what Call of Duty used to really be about, and now it has no fucking idea what it's doing. It doesn't make a statement on anything. It's not... And it never says that Captain Price or SOAP or the USMC, it never really lays judgment on them and says, you're wrong. This is the wrong way to handle things, right? This is bad. You're just as bad as the other guy. They don't make any judgment calls like that. They're just showing the reality of the situation and saying, hey, this is war. This is how we do. Let's see. Garcia says, who is the main boss in Call of Duty World at War? Oh, good question. I don't think there technically was one in World at War. There was, because you were just fighting the Nazis. You weren't, it was a World War II game, so there wasn't really a main boss. There wasn't an antagonist to it, as in the Modern Warfare series, where you have guys like Zakhaev, Makarov, these particular, let's say, cult figures or messianic figures that are promoted in the hierarchy of their particular regime. You had Hitler, yes, but World War II was a historical game. They didn't want to mess too much with history, so you didn't end up going on a big Project Valkyrie type of assassination of Hitler. You didn't really do anything like that, because the war has to play out a certain way based on the history. Modern Warfare, however, you could be a little more liberal with it and say, oh yeah, well, we can, be creative, and these are just fake scenarios with real settings inspiring them, so we can make up any story we want with these guys. And there you go. And it gives them sort of that creative liberty, that creative freedom. Mile High Club. What was Mile High Club? I believe Mile High Club was the teaser that leads into Modern Warfare 2. Right. Undisclosed operation, we were never here, right? This sort of leads into Modern Warfare 2. So you're on this plane. It's a sneaky. You're taking out this plane of guys. And I don't recall... What was exactly the plot point of this? It was something to do with Modern Warfare 2 and 3 and Makarov. It was sort of a setup. It was a setup for the next thing. You were trying to do something. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Yeah, the plane is all fucked. You go in, you set a bomb, you evac the plane, you take whoever the fuck this guy is, have no fucking idea what's going on. Right? So I don't think it was even just...
And we're going hard. Surely you can't be serious. I'm serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Yeah. I think in this one, Price goes through... What the fuck was it? Yeah, Price wants to get back at some Russian national or something that was involved with Zakhaev. It just shows, again, the darker side of things, where plausible deniability, the way they go in, they have no markings on their gear. They're covered head to toe, so you cannot identify them. It is an undisclosed operation. We were never here, and you're just at some point after 2013. So this is sort of a flash forward to Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3. It teases those eras in Modern Warfare 2. It's like, hey, we're going in the future, guys. Isn't that cool? We're doing another game. Get ready for it. There's going to be more stories with Price. So yes, Modern Warfare. We are done with that one. Next up will be World at War, so we're actually jumping way back to the 1940s for this one. But it's going to be cool. So, Modern Warfare. I mean, let's talk... We kind of talked gunplay for multiplayer, but gunplay for multiplayer is basically the same as single player, so there's not much to say there. I think overall, solid fucking entry. The story, pretty basic. Stop the bad... You'll kill the bad guy, stop the nukes, right? Okay, simple story, right? A tier, maybe. See, I don't know if it's vet and noob worthy. because you get much more intricate stories later on with, say, Modern Warfare 3. Modern Warfare 3 has a much more interesting going on with Makarov, the No Russian mission, all the political angles of it, and just the general frustration of Price and everything. We'll talk about that when we get there. But the point being, I think Modern Warfare is serviceable, but it's coming off the heels of the first couple of Call of Duties, which themselves were just stop the bad guy, save the world, right? Okay. It introduced a lot of fun characters, but didn't really flesh them out too far until we get to Modern Warfare 2 and 3, when the franchise continues. It's a solid start, but personally, I don't think it goes as strong on the characters. So we'll put it in Soldier and All of Us. I think Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare goes in Soldier and All of Us. Landon says, have you ever watched The Bar Rescue? Bar Rescue? I think I've heard of that show. Welcome in, Landon, by the way. Welcome in. Good to see you. Bar Rescue. This thing? This guy? The fuck? Okay, Landon, what does this have to do with Call of Duty, bro? You come in and the first thing you say is, have you seen Bar Rescue? Jesus Christ. This just seems like a sad attempt to remake Kitchen Nightmares. Like, Gordon Ramsay had that Kitchen Nightmares thing where he was trying to help restaurants out that were, you know, basically doing garbage. I don't fucking know. Just, I don't care about a bar. It's a bar. If you can't figure out how to sling alcohol, you're an idiot. People like to drink. Give them drinks. It's really not complicated. All right, next up, we have World at War. Actually, let me organize these a little so we can see them in a better way. So put World at War over here. Here we go. World at War, then Modern Warfare 2, then Black Ops 1, then Modern Warfare 3, then Black Ops 2, Call of Duty Ghosts. There we go. Ghosts. I want to say Black Ops 3, and then Advanced Warfare, then Infinite Warfare, then World War 2. I think that's how it goes, but we'll see. I know World at War is definitely next. Big on World at War, so see if we got more from Psycho Squirrel. Let's see. Let's see. Psycho Squirrel has a lot of playlists for games. We all know MW3 will be H tier. I mean, that's obvious. It's literally the vet in the noob. The vet noob comes from MW3, like, obviously. But we'll see. Let's see, Psycho Squirrel. They should have a playlist for this. The #1 gaming channel. Fuck it. Yeah. Greatest high-definition multiplayer and walkthrough gaming videos. Very nice. Very nice. See here. I wonder how many it takes on GTA 5. Because GTA 5, they have 38 videos. Is it just the cutscenes or what? I don't know. Very long videos in GTA 5. I don't know what's going on there with the format, but okay. Let's see. So we'll go down to, where's World at War? There we go. So we have it. Let's see. Garcia says, will you do a tier list for every Batman game after you play Arkham Knight? I mean, I could rank them, but there's only like 4 of them. I don't think I can make a whole stream out of that. I might do a video. There's only like 4 Batman games. I could maybe rank Batman media in general if I go back and watch all the Batman movies. Go back and watch all the Batman movies, watch Batman Beyond, Batman Brave and the Bold, the animated series, Justice League, like rank all the Batman media. That could be kind of good for a stream. And see kind of the differences between Batman in games versus Batman in movies versus Batman in animation. And so that, you know, that'd be cool. Maybe we can do a stream of that, but that will be for many, many moons. I got other things I'm up to. Let's see. Yeah, World at War. First one, Semper Fi. Oh, the intro. This is so iconic. Because they also... Modern Warfare, I think, only used in-game simulations and stuff. They didn't use anything real. They didn't use any real footage or anything. World at War, though, uses actual footage to set this up. I love the way they do this. So it tells how the attack plan and what's happening and everything, but it uses this real actual footage from World War II in the background to really give you the idea of what's happening. And by showing the atrocities being committed by the Nazis and the Japanese in World War II, they are setting up the whole, you know, the whole, you need to hate these guys. It acts as the propaganda it's inspired by. Okay, hold on. Let's actually listen to that for a second. I'm gonna turn it up. Fuck yeah, dude! Just that fanfare with the music in World at War is so iconic. Here's the thing with the campaigns, though. The weapons I could rank on damage, time to kill, things like that, but these are much more vibe and much more artistic in the campaigns. Like, is the story good? What's the level design like? General vibe, how much fun do you actually have with these campaigns? But I love these because you have these just little dudes, and he goes into his eye. Watch this. It went into his eye, right? It does that flash to white, and then cut to, come on, get through it. There we go. Cut to same screen. And now we're setting up why. Who's this soldier? What are we doing? America's going off to war. Well, what happened when we went off to war?
Make an atoll. Little more than sand, trees, and a small Japanese military base. Miller's reconnaissance team landed there almost a week ago. Since
I
then,
love
we've heard
this, by the
nothing.
way. They do this again. They bring this concept of the animated soldiers, but in this stylized thing. I want to do one of these one day. One day I want to do something like this. And they also do this in Ghost. They bring it back in Ghost, and they do the similar thing, where they establish each mission with these
The waiting's over.
animated
We're
kind of
going in.
things. It just works.
For all we know, they're already dead. If what little we know about the Japanese is true,
I love it. It's so good. And you do all this setup, right? And then what you get hit with is the beginning. Here's your guy. He's getting fucked up by, he's captured by the Japanese, getting tortured. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. At least Call of Duty will teach you how to shoot with different guns when you go to real war. Yeah, big true. Big true. I mean, not really, but kind of. It depends. Shooter games tend to gloss over the effects of guns, the how to hold them, how to reload them, things like that. There's actually, I was seeing a behind the scenes for Delta Force. I'm gonna actually have this play. I don't know why I paused that. I was seeing a thing for behind the scenes for Delta Force, and one of the devs was talking about how, I believe he was in charge of the guns, and he was talking about how he had animated a gun a certain way with a certain reload, and people were amazed because that particular weapon in other games had never had that style of reload before. It was some sort of bolt action, I believe, and he had loaded it in a certain way by removing the bolt and turning the gun and putting it in, and it's a certain thing that only occurs in real life. But no other game had bothered to show it. They just said, yeah, reload animation, good enough, call it a day, right? But it's cool. It depends on the type of game, but a lot of them, inherently, you have to have good reloads, you have to have high detailed guns, you have to know how the gun works. Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, I forgot about this part. This part's brutal. He just hits him with the cigar, or the cigarette, rather. Puts the cigarette in his eye. What a dick. Then he kills him. So you get rescued by your guys. So your guys rescue you, and then you run up the beach. Pistol, M1 Garand, picking up different guns, whatever you want, Bolt actions. And you got these flares, by the way. I believe they do a do they do a bonsai charge at you at one point, I think? There's... Because you're sneaking through in the middle of the night, and so it's an ambush. Like, what happened here? Wait for it. The flare goes up. Because you need that flare. This is pre-night vision. Mind you, this is way before night vision technology became a thing. NV scopes and NV goggles were not even close to being produced yet. So any nighttime warfare, you had to have very good night vision in your actual eyes. You had to be very good at looking in the dark, or you simply shot up a flare so you can see what the hell's going on. So what it was is these guys all played dead. So when these guys come in, they're like, what happened to the Japanese? And then the flare goes off, and then all the bodies, or what they think are dead bodies, get up and start attacking them. one of the many ambush tactics that the Japanese would try to use on Americans. The other one being snipers in trees. They would have them in ghillie suits. They were actually one of the first to start using ghillie suits in, you know, that kind of environment. And they would hide themselves in a tree. And what they would actually do is they would tie themselves with a rope around their waist, so they would, you know, not really fall out of the tree. So in case so they were dedicated to that spot, essentially. They would have to untie it or cut it to get out of the tree if they wanted to. So they were in there. So a lot of, and in this game as well, when you do that, you could shoot them and you could see them fall out of the tree, but they'll hang there because they're tied into the tree by the waist. Yeah. You get sneaky shit, you know, getting shot. Yeah, see? They'll wait, they'll ambush you at just the right time. Brutal, man. Brutal. The fighting in the Pacific was fucking awful. Not to say the fighting in the European front was any better, but God, the stuff the Japanese would get to, like the trees speak in Japanese, you know? So that's the opener. Semper Fi, pretty good. We like Semper Fi. It's your tutorial prologue mission, as is tradition. Little Resistance is pretty good because it emulates the landing on the beach of Normandy without actually just rehashing Normandy, because you're in the Pacific Theater. But you have just as many beach landings happening in the Pacific Theater as Normandy, you know. Okay. So yeah, the entire thing is just trying to make it up the beach and not get blown up, shot at, trying to clear bunkers and everything. Got the guy with the flamethrower coming in. I believe at one point in this mission you actually get a hold of a flamethrower. MG this. Alright, you light it up and then you wait for it. Here comes flamethrower guy. He torches it. It burns on the inside and they just come flinging out. Wait for it. That guy comes out on fire, or am I thinking? Yeah, there he is. There he is. I didn't know if it was that or there was a pillbox later he might have come out of. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty great. Just move it up the beach. Very just clear as to what's going on there. I believe one of your guys gets ambushed at the end of Little Resistance, and it pissed me off. It was such a sudden thing. Yeah, it's like right here. Your guys go to walk out the door. One of your guys gets killed because he opens the door and there's just a Japanese guy there, and he just kills him. I believe he stabs him, if I remember correctly. He just door opens. Yep, he just comes in with the sword, and you lose one of your guys. You know, your guy just goes down. He dies. That's just the reality. It's crazy. So next up we have Hard Landing. So Hard Landing. Hard Landing was neutralized the Japanese defenses at the Pelulu airfield.
We're all numb by Sullivan's death.
Yeah, and this one, it's got the whole graphic, moving text, and then it just adds him to the stars and bars. I love that. I love everything about the visuals set up here. It's great. Yeah. So again, you're just fighting the Japanese, basically the whole campaign. So in Modern Warfare, you had a lot of back and forth. You went between the SAS and the USMC, and got basically both of their perspectives until they met in the middle in Act 2 and started going after the terrorists together. In this, you get two distinct campaigns. You have the American campaign and the Russian campaign, where you play as a Russian, right? So you're playing as a Marine in the Pacific, and then you're playing as a Russian. And the Russian, you actually get to experience what hasn't been in a game before. Because the original Call of Duties, they were all from the American perspective. So you assaulted Berlin, you went through Normandy, you did all that from the Allied perspective. In World at War, they give you the Russian perspective of what it was like on the Eastern Front. And how was it for the Russians to take Berlin like they did, which is pretty cool. Garcia says basically you're up against Japanese military, and in MW3 it's the Russian military. Yeah, essentially. So in both realities, it's essentially West versus East, which has been, you know, historically how it's always been. There's one half of the world and there's the other half of the world. strangely enough, North and South never really have an issue. I think it's because most of civilization is centered in the Northern Hemisphere, right? So the southern, or at least the higher part of the Northern Hemisphere, the north of the North, you know what I mean? So what you get is a lot of guys moving back and forth along the west and east, right? Along the longitude of the... I believe it's longitude. Latitude? I believe longitude goes around. But let's see. Longitude is the... Yeah, longitude... No, longitude is up and down. Latitude is around. Right. So you get a lot of guys fighting on the latitude of the Earth, going, you know, east and west, and fighting in that way. Whereas north and south, I mean, you can have parts of a country that tend to go through that. Civil War, the American Civil War comes to mind. You have northern parts and southern parts and the difference there. But even then, technically, some of the southern states that we think of are not actually in the south. They are simply south of what, at the time, was the big hub of the colonies, New York, all that. I don't know, it's fascinating. The geography of war. Pretty interesting. Yeah, these guys try to bonsai charge you. And they were hiding in the grass. Oh, hang on, I think he shoots. Yep, there it is. So this is what I was talking about. The snipers that hide in trees, and they would tie themselves off. And he's tied there, so he's stuck. Somebody's got to come get him later. Yeah, there's the flamethrower. It's so good. So you got the tanks rolling in on the beach. Now that you've secured the beachhead, your tanks can come in and just assault with you. Brutal, man. Brutal shit. Yeah, and then you got to hop on the egg. You can use it to actually shoot a bunch of guys, which is cool. There's not any particular story to World at War other than you're defeating the Nazis, right? But it is iconic. It's fantastic. So at this point, we then get to the Russian campaign, Vendetta. So you're playing as Private Petrenko.
The fascist right ravages Europe like a plague. The relentless drive into our motherland steals the lives of men, women, and children alike. The arrogance of their leaders is matched only by the brutality of their soldiers. These
The arrogance of their leaders. Oh man, I love Reznov. He's cool. So this is actually the game that introduces the character of Viktor Reznov, who then makes a return in Black Ops 1. So it all kind of ties together and just is continuous. It's a thread. There's a thread of story that just keeps going. Very fascinating. So this was the Battle of Stalingrad, notably one of the bloodiest battles. For the Russians, it was basically Tuesday because those guys were idiots and they constantly just threw manpower at the problem. They were not that particularly good with tactics or anything. They didn't really even have their own stuff. We had to go over to Russia and start airdropping in supplies for them to build trucks and tanks and things. We had to basically the entire reason the Eastern Front was successful was because of America, because we gave them a bunch of supplies that they could use. If we hadn't, they would have been easily dismantled. As you see here, I mean, the Battle of Stalingrad was terrible. And for as many Germans as the Russians take out, they lost just as many guys. The Russians actually, fun fact, on the Eastern Front of the war was the bloodiest. Not because there was a bunch of Germans dying on that side, there were, but because the Russians died in mass. The Russian soldiers were... so many of them were getting killed. So many of them were getting killed that at the end of the war, when they tallied it up, they found that the Russians had died more than all the Allies combined. It was crazy. The idea that as bad as the fighting was in the Pacific Theater, as horrible as that fighting was, it was even worse on the Eastern Front for the Russians, because the Russians were just, for lack of a better word, they were inept. Their leaders didn't care about strategy, manpower, anything. They just said, Fuck it. Throw more guys at the problem. Oh, wait, our guys are dead? Time to kill more, time to get more conscripts and send them in. And that's still what Russia does today. They think they can just throw around their weight and that'll win them battles. This is an iconic mission, though. Line's right up there with all gillied up. You're sneaking around, trying not to be seen. Reznov's hand is shot. He's not able to hold his hand steady and do the sniping like he usually does. So he's sort of the close quarters guy, and he's informing you. He's talking about the town. He's telling you how to aim and everything. And it's the game's way of teaching you how to be a marksman with a sniper rifle and how that should work, you know. But it's cool. You gotta do some counter sniping here, look for a guy in a window. Very cool stuff. And the whole thing is just trying to not get found by the Germans and trying to take them out and, you know, regain control of Stalingrad. Not in some big offensive, but in a clever, sneaky way. In you know, a single bullet changing history type of thing, right? Garcia says, in Modern Warfare 3, the enemies use RPGs at you, and they always miss you, and the RPGs go over your head. And yeah, I know. It's the funniest shit. The game's programmed to just not hit you with this thing that would be a one-hit kill. But if you don't program it like that, you end up with a Halo 2 situation, where Halo 2 is agreed to be one of the worst Halo games. The story is fantastic. The story, dual-wielding needlers, all that shit. We love it. The hardest campaign to ever play in all of Halo is in Halo 2, because the Jackal snipers and everything, man, it's brutal. They go so hard in that campaign, which we will see, because I plan on picking up the Master Chief Collection. It's like $10 right now, so I plan on picking that up. I've got some shopping to do tomorrow, but once that's sorted and I know what I'm doing with my money, then I'm going to pick up a couple Steam games. Marvel's Midnight Suns, the Halo Master Chief Collection, Psychonauts 2. A lot of ones I've been looking forward to playing. But we'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah. Yay! And so, you know, it's just cool. Reznov's cool. Playing as the Russians is cool. Not that they're good guys. Like, that's again, another... There's a misconception about that as well. Some people try to rewrite history and say, oh, the Russians were allies. No, we were not allies with the Russians in any way, shape, or form. Everyone hated the Russians just as much as they hated Hitler and the Nazis. The Russians were just as bad. The Russians knew full well what Hitler was going to do. The Nazis came to the Russians and said, hey, sign this piece of paper. We won't attack you. You don't attack us. We're going to go fuck with the rest of the world. Okay. And so basically the Russians said, yeah, fight me last, and you got a deal. Then, of course, the Nazis can't be trusted, so they renege on their word. The Germans start taking Russian territory, and the Russians are like, whoa, the fuck? Right in front of my salad? And so then they come back at the Germans. And they're just as brutal, if not more brutal, to the German front than anyone else in the war, because they're just angry. They're angry that they were betrayed, and it's like, why are you guys angry? What the fuck? You got, hello? Like, come on, man. And so they go through that, and then they put up the Berlin Wall, and the whole communist angle with Putin and everything. Oh my god, it's insanity is what it is. The whole history of it is just a nightmare. There are whole degrees in... You can get a major in military history with a specific bend towards one thing or another. There's guys whose entire field of study is just the Eastern Front. As a military historian, they know a little bit about everything military-wise, but their main focus is the interaction between Germany and Russia. That's how significant that part of it was, and how fucked that history is. Garcia says, World at War, we play as Russians. Modern Warfare 3, we're USA trying to stop the Russians. Yeah. But that's the thing. You're not playing as a Russian, communism, yay, propaganda type of Russian. No. You're just some nameless private. You're not nameless, you have a name. But you're a meaningless private. You are just another body. That's why you start in Stalingrad, on the ground, among the dead. Because that's how the Russians view their soldiers. That's how they view all lives in Russia. They don't. And I'm not saying America loves their people either. Like, the American government, if the American government could make $5 off of kicking my teeth in, they would do it. They would have cops over here doing it right now. They would have the National Guard or whatever start busting on everybody's dome. If the Tooth Fairy would pay for teeth, for the U.S. government and their corporate overlords would immediately come over and start fucking just ripping everybody's teeth out, right? Forget your rights. They would. But that's the difference. It's the thing that stops them is we have checks and balances in our system. In the Russian communist system, there is no checks, there is no balance. I mean, it's just king. It's just an emperor. Putin is essentially just an emperor, right? The same thing as Xi Jinping over in China. He's essentially just an emperor. Him and his little board of cronies that listens to the party is all, the party is everything, and it's really sad because it pollutes the entire idea of labor rights and the entire idea of Marxism, in that Marxism at this point is so irredeemable. There's no way to even talk about it without it being sullied by the communists. The communists, even though the Communist Manifesto is written by Marx, there's a reason you need to differentiate between Marxism and communism. Communism, as we know it, as the term has been used, is just a certain way. Prime example, the swastika, right? The swastika is tilted, and there's a symbol of a swastika that is it's a symbol from India that means, you know, life, prosperity, whatever, but it's upright, right? But the other one is the Nazi one. It goes the other way. Anyway, the Nazi swastika has fucked up that symbol. I don't care. It doesn't matter at a glance, right? You wouldn't know the difference because you look at it, you go, swastika, Nazis. It's just in your brain, right? Same thing with Marx. And I'm not saying everything Marx wrote was right. I'm just saying there's a discussion there to be had about labor rights and the whole, you know, capitalism, corporatism, communism, and how all these things fight with each other. There's a discussion to be had there, but it's just awful, you know? That's how the Russians view it, man. That's how the Russian government views its people. As just cannon fodder. They're just means to an end. They're not actually people. Oh, I love this one. This one's... The opener for Their Land, Their Blood is pretty good. So, they've captured some private. I think it's Petrenko again. After Vendetta, Petrenko and Reznov are separated, and Reznov goes off and does his thing. Petrenko goes on to a different battalion, does his thing, and they actually end up meeting back up at this point. Yeah, he tries to go for the gun. They start beating him down. Wait for it. Boom! Cannon shot. And then here comes Reznov, the commander. He's like, Dmitri, yay, Dmitri, yeah, cool guy, come on, check it out. So you can actually see his finger there. You can see his finger is nubby when he grabs his hand. Comes up. He's got like a nubby finger here. I don't know if you can really see it well. That's why he couldn't do the sniping in the first mission. That's why you were where you were and what you were doing. Reznov didn't really need you, he just needed to use you as a tool. Which comes back in Black Ops 1. That's the whole thing. Sure enough, I am not hearing gunshots.
Then maybe our friend will have them bleed faster.
Yeah. So basically, Chernov doesn't want to kill them because he's like, they're already dying anyway. But Reznov's like, nah, shoot them anyway. Fuck them. Yeah. And you got all the Russians in the background screaming, "Wah!" Just running through, burning the fields because they're hiding in the fields. So fuck it, burn the fields. Crazy shit, man. Great mission. It's got a combined arms thing with the tanks, so you're kind of following the tanks through the farmland. Pretty cool. But you also have enemy tanks you're trying to take out with your Panzerschreck, you know, you're going tank hunting. A lot of interesting angles in World War II. A lot of, or in World at War, I should say. Yeah, World at War is interesting stuff. I love this part. In the end of the mission, there is a thing with the tank. What's with the tank? Hold on. Actually, where was it? I think it was back here. There's a moment, I can't find it, but you get to ride on a tank because Reznov likes you. And he says, Dmitri, ride on the tank. You have earned the right. Chernov, you have not. You walk. And it's sort of a microcosm of the Russians, of communism. It's a microcosm of that, showing in a nutshell how it works. Reznov is the commander here. He's in charge, and because he likes you, he's promoting you up to his level. He's riding on the tank, you're riding on the tank. Because he likes you and favors you, you get an elevation in society. Whereas the other guy isn't liked, therefore he's left to his own. He must slog. He must, the means of production have been seized, right? The tank. But only those who are in the party and liked are allowed to benefit from it. And it's like, it's little stuff like that you can see. And I don't know if they even intended that, but it's very interesting that it can be related back to that. Burn them out. Alright, let's kick up the pace here. Try and get some of this done. We got a lot of these games to go through.
I just found what may be the big...
So burn them out. We're back on the Pacific Theater with Private Miller. We are out here just going... We're basically island hopping. We're island hopping. We're taking it out. This is where you use the flamethrower for a lot of it and just start burning them down. It's great. Just trench warfare incarnate. We love to see it. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, man. Oh, World War II was such a disappointment. Can you imagine if they did a World at War remaster? And I don't mean a reboot. I don't mean a new World at War. I mean a remaster. It'd be so good. Oh, my God. We love World at War. But again, it's already playable, so I don't see why you would want to remaster it in any way. It doesn't really need it. Whereas with Halo, Halo was a different story. Halo getting the Master Chief Collection made sense because Halo was not on PC. Halo was an Xbox exclusive. It was made for the Xbox console. So the Master Chief Collection is a way to port the Halo titles onto PC to where they're playable. That was the idea. So yeah, pretty good mission. This is, again, run and gun type stuff. Nothing significant stands out to me and burn them out. Relentless. Let's see, what was Relentless? Take out the Japanese artillery positions defending the interior. So this whole thing is you're just trying to take the island of Pelulu. So hard fighting in the jungle. You got just trees and everything. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Trench fighting, and then I do like this section. There's a section near the end here where you have to go in the bunker. This is the artillery bunker that you're trying to take over. It's just very tight. There's guys everywhere. It's ridiculous. Fucking crazy. And finally you take over and you turn the guns off. So this is why you need to take out the artillery. You take out the artillery on here, now you have a beachhead, your ships out here can now start sending guys to the shoreline. And that's essentially how the Pacific Theater was. It was take the beach and then you take the entire island, right? And there were only so many beaches because the Japanese had intentionally destroyed some of the local landscape. They had dug bunkers into certain areas. Other areas they made big rocky spikes and stuff. They put up barbed wire and things that would just make a beach landing impossible. They fucked up the local terrain so that you would have to go to areas like this. It would just be hard to get through. Blood and Iron. Oh, this is a cool one. I believe this is the one where you actually get to do a tank mission. So this is a vehicle mission. You're piloting the tank. I don't know if you're playing as Petrenko in this. I think you're playing as a different guy just in the tank. But it's really cool. The whole mission, you got just you and your buddies, and this is sort of the precursor to World of Tanks. Right? They just, yeah. This whole thing, and you got this flamethrower on the tank as well for burning guys out of the cornfields. It's great. Or the wheat fields, I should say. They don't have corn over there, they're wheat. Actually, yeah, no, I'm pretty... No, they have wheat. Yeah, that would be wheat. They don't really grow corn in that region. So yeah, it's a vehicle mission. It's big power fantasy. You get to play as this tank and blowing shit up, killing other tanks. Very cool, very cool. Very hard mission from what I remember. This is... because your tank can only take so much damage, and it's, oof. A little rough, but super fun. Super interesting design. Ring of Steel. Ring of Steel. What was Ring of Steel? still on the communist front. Let's see. I think this is the part where you started to get into the urban combat. So you're taking a city. I think this is the outskirts of Berlin that you're taking, if I remember correctly. You're starting to move into Berlin, and this is getting near the end of the war in 1944. But this is just, I mean, it's, you can see it. It's this just gnarly house-to-house window fighting crazy shit. Always makes you think of the scene, whenever I see a wall thrown out like that, always makes me think of the scene in Saving Private Ryan, where they're in, by they, I mean, they're in the Americans, right? So you have some American army guys, and the guys, the squad that's looking for Private Ryan, that is, you know, doing the whole movie, right? And it's following them, and they are in a room and they're discussing something. I don't even remember the scene exactly. I need to watch it. I haven't watched Saving Private Ryan always makes me really sad. It's an emotional film, and they're talking about this in a room. They're in a room. They're I think they've got a map and trying to figure out where they're supposed to be going in the city, and then or they're checking the room or something. Then the wall falls in, right? Something happens. I think somebody touches the wall or goes to lean on the wall or something. The wall falls apart, right? Like the brick wall falls over. And on the other side of the wall, in another, like across this narrow alley, through a blown up part of the wall, there's a bunch of Nazis. They're just like, they're yelling at each other. They have Oppum, which is the translator. He knows a little bit of he knows enough German to, you know, he was supposed to be a journalist guy. He was supposed to be a, what do you call it, like a scribe, basically. He was essentially there to work in a field office and type up reports. He was not meant for frontline combat, but that's where they drag him along, because the interpreter for Tom Hanks' character, for his squad, the interpreter for his squad didn't make the beach landing. He died. So he needs another guy. He needs to go now. So he takes Oppum with him, who's this scrawny little dude that just doesn't want to, yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway, the wall falls down. They're yelling at each other. Oppum's trying to get a word in edgewise and try to translate in German to tell them to put their weapons down, and it's a whole thing. And then another squad comes over and, you know, like appears basically, and all the Nazis get shot by a machine gun, and one of the other guys comes around the corner and is like, hey, what's going on? You guys good? Like, it's, oh man, I always think of that scene whenever I see a blown out wall like that, just, you know, falling in on itself, big gaping hole in the wall. Always think about that. But as you can see, it's pretty cool. You get to ride on a tank at one point. You got this mobile turret situation going on as you're going up the street, just killing all the Nazis. It's great. We love it. And that's great. I think Call of Duty plays really well when you have multiple character perspectives. I don't like when Call of Duty says, hey, here's a character you're going to play the whole time. Cool. It's like, I want to play somebody else, or I want to know. Now, in Black Ops, you had Mason, and, you know, Mason is the main character. But that's also more of a personal story. There is no way to really have that story told from multiple perspectives too much. There's a couple missions, I think, in Black Ops where you play as other guys, but not really. You're mostly playing as Mason. And then in Black Ops 2, you're also playing as, you know, Mason's son, right? So you're kind of doing that shtick, that thing. So I think that's what separates, sort of, that's what Treyarch said, hey, you know, I think Modern Warfare in general was the last time they did the whole dual campaign thing, because I don't remember it in basically any other game. Going forward after Black Ops 1, and once they finished Modern Warfare 3, they were like, alright, never again, we're not going to do multiple campaigns or whatever, which really sucks, because I would have loved a game like Infinite Warfare, where you have a dual campaign. And Infinite Warfare, the unfortunate part is you're always playing the good guys. You didn't get to play from Mars' perspective. You didn't get to play from the Separatist perspective and see what they were doing and what their thoughts on the matter were. And, you know, yeah, you wouldn't have been the good guy, but maybe you don't want to be the good guy. Maybe it would be cool to play as the bad guy and the good guy and kind of swap between that. And there you go. It just becomes a thing. Then maybe the good guys, when taking out the bad guys, you have to take out your own player character that you played as. You played as one of the Separatist guys, maybe. I don't know. That would just be kind of fun. You know, Advanced Warfare kind of did that, where you were playing as the good guy until Atlas turned against the world, and then you thought you were playing as the good guy. Turns out you were actually helping the bad guy, and you didn't know it. And then you're playing the good guy again because now you're going against the bad guy, right? It's the whole thing. We'll talk about that when we get to Advanced Warfare. Pretty good though. Let's see, Eviction. Let's see, Eviction. Yeah, we're moving on Berlin. So he's coming in. You got your close quarters fighting. Very tight. Everything's in buildings. Again, not a lot of narrative story to these. It's much more in the traditional sense of just defeating the big bad. Same thing with Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3. It's on that level. Oh, this as well. I love this. Straight up war crime right here. The Reznov there is saying, is chiding Chernov because Chernov found these guys and the Nazis were trying to surrender, and Chernov didn't want to shoot him. So then Reznov teaches Chernov a lesson by letting Dmitri decide what we're going to do with him. But you can light him on fire, which is pretty fun. And then Reznov is telling Chernov, hey, this is war. You got to pull the trigger, because if you don't, these guys are losing the war anyway. Most of them are not going to make it. Any ones that live are not going to live because we get a hold of them. If they're on our front, we're just going to kill them all because we want revenge. That's what Reznov is essentially trying to tell him, because Reznov is a cold-ass, hard-ass military veteran. And he's not a good guy. He's not. Viktor Reznov, he's an iconic character, but he is nowhere close to being a good person. Except, here's the kicker. He feeds into the party bullshit, right? And then in Black Ops 1, it's revealed that he was betrayed by the party, by the communists. So he wants his revenge because he was sold out. And you learn all that in Black Ops 1. Black Ops 1 has a whole thing on it. We'll discuss that when we get there. But oh man, it's so good. It's so good. The characters and just the potential for it, the fighting in the metro, so good. This I think, if I had to guess, this is probably, let's see, when was yeah, Metro, I believe there was a book. So the book, the game Metro is inspired by the book Metro. There's a book called Metro 2033, and it's basically the exact same thing. It's just sort of, yeah. Anyway, so he wrote this in like 2002, right? And then if you look at the releases now, I'm not gonna say it's inspired by it, but basically the Metro story, I just get a lot of vibes off it. The idea here, because obviously he wrote his book before World at War was made, but World at War, I could see potentially people reading Metro and saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had a fight down in the Metro? You know, what would that look like? And you just get such vibes off it as well, that I always like urban combat and tight quarters like this. I always find it very interesting. So when I learned about the Metro game series, I was like, oh shit, okay, cool. You know, Russian base thing, and it's just fun. It's just a nice world to, well, it's not a good world to exist in. It's just a very nice theme though to explore. Especially the end. If you have considered playing the Metro game series, why the fuck haven't you played it yet? It's great. But 2, especially, you just need to go through the whole thing, right? You need to play Metro 2033, Metro 2034, and then there's Metro Last Light, and then Metro Exodus, I believe is what they call it. The book series is Metro 2033, 34, and 35. That's how it moves. Essentially the same thing happening in the games is the same sort of shtick. I haven't read the books, but it's essentially the same kind of a plot. But no, the ending to Metro Exodus, because that game's a fucking slog. I don't know if you guys know the gameplay. That game is a slog. It's a pain in the ass, but it's designed that way. It's not poorly designed. It's not like that. It is designed to be a grueling affair for a reason. There is a narrative reason to this, and it's an epiphany that you only get after completing the story. It struck me at the end of the story. I'm like, fuck, why? And then I get to the end of the story, I'm like, I get it now. You finally understand that emotion. You get why you're doing the things you do, and why your character has to be the hero. But yes, it's just... That's probably what led me to Metro in the first place, was missions like this in Call of Duty, where it's just... Here you go. You're in a metro, you're tight quarters, whatever. Also, the whole post-apocalypse thing. I love that setting. Give me any game in a post-apocalyptic setting, especially with junk, homemade weapons. Oh, I love that shit. That's why I love Fallout, man. Alright, so that's Eviction, right? Obviously. Black Cats. Oh, Black Cats was so good. This was a plane mission. Yeah, you got to be, like, part of a bomber crew. And you had to move through the bomber to the different positions. So you had to go to the front gunner, the tail gunner, going underneath, and you would just move your position. And you'd switch position. Wait for it. Give it. Yeah, checkpoint. Yeah. Show the part where it switches. Yeah. So you're trying to take out the PD boats. You gotta get shot. It's like, oh no, shit, lost my gun. All right, I gotta switch to the next turret. Let's go. And you're switching the whole time as well. You're not just... I don't think they're canned. If I remember correctly, they're not canned timings of when you switch. It might be, though. I don't know. Point being is you move... The level that you move through is the plane. And so you're walking from one end of the plane to the other to get to other sections. It's just cool. As an on-rail section goes, this is exactly what you want. It's very inventive, very cool. And then eventually your plane sort of gets shot down, has to make a landing. You're trying to defend from it. Just take out the dudes. I think your guys... Yeah. So they let down long enough to repair something, and then they were able to fly again. Great mission. Black Cat's very fun on-rail section. A lot like the AC-130 mission from Modern Warfare. My brain completely stopped for a second. Next up is Blowtorch Corkscrew. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is the rainy one. Yeah, I remember this mission. This is where you're taking out all the Japanese. You're still doing the flamethrower a bit. But it's all rainy and muddy. So you just get this horrible fighting. Oh, man. They're taking out bunkers, sniping dudes, hard fighting jungle, Pacific Theater type shit. Clearing out bunkers with a flamethrower. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Fantastic. Next, Breaking Point. Alright, so we're almost there. A couple more. The Breaking Point, this is where you're taking sort of this Japanese castle or temple or something. You're taking it, you're kind of moving through this area, let's say. There's actually a multiplayer map that's inspired by this. And you're just running and gunning, sniping them. You're basically taking them back to their home turf. And that's the idea on both campaigns, is that the Russians are pushing the Germans back into Berlin, and in the Pacific, you're pushing the Japanese back into Japan. You're pushing them off the islands, and on the islands, you're pushing them from the beach all the way into the center of the island where their headquarters is. You're trying to just take them inch by inch and just destroy all of their land and take it over. It's just some brutal invasion-based fighting. You're just wave after wave trying to get through it. It's brutal. Love to see it. Heart of the Reich and then Downfall. These are two. So this is basically the fall of Berlin. Pay attention to this guy with the flag, because that flag's gonna make it. This guy ain't. So this is the raid on Berlin. This is the final end of the war for the European front. In 1944. The Japanese obviously wouldn't surrender until later, right? It was, yeah. But for Europe, the fall of Berlin is essentially the end of the European war. It's over. The war itself is over. The Japanese simply didn't want to quit until we dropped the power of the sun on them twice. And then they were like, all right, let's rethink this. So this has, of course, one of the most iconic moments in Call of Duty history. Where is the end here? Yeah, I think it's in Downfall, actually. So you fight your way up to the the Reichstag, I believe is what they call it. The big German headquarters, Uber fucking place, you know? Yeah, the Reichstag. It's the headquarters of the Fourth Reich. Is basically how that's treated. It's the big building. You fight through this giant Colosseum thing, whatever. Whatever you want to call this place. It's sort of a Senate building, and you go through it, and it's crazy. So you take out basically the last of Hitler's forces here. This is the last holdouts. They're trying desperately to defend Berlin. And if you watch any World War II media, usually the fall of Berlin is not... the fall of Berlin is usually not portrayed. You tend to see Normandy and maybe the Pacific, Japan being bombed even, you'll see. But most of the time they'll ignore the actual fall of Berlin because it's too tragic to look at. During the fall of Berlin, they had old men and children. Like, they were tiny kids who were like 12 or 13 and being like, well, we don't have any more guys. All the other Nazis are dead, so here's a uniform and here's a gun. You see the guy that doesn't speak German? Go kill him. Brutal shit. Fucking desperate bullshit is what it is. They couldn't simply surrender. That's the annoying part, is they couldn't simply surrender. They had to brainwash the kids too, and so some of the kids were even like, they were like, yeah, I'm gonna go fight. And it's like, dude, you're 12. You're what the fuck are you doing? You know? It's that kind of just crazy shit. It's very tragic. Most iconic moment. Here comes Reznov, saves the boy. Yeah! Reznov comes in, takes out the Nazi, gets you on your feet. He takes out the German flag. It should be you, Dmitri, come. And you raise the Russian flag over Berlin, signifying the end of the war. Yeah. So he's all hyped up, and the whole Russian part of this, it plays a beautiful dichotomy. So in the same way that the Modern Warfare dual campaigns, you had the Americans doing that tight, shitty fighting in all these buildings in the desert. That's the brutal reality of Modern Warfare, right? That's the nasty, gritty, down-home grunt stuff, right? Whereas the SAS, they were portrayed as clean, tactical, they seemed to always have a plan, right? And that's the difference, the dichotomy there. The Russians versus the Americans in World at War, in their campaigns, the Russians get this big hurrah action movie style campaign where you've got this one, Private Petrenko, right? Dmitri. And Dmitri gets saved in the beginning, and he's doing this crawling through, and then they get out of the city, they regroup, they reassess, and they rally, and they start pushing the Germans back into Berlin, and then they have this heroic victory, they lift the flag, yay, hoorah, But that's not really the reality. Because meanwhile, at the exact same time that they're celebrating a victory over the Nazis and saying, yay, the war's over, we've done it, we have crushed the Nazi war machine. Meanwhile, the Marines are over in the Pacific still fighting. They are still fighting. They are still having to take every single island from the Japanese. Because the Japanese simply won't give up. The Japanese would not give up. The Germans would not give up. Basically, the only ones who ever gave up were the Italians. They got their asses handed to them pretty quickly. So what happened was the Italians were like, hey, I know we invented fascism and everything, but we're switching sides. We're going to go help the Allies now. They immediately switched. Italy was taken out very, very quickly. And that's just how it went, man. That's exactly how it went. Yeah. But it exposes the reality, the brutal reality of the Pacific theater taking, these islands not in a matter of miles, but a matter of feet, right? These guys were dug in. You would have to crawl through. And while the Russians were able to push the Nazis effectively, the reason they were so effective at sending waves after waves of their troops against the Germans, against the Nazis, the reason they were so successful was because most of the defensive front Hitler was fighting on two fronts. There were two fronts. And most of that defensive effort had to be just focused against the Allies, who had way more guys and way more equipment and were way more well-equipped. And so the brutality is in the fighting of the Russians and how many Russians died. Not necessarily in, oh, we have to fight for every inch, however. They were basically rolling over the Germans by that point in the war. They just said, fuck it, and they started rolling over the Germans. Because we were putting up such a fight on the Western Front, that most of the German war machine was concentrated in trying to hold places like France. Trying to hold that. I don't know. But it just shows the difference in that the Russian campaign sort of acts as propaganda, right? Like, yay, victory. And then the Pacific campaign with the Marines acts as a reality check to that, saying there are guys doing ambush tactics and stabbing your friends in front of you, doing bonsai charges. These guys fight so hard and they're so fanatical that you have to use a flamethrower to get them to stop fighting. You have to light them on fire to clear out their bunkers because they just won't come out. They won't stop. And it's awful. It's brutal. It was really some of the worst fighting in the entire war was in the Pacific Theater. It was fucking nuts, man. Yeah. Oh, these are cool. They have death cards. I've seen these like fully before. I remember picking them up as I went in the campaign at some point, but yeah. These are neat. Oh, that's actually a really neat one. Hold on. Love this. It's called the Suicide King, right? Go down fighting fire, explosive rounds while down. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah, these are for different perk stuff. This is specifically for the zombies or whatever. This is cool though. I love this design. He's reaching up with his left hand out of frame, and then it's coming back from the right, so he's shooting himself in the head. It's pretty fucking funny. And it's actually interesting. Explosive pistol rounds while downed. That, later on, becomes a perk in the zombies mode, where you can get, or the pack-a-punch. When you pack-a-punch the pistols in the zombies mode, the 1911s, they would actually explode on contact after you pack-a-punch them. They would become explosive rounds. So that's kind of neat. You kind of see the prototyping of the zombies mode going into these cards. But yes, World at War. Is it any question? A fucking tier. Vet and noob, World at War. Not only some of the, like you have Reznov, one of the most iconic characters. Miller's campaign in the Pacific, very iconic with the flamethrowers and everything. Just brutal fighting, but really interesting. And not a lot of story to speak of, but that's kind of the point. That's the point of that era, is there's no one way to end the war. There's no one big bad behind it. Nowadays, you have one big bad guy. You take out... It tends to be that the terrorist groups that are fought nowadays, that's most of the fighting nowadays, is against smaller terrorist cells. You take out the head, and they tend to lose their leadership. If they lose their leadership, they tend to start squabbling among themselves because they're all power hungry. Ooh, excuse me. And the same thing happened in the Reich, but the only difference was that Hitler had such surveillance on everybody that he got very close to being assassinated once or twice, but not anything. He made sure to crush the ambitions of anybody underneath him to say, no, I am the leader and you will never be allowed into my position. And if I hear you're even thinking about trying to usurp me, I'm just going to accuse you of being an enemy of the state and have you taken away to the camps. That's a place to know. And the communists followed that same method as well. Later on, Putin could just say, KGB, go get him. He is an enemy of the state. Go get him. That's how he maintains power. All right, World at War done. Let's see. What do we got next? What's the next one? Next up, we have Modern Warfare 2. Oh, Jesus. We are 2 hours in, and we are only 2 things in. My lord, we spent an hour on each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 9 of these. Might be a little longer stream tonight. I gotta speed these up, though. If I want to get these done at some point tonight, which I do. So, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna go take a little break, get another drink, etc. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty, we are back. I can get the vibes going. Are we gonna have enough? Yeah, no, we should have enough hours left in this. Yeah, because 3 and then yeah. Okay. Might have to find another one. Next time we do a tier list, we'll have to find a different relaxed music, or just restart this one. But there's plenty of these playlists to go from. There you go. I don't know why I even have this on all the way. Let's turn that down. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. So what do we got next? Modern Warfare 2. Yay. You got a banana. Man, what the hell? Oh, it's like green on top. God damn it. I hate when bananas are like that, when they're too ripe, or they're not ripe enough. They're still kind of stiff and squishy. Hate that. Because it bends, you know. An act right. I'm gonna enjoy my banana before we head into this one. Really, was no Russian in Modern Warfare 2? Huh. Interesting. I always thought that was a Modern Warfare 3 thing, but yeah, guess not. Okay. So we've got, first up, the SSDD for Modern Warfare 2. Where are you at? Modern Warfare 2. There we are. SSDD. This one, not much to look at here because it's just the opening. So, I love the intros, though. The intros for the Modern Warfare games are iconic, bro.
What the hell kind of name
Is Soap, anyway. Because this is sort of reminding you what happened in Modern Warfare 1 by having a couple key moments come in with, you know, some quotes. Yep.
Boundary shift.
Yeah, and so they're...
Train them to fight alongside.
Then
you.
Shepard's here, so they're talking about
And pray they don't eventually decide to hate you for it too.
yeah. So Zakhaev gets a propaganda monument for him after his death. So here's the SSD training mission, right? So it's literally on a firing line. They're testing capabilities, doing a kill house, right? Cool. You know, good start. As I said, I like when tutorials do that. Makes it thematic. So this time you're not with the USMC, you're with the US Army Rangers, right? So different guy, different story. Okay. So let's see. This would be team player. Mostly the same kind of combat. You're... So now you're going through the streets, trying to keep an eye out. You're part of an armored convoy, sort of. Just that tight fighting, crappy, you know, like just that crazy urban combat we come to expect from Modern Warfare. Then we go with the SAS and the Cliffhanger, a very iconic mission. Just you're with Roach. Right, you're with the... Is this the SAS doing this? Who's doing this? No, you're with the CIA. That's what it is. Yeah, we're doing the CIA over there. Yeah, and they're working with... Yeah. You're playing as Roach, and you're following Soap around. And this is where Task Force 141 begins, it's a joint task force between, you know, like, the CIA guys and the whatever. Like, the military guys from America teaming up with the SAS had this cool little heartbeat monitor thing, motion detector, I don't know. A whole snow map, very sneaky, usual kind of wet work type of stuff. But then in the end, yeah, you go around and you plant a bunch of explosives throughout the complex, and that distracts them because you're blowing up their planes, you're trying to destroy their facility. Later you get this awesome snowmobile chase, so you're trying to drive down the mountain, not hit the trees, but you got guys coming at you, so you gotta pull out the pistol sometimes and shoot at them. It's honestly just complete insanity trying to do this mission. Yeah, so you're trying not to hit the fucking trees. The trees are a pain in the ass. Oh man, so good though. I think an avalanche happens at one point, right? I believe so, yeah. You jump the snowmobile, complete Michael Bay Call of Duty bullshit as usual. But the reason you use the snowmobile is just to escape. You know? The no Russian. So one iconic thing right into another. It's just no Russian, equally iconic. I don't think I even need to talk about this one mainly. You get this awesome behind-the-scenes thing where you're playing as a sort of CIA operative or an undercover Allied operative trying to get close to Makarov and be undercover and, you know, report on that. And one of the things you do is you come here and you start killing a bunch of people in a, I believe it's a French airport, or it's a Russian airport. No, it's a Russian airport, I believe. And Makarov does this, kills everybody, leaves, like, no witnesses, right? Also that he can later leave this guy. So, in the end, you go through this, you kill a bunch of civilians. This thing made the news. People were pissed about this. The usual moral busybodies. Oh my god, video games are violent. Oh, it's awful. Oh, let's censor it. You know, fuck off. Fuck entirely off. Oh yeah, nobody cares. But you go through here, you kill all the guys, you kill any of the cops responding to it, and whatever. You go through all of it, and right as you are about to escape with Makarov, right? Because of course, you get in the ambulance. Who the hell is going to question an ambulance driving away with its lights on? That was no message. This is the message. So,
Thought he could deceive us.
yeah.
When they find that body, all of Russia will cry for war.
So basically, they will positively identify him as an American operative. Having seen nobody else, right? Having no real witnesses and no evidence that it was actually Makarov that did it. It's just like Zakhaev was trying to do with the missiles before. He was trying to spark a war. So Makarov is doing the same thing. But he does it by using a mass shooting. So now getting all of the Russians to be pissed. Because that's what they see. That's what that's all the Russians can report on as much as they know. You know? It's the whole thing. Fucking fantastic mission. Campaign takedown. Alright, campaign mission number, what is this, 5 or 6? 5. So this is the 5th mission. You're at the CIA. You're doing something. What are we doing here? Oh, this is the one in the slums. This is actually a really good one. A lot of Modern Warfare 2's campaign missions are really, really good. So you're fighting in these slums in, I believe, Brazil, Argentina, somewhere down there. And they just... Hey, fuck it up, you know? You got occasionally getting attacked by dogs and shit, guys on roofs, guys in windows. Very tight fighting, very cool setup, you know, to have you fighting in these multi-level kind of slum housing. It's pretty neat. Yeah, and you're here to snatch this guy. Yeah, this is where Ghost arrives for the first time, by the way. Simon Ghost Riley. Absolute legend. We love him. He's peak. Absolute peak. Yep. And then Wolverines. Oh yeah, Wolverines! Fuck yeah, dude.
Stand by, attempting to contact the nearest.
Yeah, so there was a big thing. So the Russians were pissed after the no Russian mission, right? The Russians were big, mad, angry. So they decided to attack America. And they just said, fuck it, and went straight to America's heartland. Suburbia, Washington, D.C. is under attack. Fucking, they just said, fuck it, we ball. You know? Protect the Burger Town. The classic protect the Burger Town mission. You're just on top of fast food joints. It's so dystopian. This is the type of shit that was supposed to be in that Civil War movie they made. They made that fucking shitty movie. This fucking new, the new bullshit movie they made. And the movie was fucking stupid and awful and nobody saw it. And nobody cared about it. It was just like, meh, whatever. Look at the budget. The budget was 50, the box office 126, but this has been out for months, and it's only made 126. Like, you know damn well they're marketing everything. Like, it's a shit movie, you know? It's a shit fucking movie. Because it doesn't really explore any of the elements of a dystopian idea of a civil war in America or war on American soil. Modern Warfare 2 did this beautifully. The idea that America could be attacked, and it harkens back to things like Red Dawn. The idea that you could have a story of the Russians actually invading America, and then the Americans get put on the back foot. And now the military is trying to take control of the situation, but they are hardening important targets like military bases, Washington, D.C., you know, securing the Capitol, things like that. And it's up to the citizenry of America to start taking up arms, you know. That's where the Homefront game series kind of failed, is it had such a great theme, but God, the gameplay was so bad. I love the theme of Homefront and Homefront the Revolution because I love Red Dawn, but it just sucked, you know, just sucked. But this is just the visual of it. You're on top of a burger joint shooting Russians who are trying to invade America. It's incredible. And the Russians aren't here to take over America. They're here to destroy America. They're just mad, and they want to take it out on somebody. That's why they're being so aggressive with this charge, is they're trying to just fuck shit up as quickly as possible. So then we have Hornet's Nest. I think that's back in the Brazil thing, maybe. Is it? No, are we still with the... Yeah, we're back in the slums trying to get the guy out. We have our guy, our hostage or package, whatever fucking guy. You know, I don't know if he's a hostage or what, but yeah, we're taking him with us. Bringing the boy home. And again, it's that dirty, gritty urban fighting. It's just really interesting. Okay, yeah. And they're running for the chopper. Whoa, Michael Bay. Woo. Yeah, wait, save the boy. So, no. You lose one of your guys. Yeah. You gotta go, it's time to leave, dude. Oh, shit. It's so Michael Bay bullshit, and I absolutely love it. Dude, grab the ladder. Like, you know his hands are clenched on that ladder. Like, imagine holding onto that, and you got that, you do not want to fall off. I mean, obviously, he's probably situated his feet underneath to hold him, because when you're on a ladder, you can't really pull the way ladders work, the way your hands sit, there's not really a way to pull in the middle, because your elbows would go in. So, you gotta have the foot on the step, but yeah. Good, though. Good and actiony. We love it. Modern Warfare 2 was a big blockbuster action film disguised as a video game, really. If they wanted to, they could... It's so weird, because instead of making a movie based on Call of Duty and based on some of these stories, the Black Ops storyline would go hard. Black Ops 1's storyline could be a trilogy in and of itself. That's it. Just that could be a trilogy. But instead, Call of Duty lately has decided to just make the games more like movie. Make a game like a movie instead of maybe pursue the idea of a movie like a game. Like, why not? Why not adapt the Call of Duty stories to a film? It's perfect for blockbuster shit. You got guns, you got action, you got, you know, military intrigue, spies, espionage, undercover agents, wet work, secrets being revealed, flashbacks in time. Even a fucking show. A show would go hard. A Call of Duty show starting, you know, it's starring, you know, Price in them. It's just basically following the Modern Warfare era of things. And you could even do a spin-off show where it follows the Black Ops timeline. So you have the Modern Warfare timeline, the Black Ops timeline. There you go, problem solved. And then when you get bored doing the Modern Warfare stuff, next season, you jump into the future and say, yep, now we're doing an Infinite Warfare show. Now we're doing a sci-fi show, you know. Kind of like The Expanse, right? And people like The Expanse. I haven't watched it. I should. People say it's good, but I don't know. Cable TV and everything. But it's just the fighting from house to house. I absolutely love it. It's so cool. It's brutal, and we love it. We love an underdog. America loves an underdog, even if America itself is the underdog in this situation. But can you imagine all this shit happening, then you come back to your house and it's been repaired or whatever, and you're trying to wash the dishes and the water's messed up. It's like, what the fuck? And you go check it and there's like an unexploded grenade stuck in the well or something. It's like, how did that get there? You know? That'd be wild. Can you imagine moving back into an area like that after a big fucking battle has happened at your house? That'd be crazy. So I think the idea was they were trying to get to this guy to help him or something. Yeah, you're trying to get the intel from the panic room, and this guy got shot, whatever. Yeah.
Get a couple of photos for G2 and check the bodies for intel.
Yeah, some stuff. I'm not sure on the overall story here. I just know the overall story for Modern Warfare 2 and 3 is that you're going after Makarov. You want to take out Makarov. Makarov bad. Oh, this one. Only easy day was yesterday. Fucking love this one. It's got this underwater section where you're just scuba diving in under this oil platform. You sneak in right under their feet, bro. This is the type of shit that Call of Duty excels at, and it really needs to lean into this. You got two options: big hurrah epic charge or sneaky wet work. Those are your two options, bro. But it's cool. It's very cool. This is the type of stuff that we love to see. From what I've heard of the modern COD games, the Black Ops 5 and 6 and the Modern Warfare reboots and stuff, the stories have not been super great because they've been just changing shit and coming up with nonsense of like, oh yeah, this guy's in a tank that I set on fire, but he's okay now. It's like, what do you mean? How did he live? The tank exploded. He was in the tank. We confirmed it. I don't fucking know. Again, I know nothing about it. I just know for the context of watching Ackman talk about the stupid shit in Call of Duty nowadays. Come in to save the dudes on the oil rig, Save the hostages. Hell yeah. Great. The Gulag.
Over the last...
Right. So the Gulag is a great thing. Great mission. You got this big castle that's acting as a Russian prison. And you go into it, you're taking out dudes left, right, and center. Just a big prison break, right? Here's the cool part. You're gonna ask yourself, well, wait. We've been playing as we've been playing as Ghost. We've been playing as Soap. We've been playing as all the other guys. Like, all this other shit we've seen. The question becomes, where's Captain Price? Wait for it. Come on, get to the point. Plot twist, Captain Price is the prisoner you save. The prisoner you've come to collect.
Place? This belongs to you, sir. Who's Soap?
You brought him his gun. What a Chad. We love Soap. But yeah, it's like, whoa, Captain Price was in the Gulag. What? That's crazy. What's happened? Very just intrigue. A lot of intrigue in the Modern Warfare series. This is great. I love this. The setup for this, incredible stuff. Because you always get a intro. You get a briefing to each of these missions in Call of Duty. Historically, traditionally, that's what you get. But in this mission, shit is so sideways in America, you don't get this. All you get is the emergency broadcast system. That's it. There's no briefing. It doesn't tell you what you're doing. It doesn't tell you what you've been up to. It gives you no information. It's so cool because it bucks tradition. It waits, and then it tells you that stuff later. It waits for the big reveal. You're in this bunker, so you're thinking, oh, okay, we're in this hardened bunker. This must be... Where is this? Is this in the middle of Iowa or something? Or are we in New York or something? Are we in a place that we think would be contested? What's going on? We're having this big counteroffensive from this bunker, right? So that's what we're doing? Okay, cool. Wait for it. Wait for it. The ultimate reveal. You come out of this bunker, you're thinking, whoa, this looks like all war-torn and shitty, right? Wait, what's that in the background? And you realize you are on Capitol Hill, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Monument, Memorial Mall. Oh my god. There are tanks on fire. There are sandbags, barbed wire, armored convoys trying to take back the fucking city, trying to restore order to the nation's capital. It's brutal. It's amazing. You're fighting in like the halls of Senate buildings and stuff. It's crazy. The whole thing. The whole thing's absolutely wackadoo. And I guarantee this is where the idea for the Division came from. Is they were like, yo, what fight on Law and whatever? What if America fall apart? You know, this kind of crazy shit happens. They're just out here, man. The idea that the Capitol's under attack is insane. Because when this game was made, this was, hey, America's, and to this day, we're the most powerful military force on the planet, but America is the unstoppable juggernaut, the giant, you know, this is 2011? Something like that? Let's see. 2007, 8, 9. This would have been 9, I think, somewhere around there. So, you're what? I want to say 10 years in, you're about 10 years into the Afghanistan war, and America's seen as this juggernaut, this giant of the whole military industrial complex, and we're basically untouchable. Who would dare try to attack us, right? And the idea that if the Russians wanted to, they probably could have. Yeah, like that's, if they had a good enough plan, they might be able to try to take the American capital. Try being the key word. They probably wouldn't get very far, but it would be a lot of chaos at first. You would have to take back the homeland, you know, which is pretty cool.
This is in order.
It's always, again, it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter who you're seeing on the back foot. Anytime you put somebody on the back foot, anytime you have an underdog of any kind, your political ideologies aside, sometimes you want to see the underdog win, even if you don't like them, right? Or you can at least pity them. If you really don't like them, if they're a bad guy or a villain or something, you can at least pity them. Magneto, prime example. Not a villain, an antagonist, let's get that straight. But in X-Men 2, the Magneto is in jail, and he's being used by Stryker. He's being coerced by Stryker using a chemical compound to mind control him. And Stryker is making Magneto tell him everything about Charles and Charles's, like, mutant school and everything. Oh, man. But that's the interesting thing is you're like, oh man, I know Magneto's the bad guy, but shit, I wouldn't want that. It's sympathy. It's like, damn, so when you get to X-Men The Last Stand, and Magneto actually breaks out of prison with Mystique's help. Mystique helps Magneto break out of prison. Was that in The Last Stand? Hold on. I believe it should be Last Stand. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was X2. It was X2, because she breaks out of prison, and then they go off to Alkali Lake, and they confront Stryker and all that. Yeah, I remember now. I remember. And they have sort of this uneasy alliance between them and Charles to try to save the mutants that are there and take out Stryker together. Anyway. But you see him, and then when people see that and they see him break out of prison, they're like, yeah, it's like, wait, he's the bad guy getting out of prison. Yeah, but he's a bad guy who didn't deserve what was happening to him and was being used and, everything. And then he's breaking out of prison. You're like, yeah, but you also have to remember, Magneto isn't just a bad guy. He's not just the antagonist of the story. He's also a Holocaust survivor. There's a reason he acts the way he does. He has a point to what he's doing. He's not just evil and malevolent. If he was a villain, as people like to think that he is, he's not. He's an antagonist. The reason he's not a villain is a villain with Magneto's powers would simply start collapsing buildings on the human race. He would go around and start detonating nuclear warheads, using his magnetic abilities to fuck with the components inside. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. He would just go around and systematically start flattening cities or adding lead to drinking water or something like that. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, no, it's always good.
Don't do anything stupid.
Here we are with the sneakiness again. Price and Soap getting all sneaky beaky like. Okay. Apologies for what's moving on. But yeah, so we were all sneaky beaky here with the SAS boys, the task force boys, whoever. Yeah, I guess you're playing as Roach in this one. So it's Price and Roach doing sneaky beaky stuff. Hanging out. So the usual stuff, sneaking through, taking out compounds, you know. Anytime I get to be sneaky in a Call of Duty game, I'm here for it.
Could've listened.
See. God, yeah, this is, what is it, Second Son? Yeah. Just, gotta take shit out. Uh-oh, here come the rocket.
ISS video feed from Cyclone is clear.
Wait for it.
Back in the bogey. We're looking in.
Boomba. Oh, you gotta feel so bad for that astronaut, dude. Sucks to be that guy. Gets fucked, moving on. Yeah. So you got the helicopter fell out the sky, all lights turned off. The reason that happens, by the way, for people that don't understand this, the reason that happens is electromagnetic pulse. So and that probably wouldn't realistically happen because military hardware, at least American military, is usually hardened against that. It's designed in a certain way to not allow it. Basically, all the components are assembled in a way that it acts as a Faraday cage, as they call it. A Faraday cage being a box it made by a guy, I believe John Faraday was his name. It's the idea that you can build a box out of metal, and then anything you put inside of the box, as long as it's not touching one of the metal sides, if it's not touching something conductive, any electromagnetism of any kind, direct electricity or an electromagnetic pulse, right? Anything like that would hit the box, radiate around the box because force takes the path of least resistance. So it would radiate around the box but never penetrate into the box because it's not, there's no, it's airtight and, whatever. Anyway, point being, usually military stuff's hardened. But the reason you saw all the lights go out on the Eastern Seaboard and stuff is it's not because they have a particular power plant or anything. That probably happened anyway. But the EMP fried everything. What EMPs do is they basically overload the circuits in electricity. So when you detonate a nuclear device like that, a modern nuclear device, when you detonate that, it sends out an electromagnetic pulse with it. It just physics shit. Don't ask me why. So there's actually a very real fear that you don't need to necessarily destroy all of America, right? The idea is, and this is why we came up with the Iron Dome system, obviously we don't want any missiles of any kind hitting us, but we especially don't want low-yield nuclear warheads to be detonated, say, a mile off the ground, because then it sweeps this EMP across a large area and fries the electronics. So even if you, say, turn a generator back on, anything you have turned on at the time and plugged in, lights, refrigerators, whatever, anything drawing electrical power at the time, when it gets fried, all those components are fried. You have to replace those too. Now, you have to worry about an enemy trying to invade you, and even if you can stop that, then you have to try to figure out how to get everybody food and water and all these things that are tied to the electrical grid and things that we need. It's like, oh my god, you know? It becomes a whole fucking issue. Yeah. Out here just fucking shit up on the home front, man. It's crazy. Nah, it's all messed up. Yeah, trying to get to... What is Second Son? What was the goal of Second Son? Trying to remember this mission. Second Son was get to Whiskey Hotel. Oh, that's right, Whiskey Hotel, retake Whiskey. Yeah, it's the... basically a safe house for the president. Whiskey Hotel is like a location for them. Is that Wild Assault? What's up in Wild Assault? Are they... Oh, Happy Thanksgiving. Okay. I didn't know if the game was out yet. Good game. But, yeah, Whiskey Hotel... You're trying to basically save the president and his staff or whatever. Yeah. Whiskey Hotel, by the way, meaning WH, White House. You're retaking the White House. The Oval Office is on fire. That's so fucked up. Crazy. It's not the first time that Washington, D.C. has been attacked, actually. The cap... I believe it was 1812. The War of 1812, that was with the French... Or not the French, but the Canadians. They were pissed. I think it was, they were technically at that point not Canadians yet. They were still kind of British colonists, and so they launched an attack against the newly formed American colonies that had only been around for like 20 years, or like 30 some odd years. Yeah, and so they attacked. They ran a raid down here and came down to the White House and were like, ah, ha, 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 and burned the White House, and whatever. I mean, we rebuilt it. We rebuilt a new one anyway. It's fine. We painted it over. Whatever. It was fine. But, yeah. God, it's so just crazy. The whole thing. The idea that you're in the White House. You're fighting in the White House. That's crazy. So the green flares here... these are to indicate, don't bomb this, please. We are friendlies. The green smoke is for the green flare is for friendlies, to indicate, hey, we're okay, we're good guys, we're on your side. Please do not bomb the crap out of this building and reduce it to rubble. We have this location on lockdown. Don't worry. Yeah.
When we go into Moscow? Not soon enough, man. I know we're gonna burn it down when we get there.
When the time is right, Corporal. When the time is right.
Yeah. And that's the really, like, crazy thing with Makarov is one man causes all this. He just has one vision. And he just, all he had to do was plant, already the Russians and the Americans, they, you know, even after the Cold War ended, they still, Russia and America, not buddies, not friends in any way, still hate each other, waiting for an opportunity. And the Russians, who already hate America, seeing that American CIA operatives came in and killed a bunch of their people for seemingly no reason, that pissed them off. And that's the really sad part, is now you can see the sentiment, and you can understand that the Russians were feeling the same way when they heard about what happened at the terminal, when they were like, oh my god, that's awful. Well, fuck America then. It's go time. They attacked us on our soil, let's send it back to them. That's why they attacked DC. And now that DC has been attacked, it's only going to escalate the conflict. These Army Rangers are already wanting to jump in and just say, fuck it, we're burning down the Kremlin, fuck all these Russians, you know, and they're not going to ask, they're not going to care. They're going to walk in there and they're not going to know fucking, you know, Putin from Petrov. They're not going to care. They're going to see them all as the enemy, just the same way the Russians saw all of America as the enemy. And they just indiscriminately started bombing buildings and killing things and just attacking for the sake of it. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, got a mine to the face. Amazing he didn't die. So, loose ends, this is just, you know, coming in here, taking out some dudes. What was the point of loose ends? Yeah, you're trying to find Makarov now. It's the same way you were looking for Al-Assad safe house. You do the same thing with Makarov's safe house in Modern Warfare 2.
Roach, there's an armory in the basement. Better
Right.
stock up while you can.
Makarov's men are going to do whatever it takes to keep us from leaving with his intel. We need to protect the DSM until the
And then you're in his safe house, you're trying to get the files, so you're guarding the whole house and trying to keep guys out. Yeah, pretty brutal. Oh no, yeah, that's right, this is the mission. Loose ends. Loose ends is the mission where the big bad's revealed. So Makarov we know is the bad guy, right? But there's basically a bad guy inside our own ranks. It's General Shepard. He betrays him for the intel. No. Ghost dies. Yeah, because they throw him in a hole and he lights him on fire with his cigar. It's actually brutal. He takes the cigar he's smoking and he lights him on fire with it. It's so not cool, bro. Yeah. So it turns out that sort of, yeah, Shepard and Makarov kind of playing both sides against the middle, you know? All sort of betrayal type shit.
Working my way back to you.
Yeah. So the idea is basically that General Shepard and Makarov have been in cahoots. Right? Yeah. Shepard's corrupt, and Shepard's sort of working with Makarov. Not necessarily for Makarov, but with Makarov to try to destabilize the world and, you know, climb their separate power structures. Because think about it, if a guy comes along and says, hey, the Russians are fucked up, yeah, I should be the leader now, you know, half the Senate's dead, the president's stuck somewhere. Mr. President, this is an emergency situation, I need emergency powers. Put me in charge and I will flatten Russia. And there you go. So it's just that kind of power play and political meandering behind the scenes. Or political finagling behind the scenes, I should say. Oh man, classic like Michael Bay car chases in Call of Duty. They always jump the shark, man. They always go hard. They drive this shit into a C5. Into a C5 Galaxy, just drive it into the plane. I absolutely love that. It's unhinged. It's completely unhinged. But we love it. We love Call of Duty because it's unhinged. Okay, 2 more missions. See here. So this one is just like old times. So we're going after Makarov, trying to take dudes out. Sneaking in, trying to get a hold of Makarov and take out the bad dudes, etc., etc. So on and so forth. Usual stuff. And then end game is where you actually confront Makarov. But I don't think you confront Makarov. Makarov, you don't get Makarov until Modern Warfare 3. Makarov escapes, and you manage to confront General Shepard. Yeah. So then you confront General Shepard, and then you got this wicked part where he has stabbed you with a knife, but then while he's doing something, I think he's like beating up Price. Price is fist fighting with him or something. You take the knife out, and then you use it to fuck him up. Huh? And he just gets spiked right in the eye. Get fucked. Yeah. And so this ends with Makarov basically getting away with it. And you have to go on to Modern Warfare 3. Oh man, crazy. Crazy stuff, the whole General Shepard betrayal. Actually, wasn't there a cool thing? There's a really cool detail, I think, in Modern Warfare 2. Let me double check this. I think his name actually changes in Loose Ends when he kills him. You get to the end of Loose Ends, and what happens is General Shepard, all your buddies, you can see his name is green. All your buddies talk in green, right? Their names are green. Whenever they're talking, when you look at them, their names are green. But when you look at an enemy, their name is red. When they talk, their name is red, right? And I believe they did a cool thing where Shepard's... You could see Shepard's text was green, right? And then when he speaks again, I believe his name actually is changed to red because he's now an enemy. I don't think he speaks again in this, though. I think it's just the next time Shepard speaks at all. Yeah. His name in future missions, General Shepard's name is now red because he's now the enemy, right? But it's just cool. It's very cool. Modern Warfare 2, I mean, the Shepard betrayal, taking back DC, all of that, A fucking tier. Modern Warfare 2. Oh, we love it. We love to see it. The diversity in the missions, the big Michael Bay action of it. Which, again, it's perfect. I don't know why they haven't offered that to Michael Bay and been like, hey, do you want to make the Modern Warfare series into a trilogy of films that you could just do crazy shit with? Go for it. You know? That'd be the perfect guy to hire for that. Alright, next we get Black Ops 1. Ooh. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Where is Black Ops 1? There you go. Black Ops 1. Fantastic. I don't really need the helper on this one. I remember most of it, but it's good to have a visual aid as well. So, we start with Op 40. Yeah, this one I'll go through pretty quick, because the newer ones are stick in my head a lot more than the older ones. I haven't played Modern Warfare. I didn't play Modern Warfare series nearly as much as I did with Black Ops and Black Ops 2 and stuff, and looked into story stuff and everything. So the entire setup for this, by the way, is that you are Mason, and you are...
Where am I?
You are being interrogated by some faceless guy. The entire... The whole story is you being interrogated by whoever the fuck this is in a room. You got this whole crazy shit going on. And, yeah. Wacky. Very wacky. Also, the what do you call it? The UI. The UI is actually physical. It's on the screens and stuff for the main menu on those TVs. So you're seeing it from Mason's perspective there. But it's cool because to access, I believe to unlock the zombies mode, you actually break the cuffs. I know you can break the cuffs. Like if you hit L2 and R2 on your controller, he would rock his hands out and break this thing strapping him to the chair. He'd break the straps, and then he could get up and walk around the room. And there was a computer. I believe you would enter something like Nazi zombies in the terminal, and then it would unlock that mode and let you play it. Or something like that. I know there was the Dead Ops arcade thing as well that they did in Black Ops 1. So here you got Mason kind of getting tortured and interrogated all in one. So there's Woods. Our boy Woods. We love Woods. There's Woods, and I believe that's Greaves, something like that. So,
Mason.
What's up, Carlos?
some other guy. Also love this thing with the names. Yeah, it starts redacting the information. This whole thing is about CIA, MK Ultra, brainwashing, other crazy shit. It's just awesome. So Operation 40 is a mission that you go on. The first mission, it shows they're interrogating Mason. They're trying to figure out where exactly Mason lost his shit. You know, they're asking him about Woods. When was the first time you met him? What were you doing in Uzbekistan? Type shit, right? And all of these things trigger flashbacks to where you're living through the memories he's trying to tell them. He's trying to tell them what they want to know, but it's hard for him. But this whole thing, Operation 40, is, I believe, the assassination of Fidel Castro. They attempt to assassinate Fidel Castro at his house. Yeah. So they come in, they kill Fidel Castro. As it turns out, though, this was not Fidel Castro. This was a lookalike that Fidel Castro had in his house. Yeah, then this bitch, she goes for the gun. I don't know why you would. They already pulling on you, but stupid game, stupid prices, you know. Whole big action sequence, like, so cool. And this explains how Mason meets Reznov. This sets up the next mission, Vorkuta. Because they're escaping on the plane, great, cool, wonderful. The runway ends up getting blocked. So Mason bails out to open the runway by using this thing to stop those guys, right? to get them to stop firing at the plane. But Mason ends up in prison. He gets captured. Turns out, okay, so these guys are important. Yeah.
You're dead. We killed you.
No. You killed a double. You think we didn't know your plan?
We always know.
Do with him what
Yeah. So Fidel Castro's alive, and he's giving him over to these Russian dudes. So that's how Mason ends up in a gulag, a Russian gulag, in Vorkuta. Where they dump a bunch of political prisoners. Iconic Vorkuta mission, opening of the game. Very awesome. So Reznov and Mason have this fight. It's to draw the guard in because, you know, the guard's like, hey, break it up. And then, you know, Mason knocks the guard out, takes the keys.
Every journey begins
With a single step. Is step one! Secure the keys! Take Vorkuta! I fucking... Oh, it's so good. With the knife as well. Yeah. I love how it tells you the steps and then you play the steps out. Like, these guys have been practicing this for weeks. They've been planning this for weeks or even months at this point. Or even maybe a year. I don't know how long they've been in here. But it goes hard. And from darkness! Step 3! And he's testing his guys. He's reiterating, you know, what's the mission? You know, sort of like Fight Club, first rule Fight Club, second rule Fight Club, whatever. You gotta, you know, condition your guys. And that's the whole point of this, is conditioning people and people being used as tools in political machinations and all the betrayal of it all. I swear, my mama insane. Worst part is she's not even asking me anything prevalent. She's just like, oh yeah, after we go shopping tomorrow. I'm like, well, if this is after we go shopping tomorrow, come on, like, then save it for tomorrow. Quit bugging me. All right, it's Christmas gift stuff. You know, it is the season for capitalism. All right, moving on. But yeah, this whole section with Vorkuta is just awesome. These guys pushing it forward, and you're behind it, just taking dudes out with a handgun. It's so good. Because again, everybody loves an underdog, and Mason is the most underdog of any protagonist we've ever seen. He just gets in these situations where you're just waiting for them to just, you know, go back. It'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. You know, go Mason. Reznov, oh no. Yeah. So Reznov did not escape with Mason. Big Satch.
One thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken
He went the other way.
is the bold flavors.
Yeah. So this is where Mason was with, you know, the, let's see.
He has no fear, no conscience.
Ah, my head.
This is Nikita Dragovich.
So yeah, that's one of the guys that got Mason.
You have already met.
I think this is just one of those. It's not really a mission. It's more of a story thing. It's a mission for exposition's sake.
Clearance Prospero.
And yeah, he goes down to the Pentagon. They're hanging out. They're doing whatever. And I think at this point, yeah, Mason is having these weird daydreams of killing the president.
We are
Or
in
something.
grave danger from the communists. Dragovich.
Yeah. So he's having these weird daydreams of like wanting to kill the president or some weird shit. His brain is kind of something's going on there. Something weird's happening. You're not quite sure. And it plays with the player's perception as well. Same as BioShock with the whole "would you kindly" thing. Very nice. So then this is Executive Order. All right. Back in.
Who the fuck is this?
Ish, whatever. Yeah, there's some Russian dudes and whatever. Yeah. So this is going after the Russians, you know. But notice how Woods has put on his balaclava. Because this is all under the radar CIA wet work type shit. They have noticed there's no American flag, there's nothing on it that tells them what country they're from. Plausible deniability. So if you get caught, America denies all knowledge. I have no idea who this guy is. We have no files. This guy's not real. What are you talking about? I don't know. It's some crazy guy. He claims he's an American operative. I don't know. I've never seen this guy before, you know? That's sort of the key to the Black Ops series. And it harkens back to Makarov in, I believe, Modern Warfare 3. It's actually funny because Modern Warfare 3 comes after this, but it still ties into the whole theme of Call of Duty and how their best campaigns and their best stories are told from this perspective. Where Makarov in Modern Warfare 3, it opens with him saying, all warfare is based on deception. You know, quoting Sun Tzu, obviously. But he's right. It's what it is. And the most interesting stuff is not in how the good guy stops the bad guy, but in the betrayals of it. That's why Halo's so good as well. Halo has the betrayal of the prophets to the rest of the Covenant, lying to them and manipulating the whole war with the humans. The UNSC lying about the Spartans and using them as propaganda to say, no. See, because the UNSC is a fascist organization, right? It's mowed over in their history, but they were trying to use force to keep all the human colonies in line out in space. They were building the Spartans. The Spartans were not for the Covenant. It's very interesting. The Spartans were not built for the Covenant, and it's not like everybody knows this. This is not a recent thing. I'm just saying it's always very exciting to talk about this. So the Covenant didn't come into play until later, right? The Spartans had already been developed. They knew nothing of the Covenant, the aliens, the prophets, the elites, and everything. Humanity knew nothing of that. So obviously they didn't build the Spartans for that. Well, what did they build the Spartans for then? They were building the Spartan super soldier program. The Spartan program, the super soldiers they were making, were designed to be walking armored convoys, to be the best of the best soldiers ever, right? So that they could be hot dropped into colonies to pacify resistance. Any riots break out on a world, or any anti-UNSC sentiment being detected on a planet, the idea was to send the Spartans in, who would have all of their emotions. The idea was these Spartans would have all their emotions stripped away and beaten out of them, and they'd be nothing more than a tool for the UNSC to use. Same thing in Call of Duty. It's got the angle of the soldiers being heroic and the things you do being technically heroic in the annals of history, but the overall political machinations of it is just you being used over and over and over again. It's every soldier being used like a tool, because that's essentially what they've signed up for. They've signed up to stop the bad. From their perspective, they see it as signing up to stop the bad guy. From management's perspective, from the executives, the generals, everybody above them, especially organizations like the CIA, they don't give a fuck. They see everyone as expendable, and they don't care. As long as the mission parameters are accomplished, what happens to you doesn't fucking matter. You're not a person, you're a product, you're a tool. And that's scary. That's really scary. But it makes them an extremely effective organization because of that. The way they couldn't run their organization any other way and be as effective as they are. If you brought human sentiment into war, there would be no war, right? That's why you always have to have dehumanization of the enemy, things like that. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. There's actually a fantastic episode. I won't spoil it, but there's a great episode of Stargate SG-1 called The Other Side. Ooh, it's so good. Okay, I hope this doesn't spoil anything. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure, because it's a great twist. Every episode of Stargate essentially has this twist, but let's see. Every episode essentially has this twist, or not this specific twist, but it has a twist about this. It has some sort of twist. Something's not quite right. Something's wrong. Something gets revealed partway through the episode. You know, that kind of a thing. Anywho, but this particular episode, if the fucking wiki... fuck you then. Alright, no, I'm just gonna pull up a picture then. I'm just gonna pull up a picture. I don't care. I don't care. There we go. Fuck the fan wikis. Fuck them. Fuck Wikia. Fuck all that shit. You guys are fucking greedy bastards because you're putting together a cheap-ass site, and every goddamn time I visit it, even when I'm not streaming, every time I visit that site, it takes a minute to load because you put 5,000 sidebar ads with videos and shit playing. Stop! You're a fucking fan site. Act like it. Act like... Bro, look at this site. This is a fan site. I can scroll through it. There's not a bunch of fucking ads everywhere and bullshit. This is what a fan site is supposed to be like. You pieces of shit. Anywho, point being The Other Side. Stargate. There's always something not quite right. And there is a twist to this that I would... that I'm not going to spoil, but it's a great fucking episode. It stars the main, I'll just say, one of the supporting characters in the episode. I don't want to spoil anything. Rene, I can never say his name. He's like French, Canadian or whatever. It's Rene Auberjonois or something. It's... You see the name. You get it. It's Rene Auberjonois. Like, I'm not sure how to say it. Anyway, point being... Most notably for appearances throughout the years, the different shows. Anytime he's on screen, fantastic. His biggest role, obviously, being Odo on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Anyway, The Other Side, though, he plays a major role in that episode, and it's very, very good. But again, The Other Side has that sort of an idea. They have this whole civil war thing going on their planet where they've got two sides fighting each other, but they're fighting each other with drones, you know. Or even there's a Star Trek episode from the original series where they visit a planet, and while visiting that planet, it's an enemy attack has happened, and so the captain and Spock and them are supposed to now be dead according to their machine because they've turned war into a computer simulation. And so anytime an attack or something occurs, it simulates it, and then the citizenry is at random chosen to be like, well, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Okay, cool. Go into this machine now that's going to disintegrate you, right? Because it's cleaner than actual warfare. But it's dystopian. It's fucked. It's so fucked. But no, this one, the SOG, nice, just hardcore, just style fighting, man. Taking out the Viet Cong, just going hard, baby. Yeah. Fucking awesome. Alright, the next is the Defector. Let's see, Defector. I could probably just sum up the whole thing, but it's good to go through these and kind of walk down memory lane in a way. So then Mason in the mission The Defector, Mason actually has met back up with Reznov at this point. Yeah, Bowman. Bowman is one of their guys. So in this, you're in some Vietnamese town, some village, some city. And you're in here just fucking shit up. It's crazy shit.
Ninja Turtles in Hero Wars. The legendary RPG Hero Wars welcomes new heroes to...
Fucking ads. I swear to God, I have no proof of this yet. Okay, yet being I'm probably going to test it at some point. But I swear, YouTube has changed how fast the ads play. It doesn't feel like 5 seconds anymore for that skip button. It feels like they've almost tweaked it to be 5 1/4 or 5.5 seconds, and you don't notice it because it's so minimal, but it's right there. You know what I mean? I'm fucking paranoid about that. It's annoying me. Oh, this is a really cool one.
By talking to you.
Yep. Yeah, this fucking... I love this. This is brutal. This is brutal behind-the-scenes CIA-type interrogations. Because you think, oh, cut the guy, stab the guy, or no. He breaks off a piece of the window, and he puts it in his mouth, so when he punches him, it causes extra fucking damage.
We can do this all day. We got plenty of windows.
Got plenty of windows. I fucking love that line. Anyway, so they're interrogating this guy, trying to get information from him. He gets killed, and now they've got to escape because their whole operation's blown, and they're in the middle of some Asian city, running wrong rooftops. It's rainy. It's gritty. It's urban. You'll love to see it. Using the G11, a sweet little weapon. I love the scope on the G11. It looks very interesting. Has a sort of built-in circle with the delta chevron dot, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. I don't think... No, this guy dies near the end. That's what it is. Oh, he just gets shot in the head. The key to whatever... The answer is... of course, you almost get the answer you want, and then he gets shot in the head. It's like, well, fuck, man. Why couldn't you tell me that earlier? Yeah, dick. Yeah.
Indeed, a Nazi scientist working for Dragovich.
Yep. So I think in this one, you're not actually playing as Mason. You're playing as the Iceman, as he calls him, the guy with the sunglasses you saw, the CIA guy. Yeah, I think that's your request. So Project Nova. This explains what happened to Reznov. So Reznov was way up on the party line. He was huffing the copium in the communist regime. He was, and he tells Mason this. He tells Mason this story. So this is afterwards. This is after the end of World War II and all that. And what year is this supposed to be? What year is this? 1945. So this is right near the end of the war. The Germans have defeated whatever, and Reznov and his guys have been spending time going out and taking out Nazi scientists and just hunting them down.
Promises of reinforcements were made, but not kept.
Yeah, and so they take out a bunch of these Nazis hiding in a remote outpost, and you're playing as Reznov, you're taking out the Nazis, yay, cool, whatever, and then this is how Reznov knows Dragovich.
Point that weapon at me, Russian dog.
You will take me to Dragovich. As I looked into the German's eyes, I saw...
Bunch of bullshit. So these guys were working on a secret thing. This is where Nova 6 comes in. Project Nova. A new form of gas weapon. That was a deadly neurotoxin. Very, worse than mustard gas type shit. This shit's fucked.
Was a hero. It deserved the hero's death. Kind of meant...
Yeah. So it turns out the whole thing was really kind of just a setup. Steiner has made an agreement with Dragovich to give him the Nova 6 and work for him in exchange for his, freedom and whatever. And of course, Reznov and them have to get taken out of the way because they've seen too much, right? They know too much. Now he tries to kill Reznov and all that, and
you must decide what you think is worth fighting for.
Yeah. So that's how Reznov falls from grace, and he's all, yay, hurrah, yay, party line, awesome, cool. And then after being betrayed, he's like, wait, the party's just gonna be as bad as the Nazis were, using gas, he could see the writing on the wall of, and the truth was revealed to him that he was just being used, just like everyone else is being used. So that's what makes him bitter, and he wants to go get revenge. so Victor Charlie. Yeah, Victor Charlie meaning VC, Viet Cong, right? Which is what the North Vietnamese forces were called.
Whiskey team.
So this whole thing is very much Vietnam. Sneaking around through villages. It's wet. It's cold. It sucks. But you're just fighting the commando. Oh, that's a great fucking skin for the commando, by the way. The tiger skin, always so nice. That orange and black, not brutal, beautiful. Yeah.
This son of a bitch ain't fighting no more.
Yeah. Clearing out, rat tunnels and stuff. Very nice. Yeah, and you kind of run into Reznov in the tunnels there as Mason. Next. We gotta get through these. Oh my god. I've only been through 3. I've got like 7 more to go. Ridiculous. This one's Crash Site. Let's see. Crash Site is... I don't even know what this one was. Yeah, this is the one... Yeah, so this is the one where you go up the river in the PT boat, it looks like, yeah. So this whole level is a vehicle level, basically. You just go up the river in the PT boat, you do a little shooting in the jungle, and you're going up here to recover something from this crash plane, I guess, was the whole point. And then, uh-oh, guy's in trouble. No. Okay.
Kilo 1, this is Big Eye 6.
This one was cool, WMD. This is where you're playing as a SR-71. You're operator of an SR-71 Blackbird, which is flying all the way up in the stratosphere. It's very cool.
20 degrees below zero.
Yeah. So then this is another flashback in this mission that tells us, some other shit. I don't know. It's all very jumbled, the timeline of things. You have to play it to really understand in the order of operations what happened to who, when, and how. Here, let's see. What was the point of this mission? I forget the point. What the hell was the point of this one? WMD? What was the point of that? Strike at the heart of Project Nova. Right. That's them trying to stop Project Nova that the Russians are messing around with. Right. Payback. Oh no, there goes Bowman. Yeah. So this is the iconic part where Woods and Mason are forced to play Russian roulette. Yeah. And of course, when... I think it's... How did he know? I think it was that he had counted the bullets or he risked it or something. Right.
Play. The clock.
Yeah, they're always spinning it. I don't know. I think it was just a risk thing where they didn't know it was loaded. He was just like, well, fuck it. I'll attempt on this shot, see if is the round in the chamber. And then you have this big breakout in the jungle. You get this cool sequence where you're actually piloting a helicopter, which is really neat. You would think there would have been more helicopter piloting missions in Call of Duty, but not really. Aircraft attacking missions are few and far between in this franchise. Call of Duty has a sort of allergicness to vehicles whenever the player is allowed to control them. Yeah. So then we get here, and I believe, is this the part where you kill the guy or what? I don't know. Yeah, that's where Woods goes out and something happens. Reznov's there for some reason. Yeah, this is sort of getting to the part where your brain is cuckoo. Shit's getting weird. You're going, wait, why is Reznov suddenly here? Hold on. That's freaky. So Rebirth is some island. You and Reznov are sneaking into... No, what we did to you, right? So this is, I believe, Steiner, the Nazi scientist from before.
Your evil has claimed the lives of many good men.
No longer.
My name
is Victor Reznov. And I will have my revenge. and then just the way it cuts, you know, we get to see what happens next. Halfway through the Rebirth mission, it actually cuts to the CIA guy, right? So Hudson and Weaver, right? And they're coming to get Steiner. But plot twist, you go through this and you're playing, you got the hazmat suit and everything, you know. You go through this, you get up to the end, and it turns out, a little bit of a difference here. Can you see what's going on here? Mason is not Mason. Mason is Reznov, or Reznov is Mason. Mason's a little bit cuckoo. That's what happens. That's why they're interrogating him. That's why they're trying to figure it out. Because the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? The numbers are, you know, launch date, coordinates, something like that.
Dead, Mason. You hear me? He's dead.
Yep.
Weaver's right.
Reznov died in Vorkuta, you know. So this whole section here is just basically you losing your mind and like everything starting to coalesce, right? And the numbers turn out to be related to a ship and all this and whatever. And it turns out they keep asking about the numbers. They want to know the numbers. The numbers are something like launch codes or something to abort the launch of a Nova 6 rocket. So the Nova 6 is going to be used to mess people up. This is cool. Going to the underwater platform, very fucking cool. The design of that, very cool. Yeah. Oh my god. Fucking ads, man. So annoying. Yep. So they were trying. So as it turns out, they were trying to use Mason. They were brainwashing him to basically kill the president, fuck shit up, and do whatever they needed. Again, MK Ultra mind control type of shit is the whole story here.
It's over.
Yeah, we won. Fuck yeah, dude. Black Ops 1. I mean, it's iconic. It's amazing. It goes A tier easily. Easily A tier. All right. Who's next? Modern Warfare 3. Do I even really need to talk about this one too much? Not particularly. Well, I'm not gonna show it all because I know people know MW3. Basically, the whole thing, you got, you know, New York getting attacked in the first act, which is an amazing battleground. You got all ships and everything, submarines in the harbor, jets flying past the, you know, the various skyscrapers of the New York skyline. Fantastic. Let's see. There's other stuff. So Makarov's back. He's fucking around with shit, right? The war between Russia and America continues, obviously, from the beginning of the game, right? You can see the Russians are now attacking New York. The whole eastern seaboard is basically getting fucked, which is a little strange considering Russia is closer to Alaska, which is why the Red Dawn story tends to work, is that the Russians hopped over to Alaska and California and all that to try and take that side of the country and then push into the more fortified East Coast by starting at the West Coast, because it's closer to Russia. They can send more planes faster. Because they attack from this side, then it's, yeah. But they're not looking to colonize. In Red Dawn, they're trying to colonize. They're dropping paratroopers in behind enemy lines on the West Coast. Whereas here, they're trying to just do as much damage as possible. So the biggest targets is, of course, the East Coast. The East Coast is the political and economic center of America. California is entertainment, yes, but other than the breadbasket, which is why all of our food basically comes from the middle of America. Middle America is where we grow a lot of our food. Because it's so inland that getting there would be basically impossible. We would know you're coming and we would shoot you down before you get close enough to do anything to our crops. So aside from that, aside from the crops there really is no strategic value to attacking a target like Alaska, California, whatever. They don't really have anything. There's nothing over there, right? Everything that's important to us is secured on the East Coast. That's why the Eastern Seaboard, right, as it's called, is important. Anyway, so the whole thing is just Price, Ghost, you know, or Ghost dead, but Price and Soap and whatever going through it. There is, let's see, I believe it's in Act 2 that Soap actually dies. Let's see, take down Makarov at the hotel, so they're like trying to get to Makarov, and then Soap let's see. Yeah. So Soap dies, I believe, after Blood Brothers, and yeah, it's a whole thing. So Soap gets killed, and then, you know, Price is like, no, Soap, and it turns out that Yuri, because Makarov taunts you over the radio saying hello to Yuri, which is one of the Russian guys working with you, turns out he knows Makarov, and the reason he knows Makarov is because he and Makarov were partners at one point or some, I don't fucking know, some bullshit. It's, the details don't really matter. The point being is that Price gets mad at Yuri, but then he realizes, okay, Yuri's, you know, whatever. So now, instead of playing as Soap, you then start playing as Yuri, and Price, and you know, helping Price out. And the entire thing is you take out, you know, the guys. Makarov has kidnapped the Russian president and his daughter and whatever, and he's going to execute him, whatever. And then, here's the kicker. You get through Down the Rabbit Hole, right? Down the Rabbit Hole is the second to last mission. You rescue the Russian president. He's grateful, so basically that gets the whole American-Russian war off, because now he understands that Makarov's been trying to fuck everything up, right? So the Russian president's like, okay, we're going to call it off. I understand now. Ceasefire, right? And that's the point. Therefore, mission accomplished. The mission parameter was to, on any given mission, is only the one thing. Rescue the Russian president, right? Notice how they spell it here as well. All of the descriptions are in normal stuff. The prologue, the carryover from Modern Warfare 2. Destroy the enemy jammer, etc., etc. When you get to the end, these are not normal goals anymore. These are not mission parameters, right? Because the mission parameter has already been solved. The one thing Task Force 141 was designed to solve was the Russian-American War. That's what it was supposed to do. And that's what it did. It stopped the war, it established peace, time to rebuild, time to focus on other things. But, one problem. Makarov got away. Makarov had some kind of... He skipped out to, I believe, Dubai or something. He goes dust to dust. He's in this tower right here. And he's hanging out in the penthouse suite, sipping champagne, whatever. He basically gets away with instigating World War III. He basically gets away with it. And Price is you know, basically told, no, don't go, you know, leave Makarov alone, right? Because it will cause another international incident or something. Political maneuvering, right? Political bullshit. Price doesn't fucking care. Price goes and kills Makarov. So we'll at least look at that, because that's a pretty iconic moment in Call of Duty history, is Price finally getting to kill Makarov, especially with the death of Soap. It hits even harder when you finally get to Makarov. Oh, that's multiplayer. That's MW3 multiplayer. What am I doing? Yeah. Yeah. So you go here, you get dust to dust, where you're going to take out Makarov. Right. So you got the peace negotiations are on. Great. Mission accomplished.
You won't have to look far.
You won't have to look far. So basically, Makarov is pissed that Price was able to stop him, and he's going to hunt for Price, but Price is going to hunt down Makarov first. That's the entire ending of this game. And you're coming in with this Juggernaut suit, here to come find Makarov hiding in his little penthouse. And he's, you know, you're just using all the skills you've got at this point to really take him out. You're playing as Price at this point. And then, oh, the iconic, I love this moment. So, they're fighting on the rooftop there. On the glass rooftop. So you start beating the shit out of Makarov. And then he grabs the cable. He wraps it around his neck. Wait for it. And come on, do it. Do it! Wait for it. One more time. And wham! Right through. And oh god, it's all just snaps his neck and hangs him there. Modern Warfare 3 is over. Modern Warfare is over. Makarov's dead, all that, yeah.
My war ends with you. To change the course of history is the will of a single man.
Right, so now there's a reprise there.
Who's this?
Price is...
627.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Price is throwing it back at Makarov.
Haven't you heard, Price? They say the war is over.
My war ends with you.
Like it ended for Captain McTavish.
Yeah.
Take him to die.
So basically, he goes rogue. He goes completely rogue. He's not sanctioned to take out Makarov. He probably didn't even tell people he knew where Makarov was, because he needed to go avenge Soap. Soap, we miss you, buddy. Modern Warfare 3, top tier, easily. I mean, just everything about it. The story, the overarching story with Makarov, the death of Soap, just everything. Everything in that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, next up. Black Ops 2. So we're going to kind of start speedrun these a little bit. Got to get through them a little bit quicker because we've got a couple to go through. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to talk about, 1 to throw in the garbage because I'm going to talk about that for all 5 minutes and just say why it's trash. It's, ugh, god, don't even get me started. Alright. So Black Ops 2. We are in the future now, so we're playing as Mason's son. Mason for Black Ops 1. We're now in the future year of 2025. We're playing as Mason's son. On occasion, we go back to 1986 to play as Mason, and that's I believe, the strongest point in Call of Duty, is whenever you have flashbacks, and especially anytime you have a flashback for another character you're not playing, and then you play as that character, so you get sort of a dual campaign. You get multiple perspectives, you get to see different characters doing different things. It's just fun. So, 1986, right? So, this is Mason coming out of retirement in 1986 to help Woods. Woods is being held by Menendez, you know, the Pyrrhic victory, right? Let's see, where is Black Ops 2? Black Ops 2. You're somewhere? Gotta be here somewhere. There it is. Oh, that's multiplayer. There you go, there's the walkthrough. Yeah. So, this was actually interesting. Black Ops 2 had a very interesting idea. There was not too many choices in it. It was still kind of a linear story, right? It was still mostly a linear story, but the kicker was that there were a couple of moral choices, a couple of things where you could choose to save one character or another or something like that. Just little snippets here and there that kind of changed who lived, who died, just a little bit. The story was still the story, but some of the side characters you could manipulate the situation, kind of change things, which is kind of fun. It's kind of fun that you could change up the way things work. I believe there's actually a part in Black Ops 2, let's see, where you're back in time and you gotta shoot a guy, and where you shoot him depends on if the guy's alive or not. Yeah, it's, if I remember correctly, it's, we'll get to it, I'm sure. We'll get to it. Anyway, Pyrrhic victory, probably one of the most iconic openings to Call of Duty ever. So, in the year 2025, here's Mason's son. They're going to visit Woods. Right? Because this guy has been talking to... Yeah. Woods has been talking to Raul Menendez. Menendez being the head of Cortes Dia, right? So, you know, Raul Menendez, leader of Cortes Dia, most famous man on the planet. So, you know, Menendez has been visiting with Woods. He's been talking to him. Yeah.
Guy's a vegetable.
They're all over Angola. We can't go in.
Okay, so this was in 1986. This is Mason here, and they're saying, hey, Woods is stuck in Angola. We're not allowed to go in there, but you could maybe if you go in with the other guy. This was also another neat part of Black Ops 2 that I don't think they actually did this in any other Call of Duty games after this. I don't think this is a possibility. You just kind of got given your kit. This one, it would let you sort of pick what starting weapons you wanted, and you can unlock attachments and camos and stuff too. So you could like modify it, and it made sense because you're picking a loadout so that when you go into the game, and you had to unlock them too. You had to unlock them through mission challenges or something. So it was cool. It was cool. Anyway. So the first mission starts with Woods, or yeah, it starts with Mason rescuing Woods. You're in this African nation, right? And in Angola, you know, and you're helping the local dudes to fuck some shit up. You can call an air support and stuff, right? Okay, so this guy directs you to another place and says, "Hey, okay, we'll get you over. You gotta go deal with this guy to find your buddy Woods, you know, that kind of thing." Right. So then Woods was actually on this boat in one of the containers. He was, you know, being shipped that way.
Attracted the attention of every
But Woods has been, it's been a minute. He's a little out of his fucking mind. So you're dragging him around and whatever. And there's this great part where he starts coughing, but there's guys nearby, so you have to stop him from coughing. Right. So you're sneaking through, trying not to draw any attention. Then you got the enemy hind coming in. No, the fucking Russians, right? No, the fucking Russians. No, the Russians are here. Turns out it's not the Russians, it's the Vimbi. So this is the guy from earlier that, you know, was telling you where Woods was at. He's your buddy. He's a helpful guy. Yeah, very cool character. Black Ops 2 has some of the most interesting characters. No! There goes the Iceman. Yep. You can't kill me. Fucking Woods. Woods is such a hard ass. I love it. So that's the opening with Pyrrhic Victory. Cerium, let's see, what was this one? Or Celerium. Yeah, Celerium is this substance they're using for weapons development, something like that. I don't know. So you're in the mountains of Peru, something like that. You're some South American continent. It's on the big jungle fucking cliffs and shit. Okay, why is this in 360p? I don't want it in 360p. There we go. That's better.
They sure as hell don't want us in here.
Yeah, so you're raiding one of Cortes Diaz's sort of facilities. Right. And this is the important thing. Yeah.
Entanglement. This single device has more processing power than your entire military infrastructure.
Whoa, cool. Drops it, breaks it.
Menendez plans to use it as a basis for a massive cyber attack.
I love the way they foreshadow this, because that's exactly what he does. That's exactly what he does later on. He doesn't... It's all deception, as we've said. It's always all deceptions, political machinations. The real war is never fought, you know, with a gun, right? True warfare is strategy. It's, you know, finding ways to cripple your enemy in the most effective way without exerting yourself, and sometimes even using your enemy's own force against him, his own weaknesses.
I heard talk of something
called Karma, right? Name of the cyber weapon, right? So that's just that. You're going to raid the facility, you find this processor thing. That's the whole point. Next one is Old Wounds. This is Woods and Mason out in the desert doing whatever the fuck they're doing. They're hanging out with the Mujahideen. Yep. And then they actually get, I believe, betrayed by the Mujahideen at some point. I'm not sure at what point in the level they do, but I remember they get betrayed by the guys they're helping out, which is basically how all desert, you know, warfare starts for America. Is that we go to the local area, we try to build some regimes, teach them some stuff. Then inevitably these fuckers started against us every time. It's happened basically every time. Is anytime America goes over and teaches some guys like, hey, here's some of our tactics, here's how to build an economic base, whatever. We just want to make sure you're on our side. Cool, great, wonderful. And then like 5 minutes later, they turn around and try to stab us in the back. I'm like, we gave you the shit. Come on, man. Why are you gonna be a dick about it? Anyway. So yeah, moving on. Big Russian boy. So this is the cool part, is that in this game when you play as Mason, sometimes you have the numbers come in. You have like the Russian guy here, right? I believe this is Dragovich, actually. And you're getting the numbers flying in front of Mason's face like that because the programming's kicking back in and he's got to fight the programming and all that. Crazy shit. Yeah. Wants revenge and whatever. And this is a cool part. So you have to actively try not to shoot this guy. Yeah. So you gotta let... Yeah. And so Mason is... There's the numbers again. He's wanting to do it. And, like, you're tapping. Trying to keep him from, you know, shooting him. It's great. But Woods just ended up shooting him anyway. But that's okay.
The fuck are you doing?
The fuck are you doing?
Menendez
Yeah.
told me you must suffer. You face piece of shit.
Yeah. So getting betrayed, tossed out in the desert, left to die.
Rides up on a horse to save us.
Tricky Vic.
Yeah.
Tricky Vic.
Just like your old man. No, it wasn't.
Yeah. No.
That's not. Come on. If you think it was him, don't you think you would
Yeah.
have stuck around?
So Vic is the guy with the sunglasses, by the way. The CIA guy. Or whatever. Anyway, no, it wasn't Reznov. I think we said it's Tricky Vic. He's meaning Reznov, Victor Reznov. But it's all, yeah. It's all Woods is bullshitting with Mason, you know. He likes cracking jokes. So you have Time and Fate in Nicaragua. I believe... Yeah, this is the part where Menendez gets fucked up. Because Menendez... I think you're actually... Are you playing as Menendez? Yeah, you have this, like, first-person moment with Menendez. So this is the bad guy, Raul Menendez. He's not the bad guy yet. He's about to become the bad guy. This is his... Literally his villain origin story. So the idea is that he has a sister, Josefina, right? And then, you know, guys come in and they start doing whatever. They're being awful, right? That's Noriega, by the way. He actually tried to sue, I think. Noriega is... He's a like a fucking dictator. Yeah, Manuel Antonio Noriega. He's just this. Yeah, he's some Panamanian fucking dictator dude who was a piece of shit. Yeah, he never actually served as president. Instead, ruling as an unelected military dictator through puppet presidents. Yeah, so Noriega was this fucking jackass. And he actually, I believe, he actually got mad at Black Ops 2 for portraying him like that. And it's like, dude, you fucking literally are a scumbag. What do you mean? So Noriega is helping Menendez. You're actually playing as the bad guy, which is cool. You're seeing Menendez's motivations. Like I said in Infinite Warfare, you should have that. But this is the only time you do. It's just to explain the backstory. So now, fucking Menendez is blood rage, pissed off because Josefina is in trouble. So he goes through, slaughtering the fields, and machete in hand, fucking shit up. And then you have the other side of the coin, right? Which Black Ops 2 does this wonderfully. It switches between characters, showing you two different perspectives a lot. Not just, here's the good guy, here's the bad guy. It's a little deeper than that, which is cool. You get an idea of what all is going on in the area. So this is Mason, right? Going after Noriega. And, you know, trying to go after Noriega. Who, of course, Josefina is in the house, and... spoiler, Josefina is not gonna live. Josefina gonna have a problem. Big fucking problem. So what happens is, the house gets lit on fire, and here's what happens. Menendez! They're going after... Right, so Menendez was the bad guy that basically kidnapped Woods to begin with. So Woods is pissed. Woods wants to kill Menendez. Menendez! Right? Woods really wants to get him. He throws the grenade, but it's a two-pronged attack thing here, right? So what it is if Woods had been able to throw that grenade correctly, Menendez would be dead. But because Mason interfered, it causes the grenade to veer off course, killing Josefina. Yep, so Josefina's dead, and then... Yeah, but it's not him in the body bag. Menendez is not dead. Moving on. So that's his motivation, is that they took away his sister. And he was already a bad guy to start, but that's why he has a personal vendetta against Woods and Mason specifically. That's why he hates them. That's why he wants to destroy everything, because he wants them to suffer and have their whole world taken away like his was. Because Josefina was his whole world. Protecting his sister was the whole point. Yeah. Oh yeah, this was a cool thing where you could actually control other guys and stuff. It was really neat. You could move things around. It was very inventive stuff in Black Ops 2. They were trying a lot of different stuff with the missions and how it works. Yeah. So this was trying to get in and defend the facility, setting up your different defensive you know, units and stuff, and then defending it, right? It's pretty cool mission. Yeah, pretty cool mission. Shipwreck. I don't remember Shipwreck. What was Shipwreck? Singapore. Oh, this is the cargo thing, right? So this is the cargo map for the multiplayer, but you're in the campaign, obviously. Same thing. So another sort of defense mission. Which again, I like the idea of these defense missions. These are pretty cool. They're not really story missions, but they're nice filler. It works.
Our undercover operative shot this off of Socotra Island, Yemen. Free.
Yeah. Also, you may notice something. This guy's name is Briggs. So it sort of ties into it tries to tie into the Infinite Warfare thing, because there's a guy who's in the Marines in the Modern Warfare thing. Well, not Infinite Warfare, in Modern Warfare. It's trying to tie the two together. This guy's Briggs. It's a black guy who's in the military, so on and so forth. So it's like, yeah, it's cool. It's basically implied that Tony Todd is playing a character who is the older version of Briggs from Modern Warfare. Right? I believe Modern Warfare 2 is where Briggs appears. Yeah, anyway. So this is a very cool one. You gotta escort this, you know, like walking tank automaton thing, you know, that you've seen in the previous missions. Sneak it through, taking dudes out. It's watery. There's high-tech stuff. We love it. We love to see it. Generally just interesting, you know. Big action set piece, vehicles. You know how COD is. Exactly how we do. God. I forgot how much content is in Black Ops 2. That's a big fucking campaign, dude. Holy shit.
Is authorized.
Right. So this was IED. Yeah, this is a convoy escort type mission, but you're actually flying around as a drone throughout it, which is a really neat take. You hadn't seen something like that before. You're flying around as this little drone trying to, you know, escort your battalion through the desert. Very cool stuff. We love to see it. Anyway, Karma, yeah. So this is one you have to infiltrate a dance place, like a disco, like a club. But it's cool. You get this little spider, you know. You get the spider. You send the spider in the vents to hack into some shit, fry some terminals, etc. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh man, it all pops off in the middle of the disco. I love it. It's so good. It's so actiony, the bullet time and everything. You fucking love to see it. It's so good. So you're fighting through this whole plaza type of thing. It's great. It's so great. We love it. So cool. Anyway. Second Chance, this is over in Yemen. What were they doing in Yemen? I remember this story here.
No shit.
Yeah, another defense mission. So some of these are defense missions, some of them not. But they fit. That's part of warfare. Sometimes you just gotta kill a motherfucker. It's not gonna move the story forward. It just is. Okay. Yeah, so this is the part I was talking about earlier where a guy gets shot. This is where a major split in the story can happen. So you're playing as Woods, right? So then the idea was, oh, we're going to capture this guy. No, we're not. We're going to...
They're moving to the roof of the south building.
So Noriega uses Woods against Menendez, right? So what happens is Mason... It turns out Mason was the guy. They had his face covered. They said, oh, that's Menendez, take the shot, you know. And then they had Woods kill Mason on it. Yeah.
He was gonna kill David.
Because you must suffer, as I have suffered.
So Menendez has completely lost the plot. He wants revenge. That's his whole shtick. And that's where it changes. So if you shoot Mason, like in the chest or in the head, it's like they want him to shoot you in the head. They want you to like shoot him right in the chest and kill him. You can do that. Or, fun thing is if you don't, if you shoot him like in the leg or something, he'll still go down. But at the end of the game, he'll actually still be alive. just secret in hiding, you know? The whole thing. But I like that. I like the idea of maybe there's alternate timelines to these things that you could go through, right? And not just a good, bad ending, but, you know, who lives, who dies, that kind of thing. I think Call of Duty could use a bit of that. That'd be kind of fun for them to try to do. Alright, so this is another, you know... Yeah, they were really playing with this idea of defending shit and doing missions where you have to attack things, defend things, control multiple units, that type of thing. Which I'm not opposed to. I like the idea, but I didn't know if it was actually properly a Black Ops 2, though. Here's Menendez. Doing his shit, right? You know, he's like, yeah, cool. Right. Then you're actually getting the guy you were playing as earlier was somebody that had, you know, was betraying the guys or whatever. Turns out he was one of Menendez's moles, one of his plants. He was part of Cortes Dia. Right? Menendez allows himself to be captured. Comes in here. Right. So then you gotta like fight through your own ship because it's getting taken over by Menendez's guys. Right? Shit's all fucked. Doing you. No, dead lady, big satch. So you go through the whole thing, yada yada yada. Just big Call of Duty fights as usual, nothing super spectacular here. Cortes Dia, you know. So now you're doing whatever. You're in the city, clearing alleys, you know, going down, right? Anti-aircraft, big shit's happening. So the reason this is happening, by the way, Judgment Day. So the reason it happens is that Menendez planted a virus. He was able to plant a virus inside of the military structure of the U.S. military, right? Here's the kicker, right? Remember the guy in the second mission that was saying, hey, this has more processing power than your entire, you know, military? You would think, oh, it's because there's not too many. No, but you've been seeing throughout the campaign, they have drones, right? A lot of autonomous systems, a lot of interconnected systems. That's what Menendez's plan was. That's how he turned it all against it. He put a virus in that allowed him to control all the drone stuff, which later on makes people afraid of it. So but I believe what he does is he causes a little bit of chaos with it, but instead of holding on to that technology and continuing to use it, he writes into the virus to where it causes a fuck ton of chaos and then blows itself up. All the drones destroy themselves. Basically, we all go back to zero. It resets the clock on the military because the American military was the biggest one with all the best toys. He took the toys away, which plummets the entire world into chaos, right? Leading into Black Ops 3. Right? And that sort of sets up the dystopian world of Black Ops 3. And how fucking sideways that gets. So this is your final push against Menendez. You're going to take him out, finally. Going to get a hold of the motherfucker. Going to get him. Going to take him out. Yeah. So that's Mason there. If you don't kill Mason, Mason shows back up.
This video is triggered to play upon my assassination.
Yeah. So you get this whole, yeah. So here's the kicker. If you don't save Mason, Woods ends up dying. But if you do save Mason, you don't shoot him in the head, then Mason ends up living and Woods ends up living, right? Because of, you know, the fact that you killed Menendez. Menendez usually cuts Woods' throat with the little pendant, the Josefina's pendant. He uses that to slit Woods' throat. Also, I love the detail that he's in this wheelchair and you think it's because he's old, but no, in the mission, let's see, what was it called? Way back in the day, let's see, was it Time and Fate? No, whatever. Anyway, it was the mission where Mason gets shot, right? In that mission, Woods also gets his knees blown off, which is why he ends up in the wheelchair. It explains where he's been for 30 years. He's been in this fucking wheelchair. He can't fight anymore because he got shot in the legs. But yeah, no, it's fucking crazy. Wild shit. Black Ops 2. as much as I love this, I love the story and everything. The character is fantastic. I think they didn't go hard enough on the whole choices matter angle of it. They played with that concept, and they played with the concept of having these side strike missions you could do, controlling multiple different units and defending a location or attacking a location, things like that. But I don't think it was quite good enough. I think there was potential there, but it didn't quite reach it. So I'm going to have to put in Soldier and all of us, as much as I love Black Ops 2, right? And the multiplayer, hands down, fantastic. But Soldier and all of us for the campaign. Because it's just little things kind of tripped it up. Little things. Kind of like Modern Warfare. Little things tripped it up. God, I've been sitting here drinking so much water. 1, I got to get another drink. 2, I got to go to the bathroom because I've been drinking too much damn water. So when I come back, we will speed run the other couple of them. And yeah, moving on. Alrighty. I return. We're back, boys. Okay, next up on the chopping block, we have Call of Duty Ghosts. Okay, I'm gonna try and speedrun and get these done real quick, just because I'm over this whole ranking thing. No, it just... I know these stories pretty much like the back of my hand. I don't really need the visual aid to talk about these, so we're good. Yep. So, you got, let's see. Basically, the story starts with, you know, ghost stories, right? I do want to show you guys a cool thing, though. I will show you. I mean, we'll have it on the side in case I need them, but let's see. Ghosts. They play Ghosts? Ghosts. They did not play Ghosts. God damn it, that's not usable. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, here's a walkthrough for this one. Oh. Let's see. This is from Raven Software. Let's see. Cool. This is the cool shit right here.
A different enemy. 60 men from Tier 1 teams were sent to face down a force of 500.
These are really cool.
Their objective? To force the enemy back from a civilian hospital and keep its occupants alive. For 3 days they held their ground. But the enemy's numbers.
This is the kind of shit I was talking about, where it's just this super stylized thing that it's doing, you know?
They wouldn't last another night, and the enemy knew it.
And they sent them in, and it's like, oh, they all got killed.
They
you know, right?
evacuated the hospital, sending only one of their own to lead the way.
No.
Returned to the line and took up positions beneath the bodies of their fallen brothers. As they lay in wait, the blood from the dead poured over them. The sand stuck to their skin like a shroud, changing
The way they just transform.
anointing them.
Plot twist.
The remaining 14 rose out of the desert sand.
So yeah, there were 60 guys, only 14 left, but this is where you get the ghosts, plural, from.
When the men ran dry of ammunition,
And they use their blades. I fucking love this. It's so artistic. It's such an interesting take on it.
the enemy had survived. He was picked up in the desert, wandering aimlessly,
Traumatized.
He expressed warnings to others of a force so
Oh, it's so
menacing
good.
it could only be described as supernatural. He called them ghosts.
What an opener, man. Whatever you think of Call of Duty Ghosts, that opener fucking hits, bro. So this is the whole backstory of what happens in Ghosts, the sort of inciting incident. Yeah. So shit's fucked, right? So they're out on a hike, right? And then shit starts exploding for no reason. They're like, what the fuck was that? They think it's maybe an earthquake, because I believe they're in California. They think it's an earthquake. Turns out, earlier, this has happened on the space station. And so this is why you're not allowed to put weapons in space. This exact kind of scenario is a problem, right? So these guys were in space, whatever, cool. And they were on a weapons platform known as a kinetic launcher. So it's a kinetic rail, whatever the fuck. It's this thing that basically takes these giant fuck-off rods, and there's no explosion, there's no radiation, nothing. The idea of a kinetic weapons platform is that it's the impact that gets you. Kind of like a high caliber, right? The idea of a 50 caliber bullet, let's say. If somebody hits you with a 50 caliber round, it's not that the round flares out inside of you or explodes or is incendiary ammunition, anything fancy like that. All it has to do is be a big enough impact, right? Actually, prime example, beanbags. Better example. Beanbag rounds in a shotgun. When you load beanbags into a shotgun and you fire them, right? That nullifies somebody because it's such a high impact and it hurts, right? It's supposed to knock somebody down because it doesn't have to actually cause real damage because all this surrounding tissue gets bruised. It just becomes that sort of a thing. So that's what it looks like, the kinetic platform they put in space. And that was an American station. So the American station got attacked by a coalition of Brazil... I think they call themselves the Federation or something. They are a federation of South American states that banded together and... decided, it's basically all the little South American states, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and all these different countries, they banded together to become a big federation. They sort of made their own United States of South America, but they did it for war purposes. They did it so they could pool all their resources and become warmongers. And their first thing was to take out America, and they did that by hijacking the American weapons platform and running the ammo dry on it by just shooting it into... And they didn't need to reload it. They didn't need to have that station up there, so they destroyed it afterwards, so that nobody else could use it after them. And they fucked the shit up.
Everything in its path.
Yeah, the Federation.
Relentlessly to the north.
See, they used the kinetic rails to just target major cities and fuck up as much stuff as possible. Yeah, Odin was the name of the weapons platform.
They thought we were weak,
crippled. Prey waiting to be taken. These cinematics though for Ghosts, top fucking tier, man. We love it.
And here, just beyond the craters of No Man's Land,
yeah. So they're sort of holding on, right? That's the idea. Okay, and then so you get the idea. I just want to give you that as the theming. We don't really need much else other than that. So 10 years later, Brave New World, threats against the wall. So America's sort of secured in this, hey, we're still here, you can't take us fully out, it's sort of stuff. But they've built up a big wall and whatever, and yeah, whatever. Anyway, so you're going against the Federation forces. That's the idea, is that you go and try to take back certain areas, protect certain cities, etc. You try to do that. Yeah, 12 years ago, Elias, led by Rourke, were sent to eliminate General Diego Almagro, right? And so, yeah. So you're trying to fuck shit up for them. So that gives you a backstory into Rourke. Rourke is the bad guy in this. Rourke is one of the bad guys. And the Federation is the enemy, but Rourke is really the bad guy in this. Rourke he betrays you and whatever, and very much like a Makarov type character. So Rourke gets, from what I understand, during this mission in Legends Never Die, from what I remember, Rourke is sort of left behind. Shit goes sideways on the mission. Elias, the rest of the ghosts, they get separated from Rourke, shit gets fucked, and they assume Rourke is dead. Turns out he was not dead. Rourke was taken by the enemy, he was corrupted, whatever, and he's now a bad guy. Okay, so you've got assaulting Rourke's position, the ghost returned to Caracas to find and interrogate Victor Ramos. So it's a whole thing, the whole thing with the story. It's a really good story. It's just not as good as it could have been. I think it's sufficient, but not as good. The unfortunate part is they're never going to do a Ghosts 2. And they had a massive cliffhanger in this one, like they did in Modern Warfare. So in the Modern Warfare series, they had Modern Warfare 3 picking up where Modern Warfare 2 left off. And Modern Warfare 2 was the result of Modern Warfare 1. And so it's all a big trilogy, a big saga, right? But in this one, I mean, my God, it had this cool underwater level. Atlas Falls, fantastic. It had this drilling platform under the water. You go underneath it. It was great. Into the deep, doing all this, like sinking the destroyer. Great maps, really. The idea of fighting through this really fucked up American landscape. Very cool stuff. Let's see. Yeah, Loki. So join Icarus team as they assault the Federation space station to take control of its orbital weapons. So Loki is the Federation's platform. So Odin was the American one that got destroyed and used earlier, and then Loki is what the Federation uses now as their sort of weapons platform. And then confront Rourke one last time, the Ghost Killer, right? Cool. So the reason they say Ghost Killer is because Rourke has been killing the other ghosts, or he wants to. He doesn't, he wants revenge because they left him for dead and he's all screwed up in the head. And he's got completely psychotic. But, oh, I just realized the music's not on. Yeah. But the thing is, at the end of this, Rourke actually takes the player character, one of the sons, the main ghost guy, the guy who leads the ghosts. He has two sons, and you play as one of the sons. And he actually, I think he kills one son and takes the other, or wounds one son and then takes the other. And it's so funny because there's a moment in the campaign where Rourke is telling you, or you're getting backstory into Rourke of like why he's psychotic now. In some way, the game tells you basically he had been taken by, Federation forces or whatever, and he was taken by South American paramilitary dudes. And that's when they got separated in Legends Never Die. They assumed Rourke was dead. He was not. Rourke was alive, had been taken, kidnapped, brainwashed, and they explained that the way that had happened was that they threw him in a hole. And Rourke, I believe Rourke tells you this when he's taunting you, and he kills your father, and then he's taunting you and telling you his backstory. And he says that they put him in a hole, they put a cage over the hole, so they dug a hole in the ground, they stuck him in it, and they had a cage over the hole so he couldn't escape, but he could see the stars. All he could do is see the stars, get rained on, all this, and it left him in there, and it broke his mind, right? And not that he sees it that way. He doesn't see it as him having a broken mind. He just sees it as he fucking hates everybody now. He's psychotic. And he blames the ghost for leaving him behind, because you're not supposed to leave a man behind. But again, they thought he was dead. So he takes the player character and he drags the player character away, and the last thing you see in this game is the player character gets thrown into a cell, right? He gets thrown into a hole in the ground, a cell over top, bars over top of it, and he sees the sky, and I think the time of day actually starts changing, like, quickly, like it's a montage, like the sun's up and down and up and down and up and down. It's in like weeks or whatever. And Rourke says, when he's dragging you away, he says, Rourke, there's not going to be any ghosts. We're going to destroy them all, you and me. So he's essentially corrupting you. And I think that would have been a really cool angle to that maybe the next game you play as the brother who didn't get kidnapped, and you start playing this dual campaign of you're playing as Rourke's now brainwashed sidekick, trying to help him, and then, but also, you're like helping him do whatever he's doing to take out the ghosts, and meanwhile, you're playing as the other brother, trying to make a bigger ghosts army, trying to train dudes up, and, you know, they become their own thing. I don't know. It would have been cool, but they just, they left it on a cliffhanger. The story was a little weak. I'll put it in Codnap, though. I love it, personally, but personal aside, I can see why people didn't care for Ghost Story too much. A little too on the nose. Yeah, a little too crazy. Next, Advanced Warfare. What you're seeing is Advanced Warfare. Okay, so we're gonna go put that there. There we go. Move that around. Advanced Warfare. I don't think I know this one as well. It's a pretty simple story. It's cool though. It's cool. So you start off as a Marine in the introduction. You're playing as a Marine trying to help South Korea because South Korea is getting attacked by North Korea, and your friend dies. You lose your arm, your friend dies. Turns out your friend, your best friend that you were hanging out with, was the son of Jonathan Irons, who is the head of the Atlas Corporation, right? The biggest paramilitary corporation in the world. He's not a politician or anything. He's just a corporate man. Imagine Jeff Bezos if Jeff Bezos had a bunch of guns. There you go. Simple. Smarmy corporate asshole type guy. Anywho, so Jonathan Irons, played by Kevin Spacey. Fantastic performances, by the way. Anything else I say about this? No, this is a movie. If you ever want to shoot a Call of Duty movie, do this one. If you're just going to make one, if you only ever make one Call of Duty movie, like, inspired by one of these games, for the love of God, if you're just going to do one, do Advanced Warfare. It's already basically a movie. It's got twists and turns, and it's awesome. Anyway, so you're basically the father of your dead friend is offering you a second chance. Be like, hey, I want you to come work for my company because the military left behind. And that's what he gains, basically, is he uses his money to pay guys better than the actual military does. He gives them the best equipment, the best pay, the best benefits, everything. You just got to do what he says. And a lot of the people he picks up for his army are, you know, they're disillusioned, right? And as your character is, he sees what happens, the army leaving him behind. He doesn't even really have a good prosthetic arm. Meanwhile, Atlas, cutting-edge medical technology, they give him this cybernetic arm that's a perfect replacement for his arm, which is pretty cool. Traffic. So, as an Atlas operator, your squad must rescue the Nigerian Prime Minister, right? So that's kind of what Atlas does. They go in, they kick a little ass, they get paid. Paramilitary group, right? They're mercenaries. And, you know, it's not highest bidder type stuff. He is still American, right? Jonathan Irons is still very American, very Western. He doesn't just go to the highest bidder. He is the highest bidder, right? So stop the KVA. So the KVA are basically the bad guys in this. The KVA are a terrorist group, whatever. So you're supposed to stop the KVA from triggering a meltdown at a U.S. power plant, right? Well, here's the kicker. You fail. And they set off this nuclear reactor, and it fucks everything up. It has a meltdown, it blows up, it's like, oh my god, terrible, right? And then, aftermath, 4 years have passed. Hades' right-hand man, Dr. Pierre Denois, is hiding in abandoned Detroit, right? Detroit was where it went off at, the nuclear power plant. Capture him to find the location of Hades. Hades is the big bad. He's the leader of the KVA. He's the antagonist. Aha! Wait, is he really, though? He is. He is a bad guy. But he's not the only one. Wait for it. Your team has learned that Hades, the KVA leader, is attending a meeting in Greece. Track him, take him down. Okay, so you're going after this Hades guy. A shocking discovery leads to a desperate escape. Utopia. So, turns out that whole nuclear power plant going off, the KVA attacking it, somebody had come to warn Jonathan Irons about it. I believe it was one of the scientists, actually, if I remember the cutscene correctly. One of the scientists warns Jonathan Irons about it. He says, dude, this is not secured at all, and you know, this, I've had guys basically saying they're going to attack it, you know. Turns out, I believe what it turned out to be was that Jonathan Irons was manipulating the whole situation. The KVA was basically being paid by Irons secretly. He was using intermediaries, so they didn't know it was him doing it, but he was essentially funding the terrorist organization he was then sent to stop, right? Of course, the KVA didn't know this and whatever, but at least I believe that's how it went. I could be wrong. Anyway, point being that it turns out that he's actually the big bad. He wanted the nuclear reactor to go off. He wanted that attack to happen, because it's not just the one. I think it's like multiple ones that go off, and it fucks up local economies and whatever. Giving Atlas the chance to come in and rebuild and say, we're here for you, we'll help, and lets everybody be pissed off, so that it gives Atlas justification to say, I'm taking over. So Jonathan Irons decides to take over. He basically planned the whole thing. He planned the whole attack on the nuclear plant, and a shocking discovery, right? So they find out that Irons is, actually a bad guy and whatever. And at one point, I'm not sure which mission it is, I think it's around the time of Utopia, where he actually declares war on the entire world. He says, I have the best guys, whatever, cool, just stay out of my way. I'm you guys are useless. You can't solve problems. I'm going to be new king of the world, and you need to stay the fuck out of my way, or I'm going to step on you, right? That's basically it. And he has this thing called Manticore, right? So the big bad with his weapon, the MacGuffin of this is the Manticore, right? Manticore is it's a bioweapon. It's a bioweapon that actually can specifically target certain genotypes. It's a bit of eugenics, but Manticore it's not just a chemical weapon, right? It's not really a biological weapon in the sense that it's a virus. It's more like based on nanites and shit, so you can tune it, you can tweak it, you can make it do certain things. It's a highly controllable bioweapon, which makes it a lot safer to use. And the idea is he's going to make a bunch of Manticore and use it to reduce the populations of anywhere. The idea is he can deploy the Manticore, have it kill everybody in an area, or just the people he wants in an area, and then he can move in and take over all of their infrastructure, unabated. And it's great. It's woohoo, he's gonna win, right? That's the big bad. The first big bad was we have to go stop the terrorist guy. Flips the script, because that's been the thing in Call of Duty every time, is stop the bad terrorist guy, stop the big bad terrorist guy, stop the big bad terrorist guy, every single time. And then we finally get a story where it says, well, hold on, this is the future. The terrorist guy is not the only one who's kicking dirt around in the sandbox. And it turns out that Jonathan Irons has been trying to take over the world. Crazy. So big war, exosuits, fighting, lasers, cool shit. Good missions, really overall, pretty cool missions. There's actually one. What was it? There was like a sniper mission or something. I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was exactly. Was it Collapse, Armada, right? Reese carriers bridge, use the arc light guns, take out Atlas' attack bow, it's cool. As the U.S. strikes against the Atlas headquarters in New Baghdad, your team must find the city, attempt to capture Irons in the wake of the Manticore attack, so he released the Manticore. Your team has been captured, escape with Gideon from the prison camp, and, fucking awful prison shit, putting people in boxes and shit. It's awful. Anyway, Terminus is you assault the command center and stop the Manticore launch. It's actually a really cool way that you kill the bad guy. He has the arm. He doesn't have the arm. I don't know if it's the right arm or the left arm. I think it's the left arm. Or the right arm. I'm not sure which. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, he's got Jonathan Irons with the arm. He's holding him with the robot arm. And so he takes his knife out from the other side because Irons won't let go. He's holding him off a skyscraper. He sort of caught him as a reflex, and then he's like trying to let go. He's like, he's like, well, pull me up. And of course, you're not a good guy anymore, right? Jonathan Irons has seen to that. You're not a good guy. You're not going to save him. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You've been killing my friends. So he takes this fucking knife out. The player character does. You take a knife out, you stab it into your arm, and you twist it and cut through the arm to make it fall off. And Jonathan Irons falls to his death off of a skyscraper into a fiery wreck. It's great. I fucking love that. That's a great end to a story. It's actually not a bad story. It's a really interesting story with a whole corporate angle of, what happens when you allow corporations to operate outside of the bounds of the law and do basically anything they want. And say, no, it's okay for you to be a paramilitary organization. You're allowed to have that. You have paramilitary companies, PMCs, mercenaries. It walks a very fine line of well, if you're not going to go in there because it would cause an international incident, we're going to go in there and save the day. But at the same time, if they answer to nobody but themselves, then they're not really responsible for anything. The American military, for instance, can't just go in and start cleaning up the world, right? They can't do anything they see fit, because at the end of the day, they have to be authorized by the Senate, right? This is the layers. This is the interesting layers of it when you really think about it. In the American military structure, we have a sort of chain of command, a hierarchy. The reason we call the president the commander-in-chief is he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. However, he cannot directly tell the armed forces what to do. He can only make suggestions, and anytime a general comes to them, they can come to the president and ask the president for authorization for certain things, right? Because the president can authorize certain strikes or anything, or allow them to operate in certain ways. However, declaring war is a power allowed only to the Senate. So the president can never declare war. The president can ask the Senate, the Congress, the House and Senate, he can ask Congress to declare war, right? A lot of these things, trading and exporting, same thing. The president has no power over that. Right? He can impose things, right? He can try to impose things or try to demand things. At the end of the day, the president is mainly there to harangue Congress and push Congress on, so that Congress, it's the checks and balances of our government. But essentially, the military can't do whatever it wants because it has to report to the Congress, and the Congress can't do whatever it wants because it has to report to the president. The president can't do whatever he wants because he has to then report back to the Congress. So everybody holds everybody accountable. You know, that's the idea anyway. But yeah, no, it's a whole fascinating story, and I really wish they would have continued with the future Call of Duties. Maybe one day they'll decide to be fun again and give us Ghosts 2, and maybe it's got some future tech in it. Maybe you've got Infinite Warfare 2. Infinite Warfare 2 would be really cool, seeing a whole because we've never really got the interstellar. It was more of a terrorist attack than an interplanetary war that was prolonged and crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, but it's very cool. There's just a cool fucking sequence, man. Let's see. Oh god, let's see. What fucking level was it? I'm trying to remember. It wasn't the Biolab or anything. I think it was Utopia. Was it Armada? Throttle? Hang on. Utopia? I don't know if it was Utopia. We'll see. Fuck off. I don't care about your clothing. Clothing looks stupid anyway. Go away.
If you ever want to know why.
Oh my god, these fucking retards with pie again. Go away!
I just found what may be the...
I don't care. Yeah.
This right now.
Yeah. So this is what happened with Irons. This is what I was talking about. Also, I love the detail. Can we just respect the detail in the exosuits? The way they bend and twist, and they have that curved spine to them. I don't know, it's cool.
Did you tell anyone you were coming?
No. So
Scrambler will only buy us a few minutes.
Frame rate here is a little fucked. Yeah, so this is the reveal, by the way, in Utopia.
We pull from the river.
He never made it back to Nigeria.
He told me everything.
Yeah, so...
What kind of attack? Power plants all over the world. They wanted me to compromise the security systems.
Where are they planning on hitting?
Seattle, Paris, Tokyo.
See, I don't remember if it's that... I don't remember if Irons was involved with the KVA, or he just happened to hear this and decided in that moment, oh, this will accelerate my timeline of trying to take over the world. Let me... Yeah.
Take care of this right now.
Shot him in the head. Crazy shit. Yeah, there's a moment in here somewhere. Not in Utopia. I don't know. It's a cool moment. I can't remember it exactly. It might have been captured. I don't know. You're assaulting in the street. The guy jumps up. It's apart from like the trailer or something, and it's just a cool shot of, you know, guy using a big laser cannon or something, or a sniper. I don't know. It's cool. Advanced Warfare. I liked it. I thought it was a pretty solid story, albeit a little simple. I think it was sufficient, and I think it used the future setting pretty well. I'm putting in Soldier of All of Us. It's a lot like Black Ops 2. A couple things trip it up, but overall, pretty neat. Pretty fun. Okay, let's see. Next up on the chopping block could be Black Ops 3. So we got 3 more to go. Well, 2 more to go. We're throwing one of these in the bin, and I think you guys can guess which fucking one. But we have to wait. We'll get there in the end. We'll have a nice, satisfying throw this shit in the bin moment. Okay, I can't find it. Anyway, let's see. I'll just use this. We'll do this. Yeah, this guy is Taylor. Okay. Played by a fantastic actor, by the way. A lot of the Call of Duty castings are great, regardless of if the story is good or not. They usually have a very good... Like, shout out to their casting guys, because they cast some pretty good actors. Not because they're big-name actors or anything, but because they fit these roles really, really well. So I'm going to try and explain this. It's... Black Ops 3's thing is a little bit fucking out there, okay? It's a little bit crazy and fucky-wucky, and I don't know how exactly to explain it, but we'll get there. So the point being, Black Ops 3 takes place... Let's see. Yeah, it's... Black Ops 3 takes place a while after Black Ops 2, like several years, like 20 years or so. It's crazy. At this point, you're getting into cyberpunk dystopia. Dudes have metal arms and stuff to... Not even if they need their limbs replaced. Like, not even a medical procedure. So in Advanced Warfare, it was treated as a medical thing. The exosuits were augmentation for the soldiers, yes. But only soldiers who were missing a limb got, you know, like the main character got his arm replaced with a cybernetic arm because he was missing an arm. These guys... This is the kind of cyberpunk dystopia where soldiers, in order to be the best of the best, they are replacing their limbs with hardened cybernetic limbs that are faster, smoother, denser. They just work better. They perform better than their biological counterparts. And think about it. You get your arm blown off, you're going to have to go get another arm anyway. So might as well just cut out the middleman, get this nice thing that could be even bulletproof for small calibers. Then you don't have to worry about it. It's more durable, it's better. Again, better, faster, stronger type shit. And it starts playing a lot with artificial intelligence, cybernetic enhancement. Where do you draw the line? It's kind of like in Cyberpunk 2077, where Johnny Silverhand is kind of in your brain, right? And it merges... It somewhat blurs the line between the physical and the mental, right? That's the whole shtick. And this guy is Taylor, right? This guy's on the train. This train is a whole simulation thing. It's all in your brain. It's a holographic train simulation, right? It's all mental. It's in your brain. It's being programmed into you. And you go through the whole game. Taylor is sort of this rogue agent, from what I remember. And you go chasing him, you're trying to find him, whatever, etc. Shit gets weird. There's mentions of Taylor's psych profile and things like that. And in those files, they start talking about this tree. You don't see this until the very, very end of the game. And I still don't know how to process this exactly. So, the player character is a completely different person, physically, right? But Taylor, you've been chasing. But then when you finally confront Taylor, you confront him at this tree, and then he basically captures you using this tree. This tree is it's a manifestation of his mind. It's his subconscious. It's this non-corporeal reality, right? This shit gets wild. It's out there on Sci-Fi. They said, you guys want some sci-fi? We're going to give you some sci-fi. And it's used as sort of a mental virus or something. It's hard to explain this because I don't fully understand it myself. Anyway, the point being is the tree that gets mentioned over and over and over again. The tree going back. I need to go back to the tree. I need to go to the woods. I must go through the forest, right? And this tree is sort of Taylor's consciousness and whatever. Point being, you get to the end of the game, and your reinforcements show up, and you've killed Taylor, right? You've destroyed his body, right? You have killed him, or at least you think you've killed him. And then, in the end, the very last thing that's said in the game, the player character says to the guys, like, you know, and they don't know who you are. They just know you're, you know, whatever. And they're like, who are you, basically? And he's like, you know, what's your name, son? And the player character answers, Taylor. So there's sort of an implication that Taylor took over your body. He's basically mind swapped with you and killed you, and now he's in your body or something. I don't fucking know. Let's look up, actually, just because I can't explain it too well. Let's see if somebody has explained the ending properly. Okay, so how does this... Like, let's see what Reddit thinks about this, because it's very complex. Okay, that's a lot of reading. Okay. Kane's conversation between her and the player. As Taylor died in the immersion, a simulation conducted by DNI users, the player woke up in a hospital simulating what Kane told Taylor before he joins Project Prometheus. Oh, God, okay. Someone explain that ending to the campaign. God. That shit was cray, yo. Please help a brother out. That shit was... I agree. Yeah, I agree with you, brother. That shit was cray. Well, the way he phrases it is, that shit was cray, yo. Please help a brother out. Okay, from Mission 3 onwards, all the events are just a simulation of the events that Taylor went through in reality. The actual events of the missions take place before the first mission of Black Ops 3. The player character actually died during the surgery trying to apply his cybernetics. Okay. When the hell was that explained? Yeah, exactly. I took the ending as Taylor kind of bringing himself back from the dead by taking over the player's mind. See, that's what I took it as. I always... Yeah, see, and he's quoting it. You win, I can't compete with your mind. It's beyond no comment. Yeah, nice. Okay. That's what DBZK doesn't know he's... because what... Yeah, because motherfucker don't know what you're talking about. Like... Okay. Heavy spoilers. Okay, this should explain it at least. It seems to be a nice paragraph. That's the whole nonsensical story of 3. Okay, you start a mission that requires you to extract a high-value target from Ethiopia. Got it. Your character ends up being injured. However, he goes through a medical process in which he's given cybernetic implants, cybernetic implants, dude. Let's keep it simple. And state-of-the-art prosthetic arms. Right, we know this. This is the main character. He is, the player character, I believe he was in the trailer at some point. He had this look or something. I don't know. I think they made another... Yeah, this guy. This guy is the sort of main character. It's cold as fuck. Like, let's see. Hang on. Black Ops 3 trailer thermal vision. There's this moment in the trailer that looks incredible. No, not the thermal scope. Okay, I just have to look at the actual trailer. There's this part in the trailer that goes fucking hard. So you're getting this vibe, let's see.
Weapons don't have loyalty. Weapons don't have judgment.
Yeah, weapons don't have loyalty, judgment. Setting up the dystopia of this. Okay, I can't play this because it's playing Paint It Black, but yeah. There's this part. Is it in this trailer? No, it's good trailer. Hold on. It's got this part where it shows off his body. Where's that? Hang on. Nope, what happened? Just switched it up. Okay. Let's see. There was like a teaser trailer or something it showed off, I think. Yeah, and in here we have just weird numbered shit, and it all coalesces into this being. The guy sitting there. This is the reveal. Let's see. There's... I can't find it, but there's this really good image of the Ember teaser trailer. Was that it? I think it was in the Ember teaser trailer. It goes hard, which is what I want to show you. So this is setting up. This was the Ember teaser trailer, setting up the world of Black Ops as it had become in whatever year. I think it's like 2060 or something. It's been a minute. So you've got the Olympics, and you've got a woman with prosthetic limbs winning at the Olympics. You've got all this like stuff, genetic manipulation, and people rioting, right? Society collapsing, all that. This is the part that goes hard as fuck. So check this out. You can see these guys fighting, right? Notice how they're cold. You check the thermal sight, right? Only his torso is, like, the gun is hot because that's been firing. His torso's hot, and his head is hot because that's him. The limbs are blacked out. The guy next to him, full human. This guy, cybernetic. And I believe...
This is happening.
Yeah.
The only question...
That guy is supposed to be the player character, from what I understand.
Is how...
It's so... Oh, it's so gnarly. Anyway, so yeah, he gets limbs and shit replaced. It's actually brutal. From what I remember of Black Ops 3, it's actually brutal when you lose your arms. When you do the, like, first mission, I think your arms get, like, caught in a door or something. I don't know, or something like that. Your character ends up being injured. What was it? I have to see. Because we got half an hour left. We're good, because, you know, we basically gone over the whole story of Black Ops 3. We're about to rank it anyway. I'm just curious. Black Ops 3, player loses arms. Let's see. Because there's a part... Yeah, arm ripped off. This is the part. Oh, God. It might be a little much, but shit is fucked. Okay? This set the tone. This sets the tone for the whole game, because this is, like, the first mission, right? Your player character gets left behind, right? You're trying to fight the robot. The robot, which... As the teaser trailer had said, weapons don't have loyalty, weapons don't have, you know, emotions, whatever. This robot doesn't care. It's just programmed to hurt you. It just rips the arm off. It doesn't care. Because to a robot, logically, the best thing to do is to destroy you, right? The most effective way to end an enemy combatant would be, oh, and notice he doesn't go for the right arm. Not right away. Because it's a threat analysis, right? He hits him with the left arm, so the robot takes the left arm. He kicks him, so the robot starts crushing his pelvis, destroying his legs, crunching his legs at the thighs. He's like snapping his legs in half. Then he's holding his arm up to try to defend himself. The robot doesn't like this, so it rips the arm off, right? So that's how he loses all his shit. It's brutal. It's fucking brutal. Like, you cannot tell me... Okay, you can say whatever you want about all these Call of Duties. You can say whatever you want about the future Call of Duties, right? The ones set in sci-fi world. You can't tell me Black Ops 3 ain't a brutal fucking dystopia. Cyberpunk dystopia, crazy sci-fi shit. Absolutely wild, right? Whether the stories make sense or not, it's absolutely wild and out there. I think Infinite Warfare had a more toned-down sci-fi setting, and I think it worked. It was more straightforward, something like The Expanse, a little more what we would expect in space colonization and whatnot, but Black Ops goes hard, man. They're always playing with these ideas of mentality, physicality, are you you? How do you know if you're you? What is reality? And I like that. That's the best place for them to be. It's really inventive. It's really different. I like that. But, okay, let's see what the actual definition for the ending of Black Ops 3 is. What's the point? Okay, so he gets the prosthetic arms. As we saw, he loses his limbs, he gets new ones, right? During his recovery, and after his cybernetic the cybernetic implants are installed in his brain, right? He goes through simulation to get him ready back in the field, right? That was Taylor sitting on the train. Train go boom, right? If anybody knows that, they know train go boom, yeah. While he's still in a coma. That's Black Ops 3's thing. They can share thoughts and all that jazz via implementation. Bullcrap, you asked me, that's fine. Well, no, it's not bullcrap. It's your mind is your senses. So if you can interrupt the signals and your reality becomes whatever it is. Same thing with the fucking Matrix, right? In the Matrix, the machines plug you into the Matrix, and what stops it is they just put this thing in the back of your brain that links up and feeds you information as if it's your actual senses, and then you send information back, right? That's how it works. So no, it's not bullshit, but yeah, this is why a lot of the COD guys didn't like Black Ops 3, and I think the story's a little nonsensical as well, but I hate to say it this way, it's a little too esoteric, it's a little too highbrow for these guys, because most Call of Duty players don't give a fuck. Like, they just want to shoot things. They aren't looking for anything interesting or anything to challenge them on their thought process. They just want, hey, well, cool, shit blows up, right? That's why a lot of Call of Duties have those Michael Bay explosion moments, you know? Anyway. After the character wakes up, this is where most people are confused, since there's a similar scene depicted after you wake up, and later on when you suffer injuries, people confuse it with being in a simulation, but it's not. Your character is then deployed to Malaysia to find find out about an event that involved Taylor and his team. A series of events leads you to realizing that Taylor, through his cybernetic implants, this guy does not speak native English. His cybernetic implants got infected with software that Taylor himself talked about during the train mission simulation. A state-of-the-art software that can reprogram itself, right? So this is where we get into the weird AI of what is Taylor, who is Taylor, what is thought, what separates man from reality? Is it, truth is in the eye of the beholder. Everything is, all warfare is based on deception, perception and everything, all this crap. Yeah. The U.S. realized that Taylor and his team were infected, so they were called back for debriefing, but they were meant to be executed due to the danger they pose with the infected software. Now the hunt begins to find Taylor and neutralize him, but then the character is infected but then each character gets infected except for Kane. When you finally confront Taylor, you actually confront the software named Corvus, right? So you're confronting Corvus, the tree, that whole thing. Hence all that crap and nonsense you see in the final mission. Your character realizes that the only way to neutralize the software completely before it is uploaded is to the rest of the world is to neutralize himself, so he pulls the trigger. Right. So your character kills himself, and then Taylor is kind of alive, whatever. Yeah, people are saying it's a simulation. This is why the story kind of falls flat, is it never gives a definitive what the fuck is going on here, right? I don't get a story where nothing happens is really stupid. Yeah, there is really no consequence to this story, but yeah, it's not like BioShock. BioShock played with the idea of free will, right? BioShock and BioShock Infinite play with these ideas very well, I think, and I think that's what they were trying to do with Black Ops 3, but it just didn't work out. They wanted to poke fun, and they wanted to kind of bend the fourth wall a bit, kind of push on it and mess with the player, but it doesn't work as well as the other Black Ops games, messing with your mentality, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean, that type of stuff. It's just not that it's not believable, but it's just, you really got to give the player more information than what you gave them, So Black Ops 3, I think it works. I think it's fun. I think it's CODNAP, same level as Ghost. It's just kind of there. It's a pretty good story. But BioShock, I mean, just to give an example of how to do this right, BioShock played with the idea of player agency, right? They messed with that idea a lot. And in BioShock, you go through the whole game and you keep... spoilers, obviously. But fuck it, it's game's old, whatever. Anyway, so spoilers here for a minute. In BioShock, you go through the whole game hearing the phrase, "Would you kindly?" which turns out to be your trigger phrase that activates and makes you do things, right? Because the game, and it's poking fun at the idea that the game is telling you you're doing things in the game simply to play the game. Well, the only way to not do what the game tells you to do is not to play the game. Because if you play the game, you must play by the game's rules. The game is telling you where to go and what to do and who to kill and so on and so forth. And that's the idea. That's the joke, is that are you any different than this brainwash guy? No. That's what makes the silent protagonist so interesting, is you're both basically in the same position. You're being told what to do. You're being programmed. All these conventions of walk here, follow arrow, shoot this, do that. Would you kindly, right? And then in BioShock Infinite, it plays with the idea of player immersion or player choice, really. Well, okay, there's player agency, which is the player's choice to do things, right? Why is the player doing something? Do they have control of their own actions, right? BioShock Infinite plays with the idea that your choices, no matter how much agency you have, no matter how many choices you have, they're all meaningless. Because, as they say in the end of BioShock Infinite, there's always a lighthouse, always a girl, always a city, right? These things are infinite. It's a multiverse of nonsense. It just keeps going. It goes around and around and around and around. The only way to stop it, the only way to keep it from happening, would be to kill Comstock, who's the guy, right? To stop Comstock, the bad guy in Infinite, who actually turns out to be the player character from another reality, whatever. Anyway, to stop him, he is who you will become in time, and you'll go back in time and fuck with shit. Point being, the player character said, why don't we open up a tear and go back in time and smother Comstock in his crib, right? As when he's a baby. The idea of, what would you do? You go back, you kill baby Hitler. But the thing is, if you were that guy, would you do that to yourself? And of course, the player character then chooses that and says, yes, go ahead and kill me, and that'll get rid of Comstock. That'll save the day, right? Because it's required. but it messes with the whole idea of player agency and player choice and player freedom, and it makes you think. And I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Judas. I'm interested in Bioshock 4, but I'm looking forward to Judas. Judas is the game that Ken Levine is working on right now, and Bioshock 4 is being worked on by a whole other team, right? He's not involved with it at all. But Ken Levine's been the main driving creative force. That's why Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite have such good stories, because of Ken Levine. Anywho, what do we got next? Infinite Warfare. Let's wrap this up, boys. We got 20 minutes. Let's wrap this up. All right. Let's see here. Infinite Warfare. Crazy fucking campaign. Absolutely love this fucking game. I love this. It's got jet pilots in space and shit. Shit's fucked, man. All right. So the SS Retribution, right? Your home base, main warship throughout the journey, persistent hub in which you return to. The Retribution's motto is tip of the spear, chosen for its shape and frontline operation, right? So this is your ship. You are, whatever. Cool. Jackal. You also pilot your own space combat ray Firebear known as Jackal. It's fully customizable and it evolves as you progress. So this was cool. You had jet fighting in space. Very fucking cool. So the first thing is Rising Threat. Find out why the facility on Jupiter's moon Europa went dark. So you go to this, on Europa, on this moon. Look at that fucking art, man. Look at that. That looks so cool, right? Fucking love that. Anyway, you go to Europa, you're investigating the facility, you fight some guys. As it turns out, Mars is going to attack. Uh-oh. Mars is about to do some shit. The reason Europa went dark was because there was a bomb or something being made at the facility. There was something at the facility that the Mars guys wanted. I don't remember the name of the guy. Let's see. Infinite Warfare cast. I think it was Wraith or Wraith, something like that. Yeah, it's this guy, Kit Harington. I know him because Game of Thrones. I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but I know he's from Game of Thrones. The villain is Koch. Actually, okay, Koch. I was kind of close with Raish, But yeah, Admiral Salen Koch, main antagonist. He is the tyrannical military leader of the Settlement Defense Front, a group of off-world insurgents from Mars who are hell-bent on controlling the entire solar system and eradicating all of Earth culture. So basically, we start colonizing planets. Mars, obviously the big one, right? We terraform it, whatever, doing whatever, right? All those resources, though, just get sent back to Earth, and Earth is sort of seen as this tyrannical empire to these guys, the Settlement Defense Front, the SDF, the bad guys, the terrorists, the whatever you want to call them, the freedom fighters, however you want to think of them. Anywho, they are fed up with the idea of working all their lives to basically own nothing. They're mad that they're born on another planet, therefore they are sort of a second-class citizen. They are relegated to just working the mines and sending these resources back to Earth, producing goods for Earth that they will never really benefit from. And they're feeling hoard out. They're feeling like the everything revolves around Earth, and that's bullshit. So that's how he recruits his guys and he gets his message out there, And they actually kind of pull a Pearl Harbor here by hijacking, like they bring their fleet in whatever in the middle of this parade. This is for Black Sky Parade, right? Taking the sights of Fleet Week. Fleet Week is sort of yay, military parade, woo, right? Showing off all the ships we have. Well, I guess they didn't learn from Pearl Harbor because they basically gathered all of the Earth ships in one place, which made it really easy for the SDF to attack it. The SDF attacks, takes down most of the ships, leaving basically just the Retribution and maybe one or two other ships to stop the SDF. Right, so Black Sky under attack, so you're doing, the parade is, hey, cool. And you actually meet one of your guys at the parade, a robot guy called, I believe it's Jax? There's this cool robot guy. I fucking love this guy. Ethan. Ethan is what he's called. They call him Ethan. E39. But he insists that you call him Ethan. He actually really has this personality, and it's a cool nod to his, let's see, to sort of artificial intelligence, right? And it works. It's great. And you form bonds with these characters. You really do. I genuinely teared up at the end of this. I got really emotional. at the end of Infinite Warfare, because it hit home. It just worked. These characters and everything that happened with them, fantastic. So basically, yeah, Geneva gets attacked by the SDF forces. You take this guy, you do this, dog fighting with the warships thing. So you go to your Retribution, you go to your ship, and your player character, this guy, he asks, who has, the ship's all fucked up. So he goes to, he goes and he says, who has the con, Gator? He's talking to one of his guys, and he's like, you do, sir. It's like, you're the captain now. The captain, and like the captain, the two other officers, they're dead. We need you, So that's how you become captain, is because the captain of your ship, your higher-ups are dead from the attack. They died in the attack. It's fucking nuts. So you just basically hop around the galaxy trying to fuck shit up. Take back the gateway port on the moon, so you're fighting on the moon. Get in your Jackal, defend the gateway port, so you're doing like you're fighting in the Jackal, flying around, doing dogfight missions, which is pretty cool. Little bit of ace combat, that kind of deal, which is fun. You board enemy ship above the moon, so on. So these are all kind of multi-part missions. It's one type of action you're doing, but it's all concerning that. And then you go to the Retribution, you go around the solar system kicking ass. You go out and commandeer an SDF prototype Skelter, some fucking thing, right? But you're flying around in space. You're moving from platform to platform because no gravity, shit like that. It's crazy. So you're taking out some of the SDF officers, assassinating them, shit like that. It's some pretty cool stories. Some pretty cool missions and interesting mission designs, interesting story. The entire idea is you're on the back foot, you gotta swing back at them. You're trying to cripple the SDF through, because nobody in this fight, it's now sort of an equal fight, right? Earth had everything under control. The reason Europe went dark is because that was one of the stations that the SDF sort of snatched in their little sneak Pearl Harbor type of attack right before Flag Day. They snatched it up and they said, okay, cool. And now you're trying to regain territory, they're trying to take territory. It's become this sort of civil war moment for humanity where Earth and Mars are just kind of fighting each other. And nobody's winning. Nobody's coming out clean in this fight. Everybody's losing, facilities and manpower and everything. It's just fucked, right? Yeah. So find out why the UNSA mining colony's been knocked out of orbit near the sun, so you gotta go check on that. All this stuff. You lost Omar. Omar was a Gator, right? He was Gator is a military term, and yeah, Omar was cool guy. We liked Omar. Anyway, so a lot of your guys die. Like a lot of your guys die. Basically everybody dies in this game, man. And there's a great section with the credits that does like a letters to home thing, where it reads out each of their letters that they were supposed to send back in case letters to home are a thing that anybody in a dangerous profession, specifically the military, does. Whenever they're about to be sent on a dangerous mission, they sort of have a tradition of write the letter, right? Every time you think you're about to die, go ahead and write the letter because this might be your last mission. Say what you're going to say so that you don't just die one day and your wife and kids or whoever's back home misses you because you never got to say goodbye, right? And, if you come back and not, great. You tear up the letter, next time you do it again. It's sort of this idea of you're able to say goodbye even if you're not there. And that's, the last letter from that guy. These are the last words of that person. Anywho, so you got all these cool, just like I said, space missions and jumping around with jetpacks and stuff, wall running. It's a very great setting. I mean, look at some of this art. It's just, you got these dudes coming in, you've crashed the SDF ship, you're going to go take it out and, finally go get Koch and the guy. So you got the crew. So Nick Reyes, that is the guy in charge, head guy, player guy, right? This is you. You've got your second in command, Nora Salter. She's cool. Ethan, the robot dude. Ethan actually sacrifices himself at a certain point. There's a point where the player character and Ethan are blown out of their ship or something. Oh no, I'm sorry, this is Omar. I got it wrong. I was thinking of a different character. Anyway, Ethan, you guys are basically floating in space for whatever reason. I'm not sure the details of it. I can't really remember. I just know you were in a ship or in an airlock or something and it depressurized and whatever because of an attack, and you're floating around and your air tube is damaged, right? So what Ethan does is he takes the tube he has like a tube or something on him that's connected to his cooling or his heating system. Basically it's his air supply. He doesn't breathe or anything, he'll be fine, but he needs this. To fix it, he has to fix your suit, or to patch your suit, he has to basically kill himself. And because you got like a hole in your suit or something, and to patch it, he grabs onto your suit and crunches it tight, you know? But Ethan doesn't have a life support system. So he's going to freeze to death, and, you know, his system's going to stop functioning. It's a very, very sad death. And this is a robot with no fucking face, mind you. But it's cool. He's got this... Yeah, okay. The perfect soldier, not only stronger, faster, more durable than any human, also programmed with a sharp wit and gallows humor, designed to integrate him quickly into a unit, right? So the idea is he's supposed to be your buddy. He's supposed to be your pal. He's programmed to be like a down-home country boy, but in a robot. It's really great. And there's almost a hint of humanity in him with the way he's programmed. He's supposed to be your buddy. He's not just a tool. He's not just a machine, as in Black Ops 3, right? The way they treat that. They say, oh, here's a robot, fuck it, right? But here it's like, what if there is? What if there's a little something there? How do you know, how can you dictate the human soul, you know? Somebody like Ethan, for lack of a better word, a person like Ethan is more of a person than someone like Koth. Because Koch he's a dick. He's a piece of shit. He's killing other humans. He's being a dick, you know? You'd rather have a friendly robot than a dick human being, you know? Which one really has a soul? And I think that's great about Ethan's character. You have Admiral Rains, so this is one of the admirals during the attack. I think he dies, right? Rains is, I believe, the admiral who was over you, and he assigned you Ethan to begin with. Reyes, the player character, doesn't like Ethan to start with. He's not a big fan of robots, but he quickly grows to love him. And, you know, be his buddy, be his bro. So you've got Salen Koch, which is the bad guy, Bradley Fillion, right? Caleb Thebes. These guys all sort of look the same. The reason they're wearing these are part of their helmets. It's not like a cybernetic thing. It's part of their helmet, so that because they live out on the rim or whatever, so they may need to, if they're out in space, they may need to put their helmet on in an instant, and that's sort of the mechanism by which they do it. Anyway, so yeah, that's Infinite Warfare. Stellar thing, you end up stopping the bad guy, obviously, right? Fight to destroy the SDF shipyard. So I think that's when you die. You go up on the shipyard. They're building the ships in space, so they don't have to take off from the ground. They're building it in space, and I think that's what happens in the end, is that Ethan dies, but I think Reyes lives, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Maybe everybody dies. I'm not sure. I think what it is that Ethan gives his life to save yours, so because the rescue ships that are coming in to get you will be there in time to save you, but Ethan won't last that long. It's like a minute difference or something where Ethan's program will shut down, and you're thinking, oh, it's a robot, you can turn it back on. Yeah, you can turn it back on, but the way he's programmed, the way his software works with his hardware, he's gone forever. Because when you reboot that system, he won't have that cache of memory anymore. The cache is cleared. He's dead. Ethan, for all intents and purposes, is dead, and you have to start over, which is such a shame. But if they do an Infinite Warfare 2, that'd be amazing if they gave you another model of Ethan, and with a different voice, a different personality, and, you know, maybe that'd be cool. Or maybe even let you be a robot, you know? I mean, that'd be tight. You, instead of playing as Reyes, you play with Reyes. Reyes is your commander, and you play as a robot. That'd be kind of a cool idea, I think. Be somewhere to go. Be somewhere to go for the series. Anyway, Infinite Warfare, I thought it was a stellar campaign. Pun intended. It is a stellar campaign. You're planet hopping, you got all the sci-fi, you got the cool toys. The cinematics were... I think these were the best cinematics to date in Call of Duty. I think they even have more spirit than the ones nowadays. The ones nowadays just feel like you're watching some cable drama. These ones, it feels like I'm watching maybe an episode of The Expanse or something, which I know is a cable drama in a way, but the point being, I don't feel like I'm looking at an actor. I feel like I'm looking at a set of characters in a situation. Whereas with Modern Warfare, I'm looking at Captain Price being played by his actor. Shepard being played by his actor, because I got the different guy for it. And it's like, I look at him like, okay, yeah, I've seen these guys before. but it's also real and grounded and gritty that it doesn't matter. It's like, I didn't tune into fucking HBO here, and I don't need that. I want high-flying adventure, and that's what Infinite Warfare is. You know, that's why the novels I'm writing are, you know, Jack Dallas the Solar Ranger. It's cool. It's pulp, you know? It's sci-fi pulp. This is basically sci-fi pulp. It's heroism, whatever. Has a little bit of grit and sadness to it, too, though. You know, with basically everybody around Reyes dies. He's left as, you know, and that's the sad part. It shows that part of war of the guy who has to go on. Somebody has to be that old man in the supermarket with the, you know, served in whatever war on his hat, you know. That's who you see. You see the guys who lived. You don't see the 20 guys behind him that died, you know. But they carry that with them. I don't know. I thought it was cool. I thought it was a really neat story. So I'm actually going to put that in Vet Noob. They tried a lot of new stuff. They had a great art style, great direction for the cinematics. The story itself was not just stop the bad guy. It was, this bad guy has a really good motive, but he's still a piece of shit. He's still a terrorist. We need to stop him. It's not like he's justifying his horrendous actions. He has a genuine grievance. Him and his forces, they have a genuine grievance against Earth, but they use that as fuel for their war. They basically make themselves out to be these interstellar martyrs, you know, or these interplanetary martyrs. Interstellar is between stars, interplanetary is between planets, right? But they make themselves out to be these martyrs of, oh, woe is me, and instead of using that in a political way, they just go the easy route of apply force, get result, because they're angry. And I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. They're villains. They're awful. Everything they do is awful, but it has an understandable motive without a sympathetic outcome. You know what I mean? All right. World War II. Not even gonna cover this one. Go straight into goddamn Onion. Terrible, terrible Call of Duty. The campaign, I can't remember shit from the campaign other than I think the train flipped a million times. I think there was a really goofy-ass scene. There's this really goofy-ass train crash. It is the most Michael Bay garbage you've ever seen. And that's not to denigrate Michael Bay in any way. I like Michael Bay movies. I like action. I like dumb fun. I hated this sequence. I hated everything about this shit, dude. Right? Like, this is World War II. Call of Duty World War II was somebody's idea of what it feels like to be in a World War II action movie, right? They don't recognize them. They don't look at it as a war movie. They look at it as an action, wow, fun movie. And meanwhile, none of this just even hits at all. Like, okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and turn this off. We're gonna end the stream here in a minute. Anyway, but look at this shit. So, okay, all right. Let's break this down, shall we? You're in a Jeep with a gun, okay? Which is that supposed to be an MG42 or a BAR that's mounted? Let's see. Yeah, let me look at the MG42 again. Okay, let's see. And then the BAR. I'm not sure what they're getting at here. Yeah, no, it's not a BAR. It's not a BAR at all. There's no way. No. Because that mag on the side always screams MG. So I'm trying to figure out if this is supposed to be a... I don't even remember the context of this. I don't remember shit from this campaign. All I remember is that it was shit. It was that boring that I don't remember anything. All it was action. There was no feeling. The exact opposite of Infinite Warfare. And I think that's what threw people off, is that they played the Infinite Warfare campaign. Even if they didn't like the sci-fi setting, they probably liked the story, right? Because it had real character and real drama to it. This, I mean, look at this. You're in a Jeep. Yeah, so it does look like a Nazi Jeep. So it seems like you're driving around in a Nazi Jeep. You've got an MG42 on the back. You're shooting at a train. So you're chasing a train in a Jeep. Follow how fast this goes off the rails. Again, pun intended. But follow this. He throws a grenade at you. Oh my god. And then he falls down on you. There's a quick time event to get the grenade, because we really needed that. Oh wow, he happens to throw the grenade away right when it explodes. The explosion sends you into the train. Oh my god, the train catches the car. Whoa, that's crazy. Except at this point, the train would have derailed anyway because the track would have been torn up too much from the Jeep running into it, but let's not ask about that. Let's just continue as if this is totally fine. He bails out, right? And then you bail out. Watch this shit. Okay, pretty fucking convenient that it didn't hop the Jeep. It didn't derail from the Jeep until after the player character was cleared. Come on, man. Come on, man. It goes through a building. Not only does the train derail, it goes through a building. Has a multi-car derailment flipping end over end. It sent a guy. I don't know if you guys saw that. Look at this guy. There's a dude that goes flying here. Oh, let me... So, check this guy out. See this guy here? There's a dude. There's a dude right here, right? Check this out. He goes, whoop, gone into the background. Right? That tanker comes flying over you. Of course, the tanker also explodes for basically no reason. There's no real ignition source to it, but sure, let's just say it is. You almost get crushed. Shit's still flying. How long is this fucking train, bro? This isn't even physics at this point. It takes the tower out, which then falls on your head and covers you in dust, and you black out. Right? You wake up, and the whole shit's destroyed. Like, shit, you wake up, it's on fire.
Can't believe we made it. That's one for the books. I hope Styles had his camera.
Ninja Turtle.
That's one for the books? After you see this absolute nonsense? Come on, man. They say the train is still crashing to this very day. He didn't get hit by a single piece of train. Finest plot armor I've ever seen. This must be the most unintentionally hilarious scene. That's the sad part, is... somebody worked on that and they thought it worked. No, I'm serious. Like, people genuinely spent time on World War II. And this is not necessarily to the weapons department, because the weapons guys seem to get their shit mostly right. Like, the art guys seem to do their job mostly well. It was the tech side of things and the overall design that just fucking sucked. Somebody really sat in a boardroom, storyboarded that campaign, and got to the train bit, and everyone in that room clapped. Every other department head agreed, yup, that's fantastic. No notes? No notes. Here, I got some notes for you. Here's an idea. Why not put me on the train? I know, that's crazy. What if you had the Jeep, shoot a couple of guys off the back, right? And then the crazy moment that you want could be, oh, this thing, this trailer or something. Something forms a ramp hanging off the back, and your guy driving the car is like, we gotta stop this train. Well, how? I got an idea. Whoa, And he drives up onto the train. You get out, right? That's your crazy moment. That's your crazy, unbelievable Michael Bay moment, right? That's cool. That's believable. You could drive up a ramp real quick. Drives up a ramp, and, you jump out of the Jeep, and you start killing Nazis. And you start moving your way up the train cars, right? Every train car, you jump across, and you climb in ladders. You're going inside to maybe a dining car or something, shooting guys. How cool would that be? I don't think a Call of Duty has ever had you move through a train section. You know what game has done that? Battlefield 3. Battlefield 3 had a train section. You were in a metro, and you were trying to catch up to the guys, and you're going cabin by cabin with your machine gun, just shooting guys down. Every door you open to the next train car was more guys to shoot, right? It was cool. It was very cool. I mean, that's a classic action thing, is for somebody to be running across a moving train. That would have been so perfect. You could have got to the front of the train. Here's an idea. Maybe you go to the front of the train. You get ambushed by the conductor, who's a big, burly guy. You're fighting with him, and then you hit him, but you hit him too hard, and he knocks into the brake, right? And he goes full weight on the brake, the emergency brake, and it goes skidding, and then you want your train derailed? There's your train derailed. It's like, oh shit, we gotta get off. You jump off, you see the train, boom, boom, boom. Like 10 seconds of cuckoo, boom, 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 and it just piles up, right? And there you go. That's your train scene. I just rewrote it in 5 minutes and made it way cooler. I made a way cooler level. No, this campaign was dog shit. I didn't feel for any of the characters. There was not one sign of anything in this campaign outside of American Army guys or Marines. I don't even think they were Marines. I think they were just regular Army guys. Wasn't even interesting. There wasn't even like a moment for... I don't think there was even a moment for like the Battle of the Bulge or anything. Or any cool moments like that. It was just... Now, if this had been like Modern Warfare and had some espionage to it, I would have been into it. I would have thought that was cool. Right? If you were sneaking around, why not make World War II, from the perspective, you could have had one campaign sneaking around as a French resistance operative. That would have been wicked, right? Then, the other campaign, you are the... you're the... Like, I guess we'll do the Western Front, because we're fighting the Nazis directly in this. Sure. We're doing the Western Front, you're playing as Allied troops. Cool, you're an American guy, and you're part of that. And the stuff you do in the French resistance could impact what you're doing in the Western Front, and vice versa, right? If you can manage to secure certain side objectives as the Marine guy, maybe you can airdrop more supplies to the French resistance, who can then do something additional in their campaign. Bounce it back and forth. It was a team effort, right? And when I say French resistance, I don't mean the French military or the French aristocracy in any way. Those guys were corrupt bastards that capitulated to the Nazis. They were pieces of shit. When I say French resistance, I mean the actual French citizens who took it upon themselves to try to repel the Nazi war machine. And most of the invasion of France was thanks to the French resistance feeding us intel. Not necessarily trying to disrupt the Nazi war machine with violence, but using their positions as, little citizens, whatever. It's, and of course they would take out Nazi officers if they could. They would take out the SS if they could to try to destabilize the area if the situation presented itself, but mostly it was information gathering, running taverns, and whenever the Nazis would come by to drink after work, they'd give them the really good stuff to get them to loosen up and start babbling about what's going on at the base. And of course, the Nazis think, I'm just babbling to my local guy. What they didn't know is in the back of a lot of these inns and taverns is a speakeasy. It's a hidden room somewhere that had little ham radios that were assembled that the U.S. forces, the Allied forces, had told the French how to build. They had told them how to build transistors and stuff so they could communicate directly to them and tell them when the attack's going to come, and vice versa. The French resistance could then report on enemy numbers, locations, like what weapons they had, and that helped a lot. But no, it's goddamn onion. Terrible. Imagine I play, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 11. I have played 11 Call of Duty campaigns. 11 of these fucking things. And you're the only one that gets F tier. God, I would shoot myself if I worked on that game. Not saying anybody should. I'm just saying if it was me, I would have more pride in my work. And I would not want my name even associated with that. I would have had my name taken off the credits and said, I don't want want people to know I worked on this piece of shit. Fuck off. Anywho, that is it for the stream. So we are done there. COD campaigns. There we go. Let's save that. That is COD campaigns. And that is it for the tier list for now. Wow, we actually did that. It was a little mentally draining because I had to go through so much and try to recall some things, but it was fun. I like that. I like talking game design and story and stuff. And you know what? I like my lists. They're very cool. Let's go to the account here, see what we got. So we got our, campaigns list, right? We got our COD guns and our map tier list. I need to maybe re-edit the name on this one. Can I actually edit the name? Create this tier list? No. What? I don't know what that means. Create this tier list. Okay, whatever. But yeah, we got through the maps, went through the games, just all over. We got the weapons, we got the campaigns, we got so on and so forth. Christ. Okay, close that. It's being a bitch. There we go. Anywho, that is it for this stream. As you can see, I've downloaded Satisfactory again, so we can play that for the next 2 days. And actually, let me check and see if my boss got back to me yet about... No, doesn't look like it. Okay. I'm waiting on a word in Edgewise about Friday, so as of right now, like I said, I'll make an announcement sometime tomorrow before stream. I'll let you guys know what's happening. Probably right when I wake up, I'll probably make an announcement. post and be like, hey, we're doing this day, that day, and so on. Anywho, that is it for the stream. Thanks to everybody for stopping by. Dark and Christian Garcia and Landon. Good talks, as usual. Hanging out. And yeah, that is about it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.